We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Well, I think as the name goes, we're still faring very well. We're still holding on. Basically, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited is a Nigerian company owned by the federal government of Nigeria, the 36 states, and the 774 local governments. The federal government has 47% shares in NDPHC, and the 36 states and federal capital territory, plus the 774 local governments own the remaining 53%. Originally, it was supposed to be a stopgap, build and sell power plants to increase the power availability. But in the process, as the company moved along, they discovered that if you build power plants, you also have to build complementary transmission networks. And then if you have transmission networks, you will also need the distribution network so that the power can ultimately get to the consumers. And so because of the gap that was in the sector at the time, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited was asked to build more power transmission networks, substations, injection substations. So over time, we had grown into the behemoth that we are today. Principally, we have 8 power plants functioning now, and then 2 are in the process of being completed. So that's what Niger Delta has been. But basically, I can say without any iota of contradiction that Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited has been able to increase the capacity, the network capacity, by about 50%, and of course the distribution capacity by about 60%. We are capable of producing up to 4,000 megawatts now. But there are still some constraints in the transmission network, which is being addressed by the various arms of government and the various stakeholders in the sector. If I want to talk about the problems in the power sector, you need more than an hour program. They are multifaceted. And each time solutions are being found, they are not far-reaching enough. For instance, before the enactment of the Electric Power Sector Reform Act, it was thought that the problem was we didn't have enough generation power, and that's what gave rise to the NIPP, which is the National Integrated Power Projects, which was basically to increase the power availability in Nigeria. And there were gaps because at that time, I don't think the solution was holistic enough. I'm talking of during the time of President Olusegun Obasanjo. You remember the National Integrated Power Project was conceived at the time. And it's strange that for the past many years, we are talking about 4,000 megawatts, 4,000. In reality, the available power in Nigeria is about 16,000 megawatts now, between 13,000 and 16,000 megawatts. So you wonder, why are we producing or generating or putting on the grid about 4,800 megawatts? So there's a gap. And the gap is basically the fact that the present network is aged. It's inadequate. There is fragmentation in the sector. You have, as of today, about 26 different bodies in the power sector. And it's a typical Nigerian problem. Once Nigeria identifies a problem, they create another agency to deal with that problem, rather than looking at the problem in the eye and say, this is the problem. And I can give you so many examples. For instance, traffic, which is very basic to everybody. When after the Udoji Award in the early 70s, I think it was in the early 70s, and people had phoned to purchase cars, traffic began to grow. Now, instead of taking a holistic attitude and train the police to do what they're supposed to do, expand the road networks, and begin to put a culture of driving properly in the country, we created the yellow fever, the traffic wardens at the time. You remember at the time, traffic warden was separated from the Nigerian police. That's right. And the problem was not solved because the people were still constrained to virtually the same network of roads, more cars on the same network of roads. And then we stopped training drivers. So Federal Road Safety Commission was formed. And, of course, I'm sure that you all know that the problem became worse. And now all of the state governments are creating their own variants of the Federal Road Safety Corps. An example is LASMA in Lagos. And the people are still on the same roads. You know, so whereas we had 200 cars on a stretch of road, now we have 1,000. Now we have drivers who cannot read traffic signs, which are not even there. So today, when people see traffic lights, either in Abuja or in Lagos. I mean, they don't even know what to do. I'm sure that, I can't remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. I cannot remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. You know, it's the same thing with the issue of corruption. When we detected, corruption was increasing, we started creating so many variants of, and I always ask the question, where is the equivalence of EFCC in the countries that we're trying to be like? So we have created EFCC, we have created ICPC, we have created Bureau for, what was that other agency? Sorry? No. Those are another problem entirely. The BP and the BPP, you know. I mean, I'm talking of Code of Conduct Bureau. But in all honesty, can we say that corruption has reduced in Nigeria? Can we say that? So the problem is that we don't look at problems in the face and deal with the issue rather than creating bodies and bodies and bodies and bodies. We don't have the variants of EFCC, ICPC, and Code of Conduct Bureau in the countries that we're trying to be like. In this age and times, honestly, there are no, you don't need, it's not rocket science. There is hardly anything you want to do that has not been done before or that is not being done in some other places. I mean, so you see in various sectors that once we identify a problem, rather than look the problem in the eye and providing solution to it, we create another body. It will appear to me that it is finding job for the boys, you know, and that is one of the reasons why we are where we are today. I cannot remember the last time anybody had to do driving tests to obtain a driver's license. I can't remember. In the US, if you want to obtain a driver's license, it's a long process. And I remember my daughter, when she went to the US at the age of 18, I remember when she wanted to go and obtain a driver's license, she called me and said, "Daddy, please pray for me." And I think the first time she went there, she didn't make it. And it was one slight error. And eventually, she had to go back, you know, to retake the test. So that's what I see that we're doing wrong. And that has virtually destroyed all the sectors. The power sector is faced with so many problems. I was trying to explain to you, for instance, that the discos have various coverage areas. And if you take them one by one, you will see that some of them are covering a landmass that is bigger than 2, 3, 4 African countries together. You know, somebody was on my secondary school classmates forum. Somebody was trying to do a comparison between Botswana and Nigeria. And I said, Botswana has 581,000 kilometers, square kilometers. But 70% of that is Kalahari Desert. So effectively, what they have is less than 100 and something thousand kilometers. Nigeria has a vast land. Botswana has a population of 2.5 or 2 point something million. You can't compare that to, there's no basis. There's no basis. And so if they have 1,000 naira, their GDP is likely to be higher than that of Nigeria. You know, Nigeria has 210 million people. Officially? Yes, officially. You know, you can see the population of Lagos. I'm sure that the population of Botswana is not as thick as Surulere alone. I'm not trying to give excuses for what we are in Nigeria or how we're doing things badly. But I'm saying that we have a giant problem. We have giant problems in all of the areas, and we need to put our heads together to provide solutions to these problems. You know, you can say that Nigeria is a country in progress. I know that we have enough human resources, we have enough intellectuals to find solution to our problems. And I'm beginning to see that the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is tackling the problems headlong. I don't want to say that they work in silos. I mean, it would not be absolutely correct. I don't want to say that. That would be too negative. I would like to say that there's need for better collaboration between all of us. And then one of the greatest things that we need to do is that there must be a coordinating agency that is not encumbered with or by bureaucratic procedures. Okay, NEC is supposed to be the regulator in the society. Now, like I said before, if you have a regulator, they must be trained. And we shouldn't be ashamed to train our regulators and to ensure that we have the right people in those positions. But like I said, almost all the agencies in Nigeria, you find a lawyer heading an engineering company. You know, I mean, it's not done. And what happens is that, I don't want to create a war between professions, but the truth of the matter is that if you are a lawyer and you have, you're doing legal consultancy in the sector, that doesn't make you to be chief executive of a purely engineering company. You know, the last time it was an accountant that was in charge of one of the parastatals in the sector, and you know, even now that there's a new government, you see all kinds of people trying to outdo each other here and there. TCN, for instance, is supposed to be in charge of the transmission networks. Okay. But you have the independent ISO under them. How is that going to work? I mean, that is supposed to be an independent, and it cannot be under TCN. You know. The discos, for instance, who is supervising them? NERC is supposed to supervise them. But you have on the board BPE, you know, that has 40% of the shares, and they're supposed to monitor them. Are they doing that? And then, now the Yoruba people say, Amukun eru ewo, oni ewo saleni. That is, if a man is crippled or has bent knees and is carrying a load, it's not likely that the load will be straight because the legs are bent anyway. So that is the problem that we have. You know, the root cause, we are not attacking the root cause. You know, the electricity power sector reform has a transition program. But unfortunately, because we didn't do the privatization properly, we gave it to people who have no financial resources. They borrowed money from the banks to purchase the concession anyway, you know. Because they borrowed money from the bank, they don't have enough funds to repair the aging facility that they inherited. So that is a problem. Now the bank is on them. The bank lend them money for 5 years or, whereas this is a sector that is, you need long-term fund. You need to have enough money to lay new cables, replace transformers. Some of these transformers have been there since 1960-something, to replace them. Look, where I come from in Ondo South Central District, we have not had power for up to 15 years now from the national grid. Everybody is an electricity generator company on his own. When we stepped into it to see what was happening, we discovered that the distribution company did not have enough money to repair the damaged distribution networks. So NDPC stepped into it, and we've spent almost 3 billion to repair all of that.
3 billion.
Or almost 3 billion. I mean, we're talking about 6 local governments. At a point, by the time we had finished the reticulation of the networks in 5 of the local governments, we discovered that the source of supply is from Ondo. Ondo has a 2 by 30 MVA substation. One of that substation is gone. So it means that the distance of almost 100 kilometers from Ondo to Ore and to Ilaje, to Igbokoda area, to Mahin and Co. Just one single 33 kV line is coming from that. So by the time the light gets to Okitipupa, what you have is candle light. It's the same thing we saw in Lafia, for instance. For years, Lafia, even the government house in Lafia, was being operated on generator because the single line feeding Lafia and the entire Nasarawa state is from Abuja. So that's why we stepped in and built the 330, 132, 33 kV substation, which was commissioned early last year by President Muhammadu Buhari. And you can see the joy in the faces of the people. Now, in Ondo South Central District, for instance, they are the NDDC, not NDPHC, is building a 132 kV substation in Uderinije, which should help to bring power from Omotosho and to that area. But they have been on it for years now. And without the completion of that, there's nothing that can happen in the place. They will still have candlelight. So these are the problems. Now, NDDC is independent of NEC. It's virtually independent of the DISCO. It's independent of but they are doing a good work because they have offered to do, they have identified the problem and they have offered to do it. But who is coordinating these activities to ensure that everybody is working? And you know, one of the things I always complain about is that since this past 6-10 years, for instance, TCN has many of its projects are 85-90% completed. Some of the problems are just way-live, that the government should collaborate with the state governments to resolve. But what do you have? A substation is ready in Akure, for instance. A 330 kV substation is ready in Akure. The transmission line is supposed to come from Oshogbo to Akure, and another transmission line is supposed to come from Benin and drop in Akure. Because of way-live issue along the route from Oshogbo to Akure, that project has been stalled for almost 6 years. So there has to be an organization that is above NEC, that is linked only to the president, that will look at all of these things. I talked about the fragmentation in the sector. You know, look, and let me tell you something. I know that electricity is a commercial venture. Yeah. And when you put your money there, you should be able to recover your investment. However, it's also a social contract between the government and the people. It's a social contract. You know, so if you have such a transmission line, everybody should be involved. And I remember that it has to be a responsibility. I remember when we were doing a project in Owerri. And because the transformers have been there for a long time, we needed to remove the transformers to a workshop somewhere in Ikorodu there for repairs, so that when they take them back, it can function properly. And we had given authority to the EPC contractor to go and remove the transformer. But of course, when the community saw that they were removing their transformer, this was a transformer that has not been functioning for the past 10, 15 years. They refused to let them go, and the governor had to intervene. The governor also refused to let them take the transformer away. I had to personally intervene with the governor, speak with the governor, write an undertaking before the transformer can be moved to the workshop for repairs. I mean, it's not repairs, really, but you know, they need to change the oil and, you know, make sure it's in good working condition, because it's been on the plinth for 15 years. So there has to be a coordinating agency that is devoid of bureaucratic encumbrance. You know, initially, NDPAC was created from the Federation account. The initial seed money for NDPAC was from the Federation account. However, since we started producing electricity, let me put it that way, we don't receive subvention from the government. So our revenue is from the sale of electricity, sale of energy to the network and to what we call willing buyers. For instance, you will see that we still, even outside the country, we sell power to countries outside Nigeria. Yeah. So that's how we derive our... But because also we are owned by the 3 tiers of government, we have also embarked on working with the other sectors to improve the network. For instance, we build distribution. So from the profit that we have, we build distribution networks virtually in all. There is no state in Nigeria that has not felt the impact of NDPAC. And then we, like I said, the transmission substation in Lafia was constructed by NDPAC. It's like LNG. LNG cannot receive subvention from the federal government anymore. You know, of course, initially, government put in their own investment and the private sector put in their own investment. I'm hoping that we will move away from this structure in NDPAC. I'm really hoping that we'll and adopt the NLG structure, for instance, and bring in a huge investor to acquire 49% so that we can start operating like an LNG. You know, there's a lot of confusion in the society, you know, and even those some high government officials don't even know the functions of NDPAC. They don't even know. We were in a gathering some time ago, and a former minister who claimed to have been a part of the conception of NDPAC was annoyed when somebody threw a question at him, and he said, "What are you talking about? I don't have power in my house, and you guys are sitting down there." And I had to lecture him and say, "Hey, I'm not supposed to put power in your house. I'm just a businessman, you know, in the sector, producing oil, producing power, electricity, like every other person, like, what's the name of Elumelu's Transcorp Power, and selling it. That's all we are." the problems are enormous. But I believe very strongly that the discos, as they are now, don't have the capacity. There has to be a restructuring of that sector. Under whatever you want to call it, maybe breaking their franchise into little bits. One or two of them are doing well. Eco, Disco, Ikeja Disco, yeah. Because, and also, you know, the problems are different. So, but for most of them, look, if you, let me give you an example. If you need to, under Yola Distribution Company, I mean, you know how wide that sector, I mean, that part of the country is. If you need to take a 33 kV line from one town to the other, you may be doing 100 kilometers. Whereas under the Eco Disco franchise, I mean, 100 kilometers will do 2, 3, 4, 5 communities. So we need to restructure these discos. We need to support the discos to develop a new program tailored to reduce ATC and C losses. What is ATC and C? Aggregate technical, commercial, and collecting losses. Now, when you take power from Ondo, for instance, to Ilaje, 100 kilometers, by the time, and don't forget that along that route, you are dropping power for Ore, for Ajebandele, for this, for that. By the time you get to the end, what you have is candlelight. So you will need to, and the discos don't have the finances to do these things. I said earlier that the privatization was not properly done. Okay. I'm not sure that those people have an understanding of what they were getting into. Everybody thought the power sector was like the telecommunications sector. But it is not. The amount of infrastructure that you need to put in place, physical infrastructure that you need to put in place for power is totally different from that. Because apart from your cell in telecommunication and the handset there's nothing that you need to do. You probably don't need to put poles, pay compensation. Fiber optic is for specific areas. I mean, for specific things, and it doesn't stop the telecommunication facilities.
After all, they can use satellite.
Yes, exactly, from functioning very well. Okay. So that the difference is, but you cannot send power remotely. You need cables, you need poles, you need transmission lines, you need all sorts of things. You need transformers. The discos should be responsible for them. But when they don't have the fund, what do? You can see that many of them, about 7 of them, are under receivership now. Some sort of receivership or the other. You can see. Because they borrowed money from the banks and they were not able to pay back within the time they thought, I mean, they were going to be able to pay back.
They were taking over.
You have to deal with each one of them, you know, on it has to be a tailored solution to each disco. You cannot apply the same brush for all of them. Well, the truth of the matter is that at some point there will be increase in tariff. However, this is not the time for it. I mean, Nigeria, I mean, we are doing a lot of reforms now. The removal of the subsidy has increased the cost of living in Nigeria. the exchange rate, harmonization of the exchange rates is also going to affect the economy and the earning power of the common Nigerian, even though that should not be the case, because I can tell you for free that no business organization was charging their customers based on the 400 and something naira to the dollar that the CBN was and that's a fraud on its own, because CBN knows that there's nobody who is selling anything in Nigeria decides the cost of that good based on the CBN exchange rate. It's simple, because they are not sure that they will get, I mean, when they need to replace machinery, raw materials, they were not sure that they could get the dollars from CBN. So this is the best thing that could have happened.
The Naira float.
The Naira float is the best thing that can happen to our nation, Nigeria. And I'm surprised, because every expert and non-expert had been advising CBN to do this for so long. So I'm surprised that the CBN was reluctant to do what is needful, and that's about the corruption in the system. So this is not the time, and I'm advising government too, this is not the time to increase tariff. Honestly, subsidizing the power sector is not good for the economy, because the truth of the matter is that 80% of the subsidy in the power sector is being enjoyed by people who can afford to pay for electricity. That's the truth. The low tariff pays only the rich. You know, the poor people just take advantage, just like in fuel too. Look, if you have 10 cars and you put all the 10 cars on the road, the poor man has only one way to go, just to go to office and come back, and you know. But the man who has 10 cars will want, the wife will take one, the children will take one, the workers will take one, and that's what is happening in the sector. So yes, this is not the time to think about increasing tariff. It will look, in the past, the cost of diesel was very high, right? Now, a lot of people migrated to using petrol generators. Yes. Now the cost of petrol is even almost higher than the cost of, because petrol burns faster, you use more petrol for your generator than diesel. So, generating power in your house now, where you don't have power supply from the national grid, is a big problem. No, there's no doubt in my mind that we need to migrate to prepaid meter. Okay. I mean, not only intelligent meters, okay, so that when we have intelligent meters, nobody can manipulate their consumption. You know, if you go to some hotels in the past, all of the heavy-duty consuming equipment, their laundry, their air conditioners are connected directly, or they bypass the meters, you know. But if you have intelligent networks, that cannot happen, because it will be discovered and then you will be dealt with appropriately. So there's no doubt in my mind that everybody, and it's in the interest of the consumer too, to acquire prepaid meters. And it's not the only prepaid meters that the discos should supply. It should be intelligent networks. Of course, I said earlier that they don't have the money to do it. They don't have the funds.
What was the intelligent network? What will you do?
Look, if you had an intelligent network in a place like this, for instance, you can determine what is happening without you being there. Even on your phone, you can control your this thing. So I'm just trying to use that to explain what it is. So if you have an intelligent network, the discos in their control rooms will be able to monitor and ensure that energy theft is reduced to the barest minimum, and they can ensure proper operations in their own sector.
The much-anticipated Super Leader Conference kicked off with energy and enthusiasm in Lagos as the host, Apostle Success Haruna, delivered a transformative opening presentation. The conference, themed Leader Shift, brought together renowned speakers to redefine leadership and influence. The first speaker
at the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Wale Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello, Nigeria. Hello, Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching Souq News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, Souq News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching Souq News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshi. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch Souq News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching Souq News, okay? Stay updated with Souq News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching Souq News and stay glued to Souq News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch Souq News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome to Souq News Television. We're reaching you live from our studio in Lagos. I am Antonia Umor. The federal government of Nigeria has opened subscriptions for its June 2025 saving bonds, offering rounded interest rates of 16% for a 2-year bond and 17% for a 3-year bond. Issued with the Debt Management Office, the bonds are available to retail investors from June 2nd to June 6, 2025, with settlement on June 11th. Each unit is priced at 1,000 naira with a minimum subscription of 500,000 naira and a maximum of 50 million naira. The bond pay interest quarterly and are backed by full credit of the federal government, making them a secure, low-risk investment. They are tax-exempt for pension funds, approved under the Trustee Investment Act, and count as liquid assets for bank. The bonds are listed on the Nigerian Exchange Limited. In May, investors showed stronger interest in long tenor bonds, with higher demands recorded for the May 2033 bond. In another story, the federal government has begun internal approval processes to resolve the 2 trillion naira legacy debt owed to electricity generation companies before the end of the coming quarter. The representative of the Special Advisor to the President on Energy, Erige Onoguruwa, confirmed this on Monday during the Nigerian electricity supply industry stakeholders meeting, stating that the alternative to debt instruments are being explored due to current fiscal constraints. She noted that both the Coordinating Minister of Economy and the Debt Management Office are aligned with the plan, stressing that approvals are underway. Stakeholders welcomed the move, describing it as timely for the struggling power sector. The government's promise of a clear update within 3 months comes amid rising concerns from the Senate and industry operators over unpaid tariffs and liquidity challenges. The total debt of electricity generation companies have reportedly crossed 4 trillion naira, with over 800 billion naira accumulated this year alone. Reforms, including the Presidential Metering Initiative and the establishment of the Nigerian Independent System Operators, were also discussed to stabilize the electricity market. Still on the news this morning, Nigeria is importing dairy cattle from Denmark as part of a plan to double its milk output within 5 years, aiming to reduce the $1.5 billion spent annually on dairy imports. Despite having over 20 million cattle, Nigeria currently produces only 700,000 tons of milk annually, meeting less than half of its 1,600,000 tons consumption demands. Livestock Minister Idi Mahi has explained that most of Nigeria's cattle are low-yield pasture breed, prompting efforts to improve productivity through intensive breeding and the new pasture species. A Nigerian farm has imported more than 200 Danish heifers, and a national genetic resource strategy has been launched with Food and Agriculture Organization, SPORT, to build on existing large livestock population of over 20 million cattle, 6 million sheep, and 1,400,000 goats. We now go within Africa as the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation plan to distribute $200 billion over the next 20 years, with Africa expected to receive the largest share of its funding. Bill Gates emphasized at the African Union meeting in Addis Ababa that the majority of this money will target critical challenges across the continent, supporting health, agriculture, and development initiatives. Since its founding in 2000, the foundation has already given more than $100 billion. It aims to continue its work until 2045, when it's closed as part of Gates' commitment to donate 99% of his wealth, currently estimated at around $175 billion. This massive investment signals a strong focus on Africa, long-term growth, and well-being. Now in South Africa, astronomers working with South Africa's Square Kilometre Array telescope are urging authorities to include strict licensing conditions in Elon Musk's Starlink satellite internet service to protect sensitive astronomical observations. Scientists warn that Starlink's low-orbit satellite could interfere with the Square Kilometre Array radio signals, disrupting groundbreaking space research. The Square Kilometre Array Observatory is lobbying for rules that could require Starlink to steer satellite beams away or pause transmissions near the telescope frequency to prevent interference. South Africa faces tension as it balances supporting government economic transformation policies with hosting the world's most powerful radio telescope in Carnarvon. Starlink's entry has been challenged by both local shareholding laws and scientific concerns. The Square Kilometre Array team, together with South African Radio Astronomy Observation, pushes for regulatory safeguard to maintain quiet skies essentials for discoveries like rare giant radio skies and newly found galaxies, while continuing negotiations with satellite operators globally. Many thanks for watching, and do well to follow us on our social media platforms at Souq News Television. Just Africa comes up right after this. I am Antonia Umor.
Hello, Nigeria. Hello, Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepard Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoin you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggables, and please keep watching Souq News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, Souq News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching Souq News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
life, the path to success is often windy and filled with obstacles. However, it's only those who exhibit courage to continue that are reckoned with. If there's one man who is armed with the sheer courage of a lion, the unusual foresight to spot the opportunities, Michael Adenuga makes the perfect reference. The name Mike Adenuga is synonymous with entrepreneurial excellence and tenacity. A self-made billionaire hailing from the heart of Africa, Adenuga's story is one that is laced with the threads of perseverance and ambition.
Today, I really feel excited.
Against all odds, Adenuga has risen to become one of the wealthiest individuals on the African continent. His knack for spotting business opportunities and the courage to seize them has led to the creation of a vast empire that spans telecommunications, oil, and real estate. But what truly sets Adenuga apart is not just his wealth, but the indomitable spirit that has propelled him to the pinnacle of success. His journey is a powerful narrative of a man who, despite the odds, has managed to carve out a niche for himself in some of the most competitive industries. From his humble beginnings to his rise as one of Africa's most influential business figures, Adenuga's story serves as a beacon of inspiration for aspiring entrepreneurs everywhere. Born on 29th of April 1953, Mike Adenuga's story begins in Ibadan, Nigeria, a vibrant city steeped in culture. Ibadan was the backdrop for Adenuga's early years. His father, a school teacher, and his mother, a businesswoman, were humble, hardworking individuals. Their influence on young Adenuga was profound, instilling in him the values of perseverance, integrity, and ambition. Adenuga's early education took place in Ibadan, a local school where he exhibited a sharp mind and a keen sense of curiosity. His parents, recognizing his potential, encouraged him to pursue his studies with diligence and tenacity. These formative years laid the groundwork for the titan. Despite the modest means of his family, Adenuga was never deterred. He understood that the path to success was paved with perseverance and a relentless work ethic. From an early age, he demonstrated a knack for entrepreneurship, his first ventures were modest, grounded, mirroring the reality of his circumstances. One of his earliest jobs was as a taxi driver. This experience was more than just a means to an end. It served as a classroom on wheels, offering lessons in humility, resilience, and the importance of understanding people from all walks of life. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit led him to explore the avenues. He started selling soft drinks, an endeavor that required long hours under the scorching Nigerian sun. This venture was not glamorous, but it was honest, and it was his. It was a testament to his commitment to hard work and his refusal to shy away from the gritty aspects of business. From taxi driving to selling soft drinks, Adenuga was no stranger to hard work. This commitment to labor, this willingness to roll up his sleeves and get his hands dirty, laid the foundation for the empire he would later build. His story is a powerful testament to the fact that success is not an accident. It is the result of hard work, sacrifice, and most of all, love of what you're doing or learning to do. His journey began with an education in the United States where he studied business administration. His journey began with an education in the United States where he studied business administration. But it was his return to Nigeria that marked the start of his entrepreneurial journey. Adenuga dove into the world of business with a daring spirit and a keen eye for opportunity. He ventured into trading of lace materials and other commodities, a business that was booming at the time. His ventures were diverse and often bold, including the distribution of Coca-Cola within Nigeria. These early business pursuits were not without their challenges, but they provided Adenuga with invaluable experience and a taste of what was to come. However, the road to success is often marked with unexpected twists and turns. For Adenuga, one of these came in form of a military coup in 1983. This event shook the nation and its effect reverberated through the business landscape. It was a setback that would have derailed his ambitions, but Adenuga was not one to be easily deterred. In the face of adversity, he demonstrated tenacity. He weathered the storm, navigating through the tumultuous period with an unveiling determination. It was during this time that Adenuga began to lay the groundwork for what will become his future empire. He was building a foundation, brick by brick, on which he will erect a business dynasty that will span across several industries. Regarded as a titan in the telecom industry, Adenuga is the mastermind behind Globalcom, Nigeria's second largest telecom operator. Under his visionary leadership, Globalcom has grown exponentially, connect millions across West Africa and beyond. In the oil sector, Adenuga holds the majority ownership of Corn Oil, one of Nigeria's largest oil exploration companies. Corn Oil has been instrumental in shaping Nigeria's energy landscape, and its success is the testament to Adenuga's strategic acumen and drive for innovation. When it comes to wealth, Adenuga's net worth is nothing short of impressive. The billionaire businessman ranks high on the Forbes list of Africa's richest people, rubbing shoulders with the likes of Aliko Dangote. In 2003, Adenuga revolutionized Nigeria's telecom industry with the launch of Globalcom. This was a pivotal moment, not just for Adenuga, but for the nation as a whole. Before Globalcom, Nigeria's telecoms industry was dominated by a single player, but Adenuga had the vision to democratize telecommunications, making it accessible and affordable for all. Globalcom entered the market with a bang. The company was innovative, offering unprecedented services like per second billing, which was a first in Nigeria. This level of innovation was a game changer, challenging the monopoly of the existing telecoms giant and forcing competitors to step up their game. But Adenuga didn't stop there. He knew that to truly disrupt the industry, Globacom had to grow rapidly. The company embarked on massive network expansion projects, erecting thousands of kilometers of fiber optic cables across Nigeria and beyond. In less than a decade, Globacom has grown from a new entrant to a major player in the telecoms industry. Its services reached millions of Nigerians, even in the most remote corners of the country. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit didn't stop at telecoms. In fact, his business acumen was put to the test in a whole new arena where he took over Cornell, Nigeria's first indigenous oil company. Under Adenuga's leadership, Cornell expanded beyond its initial operations, becoming a frontrunner in the Nigerian petroleum industries. It now boasts a strong presence, not only in exploration and production, but also in downstream operation, such as the marketing of refined petroleum products. Yet, Adenuga's ventures didn't stop here. With a keen eye for lucrative opportunities, he delved into the world of real estate, immersing a portfolio of properties that spanned the globe, from commercial buildings in Nigeria's bustling city centers to luxury residences in some of the world's most sought-after locations. Adenuga's property investments are as diverse as they are extensive. Banking, too, has felt the Adenuga's touch. He has been instrumental in shaping the industry, contributing to its growth and stability. His influence and investment has helped foster a banking sector that is robust, reliable, and ready to serve the needs of Nigeria's growing economy. But Adenuga's impact extends beyond the world of business. His philanthropic endeavors are a testament to his belief in giving back to the community.
Well, that's a special man to me. A very special person. That is a man that made my path, my ways very smooth. That's a God-sent person to me. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. is somebody that I will continue to thank, to appreciate, and to continue to pray God to help him, to give him long life and good health. Well, decades of our relationship, way back in the 80s, Rafi Ladipo was a nobody, but through the help of Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. and God's grace and blessing, I am what I am today. I owe it all to God, and indeed, Dr. Mike Adenuga, my second God. I'm close. I know him. He's a man that loves to assist his friends. Even if he's hungry, he'll come back and call his friend. This is the way it is done. So for me, my knowing Dr. Adenuga Jr. has been a blessing.
Through the Mike Adenuga's Foundation, he has donated millions to cause closest to his heart. including education, health, and social welfare. He has founded scholarships, built schools, and supported hospitals, underscoring his commitment to improving lives and empowering future generations. In essence, Adenuga's business journey is not just about creating wealth, but also about creating value.
Several years back, the Nigerian League had no sponsor. And it took me less than 1 hour to get Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. understand that he needed to help football to grow. I just called the then president of the league, the late Oyuki Obaseki. He met me at the National Stadium and was feeling very sad. And he said he was going back to Abuja. I asked him why. He said because he was not happy. Only yesterday he got the biggest disappointment of his life. That a company that had agreed to sponsor the league had reneged and they were no longer ready to sponsor the Nigerian league again, unless they cut the agreed amount, the initial agreed amount between the National League and their company, unless they cut it into two. And he asked, how will he now prosecute the league? I said, you can't prosecute the league. I'll get you a sponsor. Are you ready to go with Glow? He said he knows nobody in Glow. I said, I am Glow. And I quickly called the group CEO, Mr. Mohammed Jamil, and I asked him, wouldn't you want to sponsor the Nigerian League? He said they want to, but they don't know anybody on the Nigerian League. But, and I gave my phone to Yuki Obaseki to speak with Jamil. The man who was going to Abuja, who was ready to fly to Abuja, changed his mind because of what he had. The Glow was ready to sponsor the league. And pay much more than the initial agreed amount he had with the other sponsor. That agreement took just 24 hours. And Dr. Mike Adenuga paid a sum of 610 million naira to sponsor the league. And of course, every year, there is always an increase of 10%. Recording. So that was how the Nigerian League got sponsorship through Globacom. And to all of us as Nigerians, we need to thank Dr. Mike Adenuga.
His diversification and expansion strategies have not only multiplied his fortunes, but have also contributed significantly to Nigeria's economic development, job creation, and societal welfare. In the world of business, especially at the grand scale that Mike Adenuga operates, it is not so common to come face to face with challenges. His path to becoming a billionaire was not always smooth. He had his fair share of obstacles, some of which were marred by controversy. On such instance was the legal issues he faced in the early years of his telecoms venture, Globacom. There were disputes over licensing and allegations of non-compliance with industry regulations. The Nigerian government was not always his ally. At one point, he found himself in a standoff with regulatory bodies. But what makes Adenuga's story remarkable is not just the controversy he faced, but the resilience in the face of adversity. he didn't allow these obstacles to deter him. Instead, he used them as stepping stones, turning the negative into a positive. His legal troubles were not just an obstacle, they were a test of his character. He passed with flying colors. Adenuga fought to clear his name and to ensure that his business complied with unnecessary regulation. This commitment to integrity has been a cornerstone of his success. Despite the disputes with the Nigerian government, Adenuga never lost faith in his homeland. He continued to invest in Nigeria, creating jobs, contributing to the economy. Indeed, the path to success is never easy. It is filled with trials and tribulations. But as Adenuga's story shows, it is not the challenges that defines us, but how we respond to them. Through it all, Adenuga has remained steadfast. His success, a testament to his resilience. Mike Adenuga's story is one of determination, ambition, and unparalleled success. As we delve into the legacy he has built, we uncover a narrative of resilience and visionary leadership that has left an indelible mark not only in Nigeria but across the continent and the world. His journey from taxi driver to billionaire magnate continues to inspire a generation of entrepreneurs who dare to dream and strive for success against all odds. Adenuga's contribution to the Nigerian economy are monumental. His businesses, from telecoms to oil and gas, have created thousands of jobs, fueled economic growth, and contributed significantly to the country's GDP. His generous efforts, too, have transformed lives and communities, further cementing his legacy as a leader who not only builds businesses, but also uplifts society. The respect for Adenuga is universal. From world leaders to business leaders, many acknowledged and admired his entrepreneurial acumen, his relentless drive, and his unwavering commitment to excellence. His name is synonymous with success, and his story is a testament to the power of vision, hard work, and tenacity. Mike Adenuga's story is a testament to the power of ambition. His journey from the humble beginning of taxi driving and petty trading paints a vivid picture of what tenacity can bring. He treaded the paths of uncertainty and risk, but his unyielding spirit guided him through the challenges. His ascent to the pinnacle of success, becoming one of Africa's wealthiest individuals, is an inspiration.
Adenuga likes singing one song. It's a miracle walking God. It's a miracle walking God. He's the Alpha and Omega. It's a miracle walking God. He loves him.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello and welcome to Just Africa, where we dive into trends shaping our world today. Today we're talking about something that could truly shape Africa's economy and place Africa basically in the world. We are talking about the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, or AFCTA. Now, for short, we could be looking at AFCTA, or we will be looking at AFCTA as a catalyst for economic integration and opportunity. Now, it's not just a policy acronym. It is potentially the game changer for how Africa does business with itself and, of course, with the world. So let's start with the basic. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area is the largest free trade agreement in the world by the number of participating countries. It includes 54 out of 55 African Union members, covering 1.4 billion people and over $3.4 trillion combined gross domestic product. The deal officially kicked off trading on January 1st, 2021, with the vision of creating a single continental market for goods, services, basically allowing African countries to trade with each other more freely, more efficiently, and with fewer barriers. I'm not the only one. Welcome. I am Olumide Shokoy. Of course, I'm not the only one. I have a special guest, a lady, a beautiful lady. We call her Sugar, but our official name is Swift Aderinton. Good morning.
Good morning, Olumide. First of all, I need to compliment you. I love your tie.
Thank you very
much. You look good. You're really here to talk about Africa.
Yes.
Yes, you know what they say about African men. They're always very handsome and they're always, on point. Are you one of them?
Thanks for the compliment.
Good morning, world. Good morning, Africa. So this topic actually, it's very personal to me. Because anything that has to do with African development means that we are going to move forward. So I have always told people, I'm not one of those people that are into Japa. I don't see myself living. I can go out. I can go to the US. I can go for holiday. I can stay there. I can stay in the most expensive hotels that they can't afford because they're working taxes too much. Then I can come back home. So I am really into developing my country. And this free trade zone, every time I hear it, if it works well, there's an if.
It will work well.
Okay.
Let's be positive.
I love that. But before we start the free trade zone, because your introduction blew my mind when you talked about the economic catalyst. And I was like, that is what this is. But the first thing we need to talk about is, sometimes we talk about trade. We always forget that our forefathers, that's before we were colonized in Africa, they already had a trading system. Yes. Look at the Ghana Empire, the Malian Empire, Songhai Kingdom, Great Benin Empire, Oyo Empire. They even went as far as conquering Ghana. These people had trading routes. It was from these trading routes that when the Europeans came to Africa, they were able to, people say that Europeans discovered Africa. How dare you? We were already trading with each other. We were trading gold, we were trading salt, we were trading ivory. We had so many things we were doing. And so now it's because some people said, Africans are trying to copy European Union, EU. So the first thing I want to state here is we are not trying to copy you. Our forefathers are traded and we had systems. We were exchanging wives. No, that's because we can't talk about trading without women.
Yes.
Yes. And so every time I look at this, our, free trade zone, thank God in Lagos State we have a free trade zone established by the Lagos State government because they are looking at the insight of how healthy this is. Although, yes, there are some, bottlenecks and all that. But the first thing, like we talked about, is integration. I like the fact that OAU, now AU, has already made it very easy for you to travel from one African country to the next without a passport. So we can go from one place to another without literally having to sign documents, go for visas, pay all this. Yes, you will just be harassed at the border, small, and of course, with corruption from one country to another.
Yes.
But I like it. What's the other positive you think about every time you think about this trade agreement, this free trade zone?
It will actually take Africa from being raw materials exporters, to producing, processing, and selling it to the world.
Yes.
It will take us to another whole level because we are known for consuming imported goods. If you look, especially Nigeria, we consume a whole lot, if not 70, I stand to be corrected, 70% of what we consume are imported. So it will take us from that. It will also create jobs.
Yes.
It will also create benefits for small and medium enterprises so that they can also establish themselves. It's a whole lot. It will also encourage intra-African trade. I mean, basically you can, if for instance, we can send something, we can send Gary Rwanda, Ghana.
I like the fact you said Ghana. Is it Ijebu or Yellow Gari?
Ijebu or Yellow Gari. Whichever one is being preferred.
So I want to pick on some of the points you are saying so that we can discuss it intensively. The first point I want to run to is, you know, when you talked about the fact of manufacturing. The truth is, I don't know about other countries. I know Ghana is kicking off when it comes to manufacturing. Countries like Senegal, they are making, they call Mali. These countries have been making, these African countries, Ethiopia, they have always made a conscious effort to put manufacturing first.
Yes.
No blames to our former leaders, especially the military
Rwanda
government.
is also producing coffee.
Yes, you see, we concentrated a lot on, we became reliant on petroleum products. And so we kind of kicked manufacturing to the curve. I remember growing up, there were brands. When it came to butter, I don't want to name, there were brands, they were advertising biscuits. We had our own kind of biscuits here. But after a while, we just found out that all we're eating, or all we started to desire was foreign goods. So the first thing I want to look at, the free trade zone, this agreement, this African International Continental Free Trading Zone, it will bring about manufacturing, African goods. So I was listening to someone from Kenya, and he said, look, that it will not just bring about African goods, it will make Africans start to recognize our own African goods in Nigeria and like them. Now, there are some products, when you hear McDonald's, you know it's coming from where? But what products can we talk that is universal in Africa? Now, I will mention this brand. There was something Glo did. It was going to almost every African country saying, look, we are an indigenous network provider. We are not just providing calls, we are providing internet. So you go to Ghana, you see them. You go to Benin Republic, you see them. So it's like this is an African thing because we know most of the other networks are not owned by Africans. They were international. So I like the fact that it was a conscious effort, and that's what he was talking about, that Africa needs to have specific brands. That when you look at this brand, so I look at this phone, and maybe it's called Swift phone. When you look at it, you know, okay, it's from Nigeria. They partnered with it's owned by two countries, Nigeria and Ghana. And so when people in Mali are using it, they feel proud. The next thing about this free trade is we need to educate our children, especially children that are coming up, that look, buy Africa, buy Nigeria, be Nigeria. I remember growing up, there was this advert called Andrew No They Go Anywhere. And they were trying to say, where you won't go, or you are no good like our own Nigeria. These were adverts we grew up with because they were intentional PR motivations to shaping the minds of children that look, grow Africa, say Africa. I sit with young children, I ask them, where do they want to go? The first thing, I have to get to this. And I'm like, no, what food do you want to eat? Fried rice. And I'm like, no, that's not our culture. I want to see you do amala. Yes, there are some amala spots. Now imagine you walking away from a good amala spot in Nigeria, you go to Ghana, and you meet it there. Yes. You go to Mali, you meet it there. You even go to Saudi Arabia, and you meet it there. So this
and it's not expensive. Let's put that in mind.
That's important. So this franchise is what's key. Now, coming back to manufacturing, when the treaty was signed by Nigeria, because Nigeria eventually signed, I think, in 2019 by Buhari.
Former President Buhari.
By 2018, Buhari was skeptical about signing because he felt that, look, if he signs these deals, it may rub off wrongly on our local manufacturing industries. Now, other African states felt he was being a clog in the wheel of progress because Nigeria is seen as the big brother. And so when it started, everybody was like, oh, Nigeria, because once Nigeria puts their leg forward, South Africa puts their leg forward, because in the trade agreement, we are told that Nigeria and South Africa have the largest economies. So they are being seen as the force that is going to drive this process of the free trade.
The giants of Africa. Yes, we are.
I know we are. But why did they put the headquarters in Ghana? I'm just saying, I'm not hating now. That's a problem for me because I feel the headquarters should have been in Nigeria. If we are the ones that are driving the economic process, we are the ones that are driving the force, then why is it not in Nigeria?
$1 billion question.
political. I'm waiting for Doctor to come on, so that that's our guest, by the way, because I want him to answer that question. It's very critical. Well. But still talking about this. So when it comes to manufacturing, and so some people felt that Buhari government did us a disservice for a bit, did Africa a disservice initially, because a lot of African countries were now putting one leg forward and one leg back when they saw that Nigeria was not so enthusiastic to sign. And so this was one of the problems some people had with the Buhari government, that look, they took too long taking major decisions. Well, as soon as he entered for his second tenure, those were one of the first things he penned down. People were like, so why did you waste so much time?
You know, he locked the border, so he was skeptical.
I know, but we have always been the big brother. Now, we will still come down to tariffs and the agreements that help to aid Africa in this, because there are some things that have been put in place that 50-50. It doesn't help to lose manufacturing so badly. So that was one of the things. So when you talked about manufacturing, the next question we're going to ask is, how well are we doing in Nigeria when it comes to manufacturing?
Still on that manufacturing, we can't talk about manufacturing without looking at infrastructure. Do we have the infrastructure? If we say we want to be producing gari, we have cocoa, we have so many things. We have the Ajaokuta still is still there. Billions of dollars sank into that place.
Yes.
Nothing. We have so many precious stones in Nigeria.
And they keep discovering.
And they keep discovering. Yes. So do we actually have the infrastructure to build big, large manufacturing companies? You said it when we were growing up. When we were growing up, there's this particular cornflakes that we used to eat.
Yes, it was like Africa, Nigeria. Yes.
Do you understand? I think the headquarters is in somewhere in the north, either Mina or Niger.
Yes,
I can't remember where.
It was in the north, yes.
So do we actually have, thank God we have Innocent, but Innocent is just maybe 1% or 2% of what we need. We need more. We need to start consuming. And fine, President Tinubu has initiated this Nigeria First policy in procurement that in parastatals, whether federal or state, anything that has to do with procurement should be Nigeria. Should be Nigeria producers should be given that first-hand, consideration, which is quite good. But leadership starts by example. If you are going to procure Nigeria-made things, the SUVs our legislators are using should be purchased from Innocent. Yes. The president should be using. I heard he bought a new car, the Beast. It should be Innocent. Whether you would give Innocent that contract to customize a vehicle for the president. If the president starts to, when we see the president's convoy, I mean, we all see the president cover how long it is. Now imagine sets of cars produced in Nigeria. It would encourage even the local man. Because if the president is using this particular car, you believe that, yes, this particular car would have gotten to a certain level of standard for the president to be able to use it, because it has to be security, it has to be bulletproof, it has to be everything. It has to come with the whole package. So do we have the infrastructure?
So the first argument I'll have with you about that is some other Nigerians have argued, for example, Innocent, fantastic, I love it. But most of his parts of his cars are imported.
True.
Now this is now the challenge. This is where manufacturing comes in. Are we saying that we cannot produce something in Nigeria that is fully manufactured? Because we have steel here. We have metal in Nigeria. We can import. So there was something Lagos State did that they were partnering. I don't want to mention the brand of the car. And then they established service centers in Nigeria.
The EV.
Yes. They even took about, I think, 100 or 60-something students from Lagos State University Polytechnic over there to China so that they could learn. So that by the time they come back, we should, because right now they are now promoting the fact that these cars should, even if they are bringing them, they should be assembled fully in Nigeria. And back in the day, I think that's what I think Volkswagen products were. Yes. They had service centers that, you establish these things. So our Nigerians, I know it's a slow process, but I think we are doing well. Running away from cars, which is big. Things as small as chocolates, biscuits.
Plastics. Okay, plastic, we have them.
Shout out to Akwa Ibom State that are making meters.
Okay.
They're one of our biggest meter.
Congratulations.
We are doing this in Nigeria. But what else are we doing?
We have cashew.
Yes.
We have so many things we can actually export out. Cocoa. I went to Ghana Now, if you go to any supermarket in
Yes.
Ghana, you have imported chocolate and you have Ghanaian chocolate
Yes.
side by side.
Yes.
And you can't almost tell the difference because it's made quality. They have normal chocolate, they have dark chocolate produced in Ghana. I ate it and it was lovely.
Wow.
And, you know, that thought came to me that why can't we have just something as simple as chocolate produced in Nigeria? We have it in Nigeria. We have cocoa in Nigeria. Why can't we do this? It's a whole lot.
So I think somebody had said something, and this is not to try and backlash Nigerian government, but I need to reiterate this here. I think the PR team for the President Tinubu, is not doing a fantastic job. And I'll tell you, there are so many policies that these gentlemen, economic policies, have put out there that are not working. People do not know about them. These policies are there. They are there to aid businesses.
Yes.
People do not know. So I have a friend who is in the IT industry, and he was telling me that, do I know that the first 3 months into office, Tinubu had signed an agreement waiving tariffs on importation of software, anything that has to do with software, tech, and all this. Now, this is to aid us to develop and grow to the same stage of countries like China, US. But these things are not out there. People don't know. And someone else was analyzing, if you don't know, and for example, I go to Computer Village to buy a computer, and I bought that computer at 600,000 during Buhari's era where there was a 50% tariff on it. During Tinubu's era, there should not be a 50% tariff on it. The price should not be 600K. It should be as low as 400 or 300K. Because right now, there is a tariff that your importation is now almost free for maybe 50-something to 10%. But because the PR, we are not doing, and I also blame us, the media outlets. Maybe if we were doing a more fantastic job, instead of being critical, because I sit down, I'm sorry to use this word, I see so many people and they're talking about Nigeria cannot work. And I'm like, do you have 16 million to relocate from this country? Many of them don't. They don't even have 500,000 in their account. And then you're criticizing the government. And I'm asking the question, if you don't have money to relocate, why don't you sit down? Look at the policies that the government has. Take the good ones and promote it and propagate it on air. So I think some of the things is a lot of people don't know. For example, rice fell from 100
to about
50-something thousand. Because I went to the market to price it, but I said, not lie. And I went there. And I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it on every platform. People are not screaming. I'm sorry to deviate at this point. Now, coming back to this, now this is part of the problem with the manufacturers, why they didn't want the free trade zone. As soon as the borders were open, rice fell. It means that local production had an issue. On passing, some politicians had mentioned that some people were intentionally hoarding rice. At this point in time, then we talk about our own policies. Who are in charge of this? Which parastatal is supposed to be monitoring pricing and food available? Why is somebody hoarding rice so that the price of rice can go up? And to me, they are killing the local industry. So we must find out why the local industry in Nigeria is being killed. Because if we are working towards international trade, we must ensure that our local industry is not sabotaged and killed so that it can go. But I know you want to do something right now.
All right, it's been a whole lot, but we'll go on a short break. We're still discussing Africa Continental Free Trade Area as a catalyst for economic growth in Africa. We'll be right back shortly.
At the Africa Development Study Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Eco Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of I belong and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadiwe used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eco-Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eco City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eco Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eco Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets, and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eco-Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
Welcome back to Just Africa. We're still looking at the African Continental Free Trade Area as a catalyst for economic integration and opportunity. Now, let's look at some numbers right here, right now. If you look at the African Continental Free Trade Area, right now, only about 15% of Africa's trade is with other countries. Now, compare that to Europe, where around 60% of trade stays within the continent. That is a huge gap and a huge opportunity. So by reducing tariffs, standardizing regulations, and improving infrastructure, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area is designed to, 1, boost intra-African trade, 2, support industrialization, and encourage job creation, especially for young people, and of course, empower small businesses, many of which are run by women and youth. It is also about shifting Africa's position in the global value chain, from being raw materials exporter to producing and processing and selling goods across the African continent. We have a special guest with us. I call him the think tank. That's Dr. Idahosa. Glad to have you here.
Olumide, it is a pleasure.
Welcome.
Swift.
Dr. Idahosa, good morning. It's so nice to see you.
Good to have you on set.
Yes, as usual, you're wearing one of those brilliant ties I like.
Thank you.
It means there's going to be a brilliant conversation.
Definitely.
I hope so.
So we're looking at the African Continental Free Trade Area as a catalyst for economic integration opportunity. Earlier on, Swift and I were talking about manufacturing and asked the fundamental question, do we have the infrastructure if we're going to look at us being producers, processors and exporters of some of our goods, producing our own goods, not just exporting raw materials. Do we have the infrastructure? We have the likes of Innocent, and she made mention of, imagine us producing the phones and tabs that we use, how beautiful it would be.
Well, I think after the African Free Trade Zone area had been struggling to work for a number of reasons, and it's not perfect.
Okay.
You see, we all have common markets, and those markets are in Asia, in Europe, and in the Americas. And so for us to be able to trade with ourselves, we have to first create internal markets. Because almost African countries, we all trade in primary products. There's no value addition anywhere. So it's like, I'm selling cassava. Ghana has cassava. So they can't buy from me. So we go to look for a market elsewhere. And this market elsewhere is in Europe. So the only way we can begin to think of a market within Africa is when Africa will begin to specialize in terms of value addition to the primary products that they have. And once that is done, you can see increased trade among Africa. Take, for example.
So, Doctor, let me pause you for a bit. So you are trying to tell us that because of the fact that we are limited in manufacturing and infrastructure, I like where you're coming from. And this is why the International African Free Trade may not work so well. Yes.
Yeah, that's the point I'm making. So, number one, you don't have an internal market for your products. That's a fundamental problem.
Yes.
And that's why Africans can't trade with themselves. So imagine that we have a crude. We don't have a Côte d'Ivoire with a refinery that will buy our crude.
They want fuel.
Oh, yes. Now, we have cocoa. We don't have a good chocolate factory.
Ghana does.
Have you tasted Ghana chocolate?
I have.
I have been in Ghana too. Can you compare the two?
Ghana and...
Yes, the Ghanaian chocolate.
Yes.
And the one that comes from Switzerland. Can you compare the two?
The difference is just minimal.
It's not minimal, it's massive. And that's why even in Ghana, they will prefer to buy the one that comes from Switzerland than buy the local one made in Ghana. So what I'm saying to you is that what's the capacity of these chocolate produced in Ghana can even meet the demand of Nigerian market? That's a question you have to
No,
answer.
so at this point, sir, I'll tell you it's PR.
No.
Let me tell you why, sir. Noodles. I have friends who left Nigeria and took noodles abroad. And when they tasted our noodles, they were like, wow, this is way better than what we have here.
No.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let Dr. land.
Wait.
Doctor,
You understand what trade is.
We are
not talking about somebody who use Ghana must go to take 2 pack of noodles to England. You're talking about 40-feet container, 20, 30, 100 leaving your country. So where's that capacity you don't have at the moment? So that's the point. So what you're seeing here is the fact that most of these things that we're talking about, we are even importing the raw to produce here because we are not growing them here. So we produce and then we ship.
We export.
But we're selling within ourselves. So because we are at the same rudimentary level in Africa, so that inter-Africa trade is restricted. So our common market is first and foremost in Europe, in the Americas, and then of course in Asia. So we sell all our primary product to these countries and in exchange of the foreign products. So Africa needs to specialize. Take for example, if you want dairy products, you go to Denmark.
Yes.
If you want to drink beer, you go to Germany. If you want good wine, you go to Spain. You see, these markets are specialized.
But this is still the same argument I'm having. When it comes to beer, sir, an American, one of the biggest American female rappers was in Nigeria, Cardi B. And she tasted our beer. She was like, this is nice.
I'm not talking about you tasting.
Yes,
we're talking about trade.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm not talking quality. Just land. Just hold on.
This is where I'm landing from. Because our PR for our products is bad here.
No,
just
can you listen?
So we can't export them.
Can you listen? Right. You're not even listening. You're not allowing me to make my point. No.
Okay.
Allow me to make the point. So then you can respond.
Okay.
I'm not talking quality. I'm talking about trade. So what I'm saying is that you have...
No, it was because you talked about quality.
Yeah, but I'm not talking quality. I'm not even talking about Africa. I'm talking about what is happening in Europe.
Yes.
Why Europe can trade with themselves. So you follow the conversation. You don't just jump in. Follow the conversation. I'm saying, if you want dairy product, where do you go to in Europe? You go to Denmark. Because that's what they specialize on. And so they can trade that dairies among Europe, and they can trade it to America and to Asia. Because that's where their specialty is. As of today, Denmark is making over $45 billion from dairy products alone. That's their specialty. So when you want to drink good beer, you go to Germany. And they are distributing all across Europe. So the trade between Denmark and Germany can flourish. I have beer in Nigeria, there's a beer in Ghana. So how will I exchange beer for beer in Ghana?
What about
that trade cannot happen. So what the point I'm making is that until Africa, for example, develop specialty in particular products where they have comparative advantage, and therefore we can do trade with ourselves. So I have canals in Nigeria. Cotonou have canals, so we can't trade. So for us to be able to trade, we have to produce 2 different things. Just they call it trade by barter. So what we are not producing, then of course Benin is producing. Then they can ship what they have to us, and we ship what we have to them. Then intra-Africa trade can flourish. Now also look at infrastructure, road network. If I am in Paris, I can move around 15 or 14 countries of the Schengen with one single entry visa. It's just a train ride across. I can move from Paris to England with a train. Vice versa. We don't have that network in Africa. In terms of roads, in terms of rail connection.
Rail connections.
So if I am going to trade in Cote d'Ivoire, I need separate passport document, need road infrastructure.
Yes.
And because, again, you find that even the airport facilities are not very developed in Africa, it is much more expensive to travel within Africa than to travel from Africa to Europe. I was talking to a lady friend of mine in Morocco, and she said to me, I'd have loved to come have holiday in Nigeria, but I don't have the luxury. For me to come to Nigeria for a holiday, I would need like 10,000. But if I'm traveling to Australia, I don't need $2,000 to do that. So this infrastructural development is also a very huge constraint. And of course, because almost everybody is poor, you know, poor are very hostile to themselves than they have to be rich.
So according to
that
Nigerians,
hostility,
we are not poor in Jesus' name.
All right, doctor. So I was asking about steel. What about steel? We have steel here. Can't we trade with other countries?
when you say you have steel,
we have a Jakarta.
Yeah, but Jakarta has not started to produce steel.
Yes.
For God knows since when. And a lot of people believe that the politics around the Jakarta steel complex. Of course, if you're a student of international political science, for example, or public administration, you will have this conversation and you'll be tired of the class. Why were that thing put in Jakarta instead of Enugu, where the coal city was?
Yes.
So that we could have developed it, and then, of course, we would have built a better coal facility. But, of course, political decision necessitated moving it to Jakarta. So you have to now ship the coal from Enugu to come to Jakarta, which, of course, increases your cost. So, again, these are part of the issues that Africa also face, political will to be able to take some economic decisions, not laden with political overtones. So, how do we invest, for example, in the Jakarta steel complex, so that that complex has created a whole lot of noise in the Nigerian political space, from Nigeria bidding that thing to France, even when Russia had come to us that it will help us develop that plan, and we then said we don't want to be aligned to a particular force, and then we bidded and gave it to France. France has no capacity to develop a coal mill, and then of course it was subletted to Russia to come and build. And you know the level of sabotage that came in the building of that steel, and that's why it's not working. Some years ago, the Nigerian government sold it to an Indian company, and it took Buhari in his second term to have to buy that thing back from an Indian company who were just hiding there, and then, of course, taking what they felt they could take away from the country. So there have not been any significant investment in that area. So this is where we need to do a lot of investment. You just mentioned Inosin Motor.
Yes.
All the parts we import from all across the place, we just do assembly here. We need a steel rolling mill here in Nigeria that is producing, so that all the parts of these things can be made here.
Yeah.
That even if we are going to import anything, it will be things that we cannot source locally from this environment.
But
so this is where Africa needs to open up each door for foreign partners, not just to trade in primary goods, but to ensure that they invest heavily to add value to our primary products. Okay. So that what nature has given to different Africans, as we develop it, it will foster trade intra-Africa.
So, please, Olumide, I need to pause it here. Doctor, at this point, there was something very intelligent you mentioned. You mentioned about us now partnering with European nations for the things we need. I do not think we should think of partnering with European countries. I think we should think of partnering with African countries. So, I will still go back to the chocolates. He said he tasted the chocolate. I haven't tasted them. That it was pretty nice. I know some Ghanaian friends who have told me their chocolate is even better than those in Europe. That people come to Ghana and say, look, your chocolate is better. But because we are Africans, we have a mindset that anything from Africa cannot stand pari passu with anything that is being brought from outside. We look at it with cereal. We look at it with beer. Things that are brought into this country, we have things that taste better. So I think for the African international trade, continent trade to go well, first we need to do a rebranding of Africa. That's where I'm coming from.
I don't think so, Swift.
Okay.
I don't think so. You see, we're so very negatively nationalistic as Africans. And we don't open up to tell ourselves very honest truth.
Okay.
You see, if you go to United Arab Emirates, it's a trading zone, free trade zone.
Yeah.
That's the power of it. So they buy things from everywhere in the world. Now you enter a supermarket or a mall in United Arab Emirates, will you see a Ghanaian chocolate? Take biases away. They buy from everywhere. There are things they buy from Africa. So they are really not too interested. See, what we need to understand is I buy a phone in the market for its functionality. I don't buy it because of the country that makes it. As long as this thing is useful to me, both in style and in function, I don't go to market and say, where was this thing produced? Was it produced in Ghana or produced in Cote d'Ivoire? Nobody go to the market to say, oh, this suit I'm wearing, where did they make it? Was it Bangladesh or was it in Spain? Nobody's asking those questions.
You are not asking those questions because of the right PR. So
No,
if
no,
you
no.
see a popular
Leave PR out.
phone, 90% of the most expensive phones are sold because somebody up there, a Beyonce, Beckham, held the phone and said this is the best. Many times those phones are crap. There are so many phones in Nigeria. There's a particular product which I will not want to mention. Once you have used it for a year, it crashes. But people buy it year in, year out because your biggest celebrities advertise it.
No.
He's still talking about Africa.
No.
There are so many amazing things. Sir,
why I agree with your plan.
Let me be done too, sir. So you talked about why don't we have chocolates being sold, Nigerian Ghanaian chocolate being sold in Dubai. I'll tell you why. Because even Nigerians will not buy the chocolate from Ghana even if it's better. They will rather buy something from Europe.
No. This is the truth. No, it's not the truth. It's just a sentiment.
Yes.
No. It's sentiment. So see, what I'm saying to you is that
let me drop my point. My point is not dropped. My point for this, imagine if that Ghanaian chocolate, he's tasted it. He says it's fantastic. I taste it. All the Nigerian celebrities say, oh, look, we have this chocolate from Ghana. And Nigerians are talking. Malians are talking. Ghanaians are talking about this chocolate. It will be sold in Dubai. It happened with our music.
Let me tell you, who is the PRM you have for your music? I enter into a boat in the UAE and they are playing Nigerian music. I get to the street of Paris, they are playing Nigerian music. I get to anywhere around the world, they are playing Nigerian music. And they are entertaining it and they are enjoying it. Nobody is asking who is the name of the actor, where does it come from? The music, the beats are excellent, so they don't need to be sold.
No,
let me tell you something about branding. No. Let me tell you something about branding.
The industry was intentionally sold.
Who sold it?
Afrobeat Africans. Because Africans will go to your
club. So why are they not selling the other products?
That's what I'm saying. Because Africans will go to a club in Europe.
No.
And when the DJs
No.
you will notice Africans and wonders. And Africans will say, play us our music.
No. Leave blind patriotism.
Europe will not sell
No. Leave blind patriotism. It does not matter who holds a phone.
It does, sir.
It doesn't matter. If I buy it once and it doesn't meet my taste, I don't go there a second time. Branding is not just about PR. Branding is about what quality and offering that you are given. Take, for example, iPhone, for example. iPhone has a limited technology, but the screen of iPhone is made by Samsung. Take, for example, Boeing aircraft. 20,000 suppliers globally across 20 countries in the world, supplying each part for Boeing. They don't ask where your product is coming from. See, what I'm saying to you is this. We need to create some level of expertise in terms of the things that we are producing. So that when the world sees what we have and they see the quality that comes with it, they are not going to ask the color. Because everybody buy functionality. You can't tell, in short, I use this example. When you look at one of my friends, God bless her, so now, he lays was, never again, I won't drive foreign-made car. I will buy Nigerian-made car. So he bought one Jeep. The first day he drove it, the thing didn't move jar. So he take it, they brought it back, the same issue. Then he went back to buy Tokumbo and start to use. You see, people want to use African products. They say in my local village, if you have not gone out before, you would think that your mother cooked the best soup. Because that's what taste you are used to. So by the time you have to compare with other tastes, you will discover it is not. So what I am saying is that Africans, we need to up our game. Take, for example, Turkey. Furniture. That's all. All that Turkey trades, apart from where their major revenue comes from, is furniture. Now, if furniture in Turkey enter any market, whether it's American market or whether it's European market, once the furniture is seen in the store and you look at it, you will know as a buyer, intelligent buyer, to say, well, this is what I want to buy as against this. Now, look at Bangladesh. For example, in garment industry, I said, check it out. Every university in Bangladesh study textile engineering, sewing engineering, and all manners of it. Now, if you go to Bangladesh today and check out what they make in garment alone, is over 30 billion US dollars. Their garments, they sell in Europe, in Asia, in America. That's the point I'm making. So if you have a technology that is quite expensive because of its rudimentary nature, your price cannot be competitive. So if you put the quality down and you look at it vis-a-vis the other quality, which of course seem cheaper, then of course the buyer is asking. I put a Nigerian rice down, for example, and I put the one that is coming from Asia down, and I compared the two. They say the Nigerian bag is 80,000. The one from Asia is 60,000. Which one will I buy?
All right, doctor. 2 questions I want to ask. You said,
so even if you have a Beyonce coming to stay in the front of the Nigerian bag of rice, how many people do you think will buy it?
The Beyonce fans will.
all right, doctor. So I have 2 questions for you. Earlier on, you said that one of the things negating the Africa Continental Free Trade Area is that we are producing, or we have what other countries have.
Yes.
Okay, so let me put it to you like this. All African countries cannot have the same thing. Maybe 2-3 people have the same raw materials, or they have the same resources.
Yeah, but at the same state.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. The point I'm making.
So what I'm trying to say is, let's say, for instance, Nigeria and 3 other countries have the same. That doesn't mean we can't sell to other countries.
No. I'm not saying exactly the same products.
Okay.
I'm only talking about the state of the product.
Okay.
They are primary. No value addition.
Okay.
So, take for example, cocoa is great, for example, in Côte d'Ivoire. Okay. That's all they live in. So, what do the Ivorians will need to do is to sell to a market that is well developed in terms of either producing beverage or producing chocolate. Have you?
Yes.
Yes, which of course is the secondary use of this product. Now, they can't sell to us.
Because we have cocoa too.
No, not even necessarily because we have cocoa. Because even that beverage industry here is not as developed as you have in Europe.
Okay.
So because it's primary product only feeds industries.
Okay.
And we don't have the luxuries of too many industries in Africa. that we can sell these products to. So we have to sell to people who have it. Nigeria have crude. Abi?
Yes.
Chad don't have crude.
Okay.
But we can't sell our crude to Chad because
they don't have
the facility to refine it. So that's the point I'm making. So for Africans to be able to trade with themselves, then we must have been sufficiently industrialized, which means the industries within the African states now will be receiving these primary products and be processing it and reselling globally.
So I want to
and
ask
until we get to that phase of industrialization,
yes,
the trade between Africa will remain scanty.
Doctor, let me ask my last question. I'm sorry, Olumide. Do you think there's a European sabotage on African development?
Well, we have had those arguments. So recently, I was telling my friend, and I said, as a student in my early undergraduate, I was called Marxist. I love Marxism.
I can't believe that.
Oh, yes, I was called Marxist.
Okay.
And I love all the writings around dependency theory.
Okay.
All the conspiratorial theories about Europe not allowing Africa to grow. Now, by the time I came out of that cocoon,
the four walls of the universe,
and I discovered that what we were being taught in class was apparently quite different from what was out there.
Reality.
Which is the reality. It's like the same question. Why didn't Europe sabotage Singapore, for example? Why didn't they sabotage Malaysia? Why didn't they sabotage India? Why is it only Africa they are sabotaging? So you have to now begin to understand that there are some peculiarities around us as Africa, some cultural inhibitors. I don't know if you read this book, Culture Matters. Said, of course, no matter how brilliant your strategies may look like, culture, we eat it for a breakfast. So you see that in the African continent, there are a lot of cultural inhibitions, which of course is affecting the way we respond and react to a lot of issues. So until we are able to actually get back to those inhibitions, we will not be able to make significant progress because we are more enemy to ourselves than external. Take, for example, why will somebody take money from another person and ask them to come and dump something that they know that is toxic and dangerous to the head of their people, and then we blame it on the European? My mother didn't go to school too well. He told me usually while she was alive, a fool for 40 is a fool forever. If 60 years after independence, we don't have common sense and cannot sit down to think, then something is wrong with our collective mentality. So we should not blame Europe for what we are. We should blame ourselves at our inability. You see, somebody asked me, for example, why do I need to go to Chatham House to go and prove that I want to govern Nigeria? Why do I need the endorsement of America to govern Ghana? I don't need it. So what I need is the consent of my people. So this European conspiracy, I don't think is any more substantial anymore. Even in the 8 days of slave trading, without the support of our kings, our very hefty men, slave trade would not have prospered in Africa.
You're right, sir.
All right, sir. I would like to ask you one question, still on this particular thing that you're saying. I'm sure you must have heard this saying that Africa is a dumping site. That people bring in some of these things that they know that would not benefit Africa, they bring it into Africa. But you are saying that it's the mentality that we have. So how would you define this?
You know, a story is told of two set of people who were building a very big mansion. And then they came to the very first mason and said, what are you doing? I said, I'm molding block. And they asked the second one, what are you doing? And he said, well, I'm building a cathedral. Another one. Some salespeople were recruited to go sell in a particular place, shoes. And the first set of people got there and said, well, everybody there, they are walking on barefoot shoes, will not sell. And another person came and said, well, what I saw there, nobody has shoe. That's a ready market.
For shoes.
For shoes. And I think that is the irony of the African state as we see it today. How we see ourselves.
Yes.
We don't see ourselves beyond the immediate. We cannot see tomorrow. So what we're seeing is all the impediments. But these other guys who are there, they are seeing plenty of opportunity. And say, so if we even bring chaff here, these people will buy it. That's why they are loading us with these things. And to the glory of God, we are buying them. And we are making them richer.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doctor. And of course, that brings a wrap to today's episode of Just Africa. Thank you very much for watching. We hope you have enjoyed the program. From here on, I am Olumide Shokoya.
And my name is Swift Aderito. Have a fantastic day.
It was nice taking the speaker on the show this morning. I love it. And
we have to do more.
Oh, yes. I wish it. I wish it. Olumide, thank you for being there. It's a wrap from here. That was my name. And keep watching Souq News Television.
That we should relax and enjoy every minute of the program, of the conference. We have a lot of things. We have a keynote. Also would like to recognize the presence of the chairperson of today, in person of Maureen Ken George Taylor. She's the president, Restaurant, Cakes, Bars, and Clubs Association. You're welcome. Thank you for coming. We also like to recognize the presence of Mr. Lucas Rahim, who is the director of SIRD, Lagos State Consumer Protection Agency, LASCOPA. You're welcome. Thank you for coming. Also in our midst is Engineer Greg Ashibo. He's the chairman, GK Foundation, and Grashi Global Foundation. You're welcome, sir. Please a round of applause for him, please. He has been a supporter of Mr. Razak's work. Thank you so very much. You're welcome, sir. We also like to recognize the presence of Engineer Oyatoye, who is the Director, Policy, Research and Development, Lagos State Safety Commission. Thank you for coming, sir. We appreciate your presence. Thank you. Representing the DG of NAFDAC in our midst is Dr. Ifeoma Okapo. A round of applause. Thank you so very much for coming. We appreciate your presence. Thank you very much. We also like to recognize the presence of Mr. Oluwole Ogundele, who is the guest speaker. Thank you so very much for gracing this occasion. We are elated to have you around. Also in our midst today is Mr. Laja Shomiron. He's also a guest speaker today. A round of applause.
To be the one that convened this maiden edition of Restaurant Managers Conference, it is my utmost pleasure to welcome you all to this occasion. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. First and foremost, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to each and every one of you for taking your time to join us today. Your presence here is a testament to the commitment to excellence in the restaurant and hospitality industry. Together, we gather under the theme, elevating the art of restaurant management, innovation, sustainability, and excellence. The theme reflects our shared passion for advancing the restaurant industry and our dedication to staying ahead of the curve in terms of innovation, sustainability, and excellence. And as we navigate the complexity of the modern restaurant landscape, it is imperative that we prioritize these three pillars: innovation, sustainability, and excellence, which will form the foundation of our discussions today as we explore the cutting-edge strategies, best practices, and innovative solutions to drive success in our industry. We have assembled impressive lineup of speakers, including our keynote speaker, my own mama, Mrs. Bose Aye, the founder of Atalanta PSC. Please help me to clap for her. He's also the past president of Restaurant and Food Services Providers Association of Nigeria. And another motivator, Morelike Taylor, the president of the Restaurant Cafe, Bars and Clubs Association, who is the chairperson of today's occasion, to guide through this conference proceeding. I'm equally happy to have the Deputy Managing Director of Street Sensation Professionally and the host of others. I was happy when we wrote letters to the DG of NAFDAC and I said, we are going to be there. So, this year, Dr. Okapo, I'm happy that you are here. God will bless all of us. Throughout the day, we'll be treated to insightful presentations, engaging discussions with our special guests, eminent speakers, AI experts, social media marketing specialists, financial gurus, regulators, industry leaders, and many more valuable networking opportunities for us. Throughout the day, we will explore the latest trends, best practices, and innovative solutions that are shaping the restaurant industry. As Hospitality Care Company, we are dedicated to empowering restaurant professionals with knowledge, skills, and expertise required to excel in our increasingly competitive market. And this conference is a testament to our excellence to elevate the art of restaurant management. The conference is designed to provide a platform for restaurant managers, operators, and industry professionals to come together to inspire, educate, and empower you with the tools and insights necessary to excel in this dynamic and competitive industry. I would like to acknowledge the support of our sponsors, partners, and collaborators who have made this conference possible. Your contributions are invaluable, and we are grateful for your commitment to the growth and development of the restaurant industry. Equally, I would like to acknowledge the tireless effort of our team, who have worked diligently to bring this conference to life. Your hard work and dedication are truly appreciated. Without much ado, the MC has said we need to engage ourselves fully, ask questions, and share our perspective. We're ready to learn, unlearn, and relearn and enjoy the company of your peers at this Restaurant Managers Conference 2005. So let us work together to elevate the art of restaurant management and take our industry to the next and enviable height. Once again, I want to appreciate you, and I know by the end of the day, we are not going to leave the Navy on getting good health. And at the end of the day, our return on investment is not going to be a waste of time. Thank you once again.
dedicated to the growth and development of the restaurant and hospitality industry in Nigeria. The restaurant and hospitality industry is a vital pillar of Nigeria's economy. It provides employment to millions, drives tourism, supports local farmers and food suppliers, and contributes significantly to our GDP. This sector is not just about serving or providing accommodation. It is about experiences, innovation, and economic transformation. With Nigeria's growing population and increasing demand for quality services, we must continue to evolve and expand our industry's potential. This conference is an essential platform for sharing best practices, discussing industry challenges, and exploring emerging trends such as digital transformation, AI, sustainability, customer experience enhancement, and food safety. It is through collaboration and knowledge sharing that we can stay ahead in this competitive landscape and ensure our businesses thrive in an ever-changing world. The RCBC Association is dedicated to uniting industry players, advocating for policies that support business growth, and providing resources to help our members excel. By joining our association, participants have always had access to valuable networking opportunities, training programs, and strategic partnerships. That's one of the reasons we're excited to partner on this particular conference. With that in mind, I encourage every person here to actively participate in the discussions, share your insights, and take full advantage of this event. It is now my honor to declare this event officially open. Thank you. I have just a few more things to say before I hand over the microphone. So my question one more time is, did I get my slides up, or will I be winging it? Can you see my slides? Thank you. It's okay, don't worry. So this is supposed to be a little bit interactive, right? It's a managers conference, and I always have something to say to managers. So do we have any managers here? Can you wave your hands? If you're in a managerial or supervisory position, can you wave your hands, please? Fantastic, thank you. So I think I'm in the right room. I wasn't sure when anybody raised their hand at first. Okay, so I want to ask a question. Who is a manager? Someone should help me, please. Who is a manager? Who is a manager? Anyone can take the answer. If nobody gives an answer, you guys need to answer. Who is a manager? Who is a manager? I have my team for 355, so don't worry. I came prepared. It's called Start With Your Why. You are standing in a position and you have an opportunity to improve your life and improve the lives of those around you. You impact people's lives. Someone that wants to propose to their girlfriend and wants to get married, you will be part of their life experience forever, just by being a manager in a restaurant or in a food establishment. So it's such a critical role that if you're occupying it, you need to understand what role am I in. And from my own organization, not only did I invite managers, I invited supervisors that want to be managers. Because when you aspire towards a position, you need to know what that position is going to be. Okay, let's assume we know what a manager is now. What does an effective manager do? So can I have just a few contributions? What does an effective manager do? Yes, please.
Effective manager will lead by example.
Lead by, please give her a round of applause. I am in the right room. I think I'm in the right room. I'm starting to feel like I'm in the right room. Another answer, please.
An effective manager
mentioned by John Maxwell. And there's a law called the law of the lead, meaning that you will only lead people up to where your capacity is. Once your capacity is here, you're not going to lead anyone above that. So working on yourself is critical. Please give her a round of applause. Can I have one more answer? Because my time is limited. What does an effective manager do?
An effective manager must be proactive.
Thank you. I like that word, proactive. Let's please give her a round of applause. I spelled out a few things I think that a good manager should be able to have under their sleeve. And I'm just going to take just about 2-3 minutes and I'm going to get off the stage. Don't worry. So I have here, you must be hospitable. I call it the spirit of hospitality. If you don't have the spirit of hospitality, what are you doing here? Why are you a manager? Hospitality is such a critical spirit that it influences you. Are you the kind of person that when people walk into the room, you would say hi? Or because it's your job that you're saying hi? When somebody is panting, would you offer them a glass of water? If someone sits down and they're sweating profusely because they just came out from outside, do you think that the person has to order water before the waiter goes to them and says, sorry sir, would you like a bottle of water? The act of being hospitable. So if you are not hospitable, definitely this will not be the right career for you. What else should a manager be? A manager should be in control. I expect that if you are actually told to govern an organization, you are in control of what's happening in that organization. How can you be in control of what you don't know? So you must be aware of everything that's happening in that place. From the kitchen to the floor, to your marketing, to your customers, what are they saying? If you sit in your office all the time, how are you going to know what your customers are saying about your product, about your space? A good manager must be able to supervise. What is supervision? Is it just giving orders or ensuring that orders are completed? How many times do we need to follow up with you when something is stated? A good manager must be meticulous. Because sometimes, staff are very tricky. They will tell you that they clean the place, they will clean only the top. When you now go and lift it up, you now notice that this cleaner did not clean the bottom of this place. How are you going to ensure that the right thing is done if you're not meticulous? I'm almost done. A good manager must be intentional. You must decide that you have decided that you're going to be good at what you do, you're going to be among the best. Really and truly, I am for women empowerment. And I do specifically love coaching women to stand out. Because for a woman to have an opportunity, she usually must be 10 times better than a man. So if it's a man that's pretty good, people will just say, oh, let us give that opportunity. But before they give a woman an opportunity to become a CEO or a CEO, you will see her CV. Her CV is double the CV of the man that equally holds the position. Please give women a round of applause. Okay, the men are happy. Give all of themselves a round of applause. A good manager must be a good example. And finally, practice servant leadership. I want you, as you attend this conference, to pick up a few things and decide, what will I do differently following this conference? Maybe I missed something. Before I close up my work way, does anyone want to add anything else that they think a good manager should be? I leave the floor. Any other comments? Thank you, ma'am.
Good teamwork and good communication.
Give my round of applause! There's no I in team. If you are not a team player, why are you a manager? You can't do everything yourself. You must believe in division of labor. And that's why I asked all of you to join me with my presentation this morning by asking questions. So thank you so much for your time. And I hope that this conference will be as impactful for you as it is for me. Thank you. Audit, compliance, learning and development, and strategic business management. She currently serves as Deputy Managing Director and Executive Director at Sweet Sensation, a pioneering quick service restaurant QSR company in Nigeria. Ayo's career began at PwC, where she managed audit and compliance reviews for publicly listed companies in North America. She earned a reputation for driving change, optimizing processes, and building strong teams, rising to a global managerial role. Our ability to innovate and lead has been instrumental in Sweet Sensations' ongoing transformation. Under our leadership, the company has implemented strategic growth initiatives, enhanced internal accountability, and restructured internal processes to ensure business continuity and sustainability. IO's empowering leadership style emphasizes coaching, collaboration, and clear communication.
Food evangelist, I think he really is that. So let's please give him a round of applause. I know that there's a team of people who support him, who coach him, who help him, who partner with him. So I want to also take time to acknowledge and recognize them. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you. Special thank you to the distinguished speakers and guests. I also stand on all existing protocol, but even with that, I cannot but honor Mrs. Bola Ayeni, who's here. Mrs. Bola Ayeni, the founder of Fertilizers and pioneer in the industry. Thank you for your continued support of the industry. It's also lovely to meet the chairperson of RCPC, an organization I belong to as well. So welcome. Thank you. Again, I don't follow my NAFDAC people, I will get in trouble. So well done, man. Thank you for all you do at NAFDAC. Thank you. Making sure that food is safe and that people can live quality lives. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. Before I dive into my very, very brief speech, I must honor my mother, Lady Dame Kende Hampson, the founder and CEO of Sweet Sensations. Also the chairperson of Restaurant. I'm grateful for the organization she built because giving me a platform, it's giving various people a platform to lead, to inspire others. So she's not able to be here, but I bring lovely greetings from her to everyone here. Okay, so I've been asked to give a very, very short welcome speech, or I think it's opening the short speech by special guest. And you know, this topic, elevating the art of restaurant management, innovation, sustainability, and excellence, is so relevant. So this, I want to start by just saying, this topic is so relevant to our industry. Anyone who's been in an industry for a few years knows how important these topics are. The industry is shifting rapidly. Things are changing so fast. Sometimes you understand your consumers, sometimes you don't even understand them anymore. Technology is reshaping how things happen, and things are moving at a fast speed. So I'm so grateful to be part of a conference that recognizes the importance of these topics and brings people together to learn about these topics. Sustainability is no longer just a buzzword, it is a business imperative. How can we make sure that the organization not just survives, but thrives and can be sustainable for years to come? And I'm really grateful that we have the opportunity to learn about that at this conference. So, for those who are here, whether you sponsored yourself to come here or whether your company has funded you, I want to really encourage you to listen. The ability to invest in yourself, to come for conferences, for trainings, it's a powerful investment in yourself. My team who's here, hi team, they know that we talk about growth a lot. Any investment in yourself, whether it's training, conferences, networking, learning from others, at the end of the day, it's a powerful investment in yourself. And as you grow, you can also inspire other people to grow as well. So please be open-minded, please listen, please take notes, network with your peers or colleagues or people who you admire in the industry. But please make sure you learn, make sure when you go back to your companies, you are teaching others as well, others who couldn't be here, and then you're allowing others to grow as you grow yourself. So thank you again to everyone. Welcome to the conference, and thank you again to the convener for the opportunity to be here.
Let's clap for those who is not here. Which message from the special advisor to the President of Capacity Development, advisor to the President on capacity development, I'm honored to extend warm greetings to all attendees of this prestigious Restaurant Managers Conference. This gathering is a powerful reflection of our collective commitment to the growth of our hospitality sector, an area that the President deeply values. His administration recognizes that capacity development is not merely a strategic initiative. It is a cornerstone of our national vision for economic diversification and sustainable development. The President is genuinely interested in empowering our workforce, as he understands that the success of our industries rests upon the skills and dedication of our people. The hospitality industry is an integral to Nigeria's economy, playing a vital role in job creation, cultural exchange, and promotion of our rich heritage. By fostering the thriving restaurant sector, we contribute to the broader narrative of national pride and economic resilience. The President believes that by investing in the training and development of our hospitality professionals, we are not only enhancing service standards, but also positioning Nigeria as a premium destination for culinary experience and global tourism. As we look to the future, our administration is committed to organizing more training programs and conferences that will empower our hospitality professionals, and conferences like this is one of those things. We envision a collaborative framework where industry leaders, government, and educational institutions work hand in hand to cultivate a workforce that is not only skilled but also innovative and adaptable to the evolving landscape of our hospitality industry. Thank you for your participation and for your vital contribution to this essential sector. Together, we will build a robust and dynamic hospitality industry that meets the diverse needs of our citizens and visitors alike. Honorable Souq Rabiu.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm highly privileged to be here. You imagine what this young lady here is doing. I'm particularly excited for this opportunity to stand in this capacity from Nigerian Institute of Food Science and Technology, especially where I represent as the chief servant. You know, that name chairman is just a name. They're actually the chief servant of the institute, and I'm privileged to be doing that because the Institute of Food Science and Technology has raised me to be a confident person and to be able to add value to the society. And I think that is the beauty of life. That life is not just who you are, but those you are also able to raise. And so, anywhere I have the opportunity to speak, I always give that credit to my mentors, my several mentors who are now fellows of the Nigerian Institute of Food Science and Technology. Particularly, let me congratulate Mr. Razak, our own food evangelist. We call him Mr. Food. He has several names. I have my Google message, but I don't feel like speaking to us. Mr. Razak is a blessing to us in the Institute, and we are praying for him. This is just a tip of the iceberg of what God is about to use him to do in Nigeria and beyond that in the world. And so I'm happy to witness this maiden edition of the Restaurant Managers Conference. This is a great one. Please can you give yourself rounds of applause? I'm particularly excited because just yesterday I was privileged to train bakery and pastry staffs, you know, in a big conglomerate when it comes to confectionaries in Lagos, Ogun, and some states at Shagam Artists yesterday. And one of the things I told them is that as leaders, as managers, you are the team leader. It is not just what you tell your staff, it is what they see you do. The best of food safety management system will not fly if it does not start and end at your table. If the staff need PPEs, you are not providing it, what more can they do? If you can enter the processing floor without doing the needful, then we have not shown them the right example. And so as restaurant managers, as supervisors, when it comes to anything food processing, you are at the center and you must do what is right. And you know, if it is not safe, it is not food. If people buy your products and they come down with gastroenteritis, then there won't be a repeat purchase. And that's the truth. And so that means they are losing trust in your brand. So for you to build trust in every bite, like one of my friends who is also a food safety trainer here would say, then you have to do the right thing. And so we are here, that's why we are all here. To learn, to unlearn, and relearn. And I'm sure you'll get the best from this conference. So this is just the beginning. I wish you all greater and bigger opportunities to learn and shape the Nigerian economy and ensure food security in Nigeria. So you are all welcome. Mr. Razak, congratulations. You are a brother and you made a brother who will to support all that you do. Thank you, Mrs. Moderator. Don't worry, I'm coming back with a lecture on medicine.
Everybody, and I belong to nobody. So as not to miss out anybody. All protocols duly observed. Mr. Razak, we are here now. You will not understand the meaning of that statement. My name is Today. I'm the Executive Secretary of Restaurant and Food Services Proprietors Association of Nigeria, RESPAN. I'm representing, or rather I'm standing in for the President of the Association, the Pende Company, ably represented by the DMP of Sensation Confectionaries, Mrs. Ayani Baba. I said, Mr. Razak, we are here now. Almost around this time, November, we met here for a function. And this was the place that Mr. Razak informed me about this program, November. And since November till January, he kept calling and calling and calling and calling. I'm not like, this program is in March. You started bugging me November, December, January. Calm down, Razak. Through January, February, you would think I'm the one in custody of his kidney. At the time, I have to ask myself, I'm not running this man's kidney now. Why is he disturbing me? And eventually, I picked this call February, and I told you, I know. You sent in every necessary notes. December, be rest assured, we will call. Since I'm not hearing from you, I'm not, getting any feedback. I'm like, the program is March. We will call. So, Mr. Razak, I say again, we are here. Thank you. Now, RESPAN, Restaurant and Food Service Proprietors Association of Nigeria, we're a non-partisan, non-profit making organization established with the aim of protecting the interests of our members in their dealings with regulatory bodies and regulatory agencies. Like the moderator mentioned, that was then. I can give you the assurance that you enter into any of our member restaurants, you will be served quality, not just quantity, quality hot sizzling meals that you will like. Formerly, we used to the Association of Fast Food Confectioners of Nigeria, AFCON. And we try getting more members. We approach the fine dining restaurant and they're like, no, you guys are Association of Fast Food Confectioners, and you know the mentality when it comes to fast food. They believe it's all about job. And mind you, our logo is there. It used to be Eat AFCON, Eat Safety. They're not like, we are saying eat fast food, eat safety. Isn't that a contradiction somehow? But we ask ourselves, and you also need to ask too. You walk into a tantalizer outlet, you walk into a street sensation outlet, you walk into a labule outlet, you walk into a TFC outlet, and you get to be served a big item. You have pottage, you have jollof rice, you have fried rice, you have a efori roll, you have pounded yam. Are these fast food? No. So that is the reason why we decided to change the name and reorientate that conception that we have regarding AFCON. We now became Restaurant and Fast Food Proprietary Association of Nigeria. And our motto still remains, eat respect, eat safety. You can be rest assured that any meal you are eating from our member outlet is safe and is okay. Elevating the art of restaurant management, innovation, sustainability, and excellence. I want to give you the utmost assurance that the keynote speaker for today is someone who is not just a person, but a voice when it comes to restaurant business in Nigeria. Quote me anywhere. When it comes to restaurant business in Nigeria, the person of Mrs. Bosse Ayedo. She happens to be the restaurant sole representative, myself as well, with the Nigeria Economic Study Group, whereby, you know, the foundation, the program, the roadmap for the new agenda regarding hospitality in Nigeria is being put together. And she was being given an award for her participation, her full involvement and participation in this program, presented by the Honorable Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture. So, like the MC said, speaker before me said, please relax or learn, relearn, because we are here for a whole lot of positive lecturing, teaching, and the rest. And every other guest speakers that are taking the sections today, you can be rest assured, yes, they are sound. Mr. Razak, count on us as an able and ready-made partners for this program going forward. Thank you. God bless you all.
My name is Souq, that is Scholar Rahim. I look at Souq. I'm standing here for my general manager, Afolabi Shulebo Esquire. Let me start by congratulating the organizers of this auspicious program that is due to be highly educated. I can see that. Because the Consumer Protection Agency was actually established in 2015 by Lagos State Consumer Protection Law to ensure that consumers in Lagos State get value for money spent on either goods and services. And also to ensure that Lagosians are protected from hazardous products and also protected against unfair trade practices. So these are our core mandates. Going back to this event, which is about food safety, I know the keynote speakers are going to do justice to their topic. So in order not to preempt, I don't think I have the right to do that. So I would just want to mention some brief issues in the kitchen area from the experience we've had over the years as an agency. This restaurant operation involves handling, preparation, and storage of food. So those are the key areas we want the operators and managers to look into, to look to the improvement on these three areas. Also, while preparing food for consumers, they should try as much as possible to avoid cross-contamination and food spoilage, so on and so forth. But the area I want to really dwell on is the service, how consumers are treated on and off the restaurant. So the first point of contact for every consumer or every customer in the restaurant is the on-the-spot service, how they are received. So I want to say that since the managers are here, over the years, most of the complaints we attended to in the agency has to do with how consumers are received. not necessarily bad food or bad meal. So I want us to look into that, and possibly our speakers too should help us to address that. Then, apart from all the sports services, when I buy food in the restaurant, possibly I take it away, and I get home and I realize that what I bought is not what I actually want, or I detect. In some cases, we have seen somebody who bought food and saw a fly in the food. You cannot rule that out. So now, why try to reach out to the restaurant? The person at the other hand failed to do justice or to attend to the complaint queue. So I want us to, apart from putting somebody that is correct, I think that is the most practice. We put somebody that can speak well. Not that. We should endeavor to ensure that the person at the other hand knows well about the business. He can answer questions, treat issues on the spot. And if the person that is receiving complaint at first time cannot do that, he should be trained to escalate the problem to a senior manager or somebody who is well equipped about how the business is run, so that we avoid sanctions and penalties from government agencies like ASCOPA. I want to inform you that the perspective 2015 law has been reviewed and signed into law by His Excellency Mr. Governor 2024 law that empowers agencies to seal off premises without referring to the court. Initially, we have to go to the court to seek for a seal order. So I'm not saying that we are out to, like my general manager would say, allow business to thrive in Lagos. We are not out to destroy businesses, but then we are not going to lose our focus, which is to ensure that consumers in the state are protected. We are all consumers. So this is a very big opportunity for everyone here, both managers, the operators, and of course all of us are consumers, to ensure that we improve on the service delivery in our restaurants. To round up, like we always say, consumers in Lagos State are kings. So I want to enjoy all of us here. We always treat consumers as kings. That is the message from my general manager, Afolabi Shileko Express. Thank you, and God bless you.
The distinguished guests, esteemed restaurant manager, industry, stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to extend warm greeting to you all on behalf of the Lagos State Safety Commission at this prestigious gathering, the Restaurant Manager Conference. I commend the organizers for selecting such a crucial and forward-thinking team, elevating the heart of restaurant management, innovation, sustainability, and excellence. The hospitality industry, particularly the restaurant sector, plays a vital role in the economic and social fabric of Lagos State. As a hub of diverse culinary experiences and a key driver of tourism, restaurants are more than just places to eat. They are spaces of creativity, culture, and commerce. However, ensuring safety, sustainability, and operational excellence is paramount to their continued growth and success. At the Lagos State Safety Commission, our mission is to promote a safe, secure, and sustainable environment for businesses and residents alike. We recognize that innovation in restaurant management goes beyond culinary creativity. It also involves embracing modern practices and adhering to health regulations and implementing sustainable business models that protect both people and the environment. Sustainability in the restaurant industry is no longer an option, it is a necessity. from responsible waste management and energy efficiency to ethical sourcing and consumer well-being. Sustainable practices contribute to business longevity and environmental preservation. I urge all restaurant managers to adopt best practices that align with global standards while enhancing customer experience and food safety. Excellence in restaurant management is achieved through continuous learning, strategic leadership, and a commitment to quality. As you deliberate on strategies to elevate your businesses, I encourage you to prioritize staff training, adopt digital innovation, and maintain compliance with regulatory standards to ensure the safety of both the employee and patrons. Lagos State remains committed to supporting businesses through policies that foster growth while ensuring public safety. Lagos State Safety Commission will continue to work collaboratively with stakeholders in the hospitality industry to uphold safety regulations and promote a thriving, resilient, and innovative restaurant sector. Once again, I applaud the organizers of this conference for creating a platform to discuss these vital issues. I wish you all exciting deliberations and successful outcome that will drive the restaurant industry towards greater heights. Thank you. May this conference inspire transformative ideas for a safer, more sustainable, and more excellent restaurant industry in Lagos. Director General, Lagos State Safety Commission, Mr. Larry Mojana.
That was very well said. Very well said. I actually don't know what it means. I recognize everybody that is here, and I have not addressed you in person, it's not our side. But I think we are beginning to look at the time to see how we can manage our time. I welcome you all to this year's edition. I thought not happened before, but from what I heard today, it looks like this is the maiden one. Forgive me if I'm wrong. I welcome you to this conference, and let me start by again joining everybody to salute the doggedness and the passion of the convener, Mr. Razak. Okay. They have described it many ways. I used to know him as a foodpreneur, but I've heard today that he's actually a food evangelist. Whatever name we call him, one thing we can't take away from him is his passion for this industry. This avenue that he has provided for us today, where we as restaurant operators gather together to share and to sharpen our knowledge, is a major gap that this is in our industry that is trying to fill. I congratulate you on your achievements so far and all the people that have worked with you, and I wish you success in your future endeavors. I'm excited to be here, and I count it as an honor to be called upon to share with you from my limited knowledge and experience, and also to learn from the different experts that have been put together, that have been invited to help deepen our knowledge in specific areas of restaurant operations today. The theme of our conference, as we have heard over and over again today, is elevating the art of restaurant management through innovation, sustainability, and excellence. I will start by talking a little bit about our industry. The Nigerian food service market is estimated to be about $10 billion and growing. About half of this market is held by the quick service restaurants, while the other half is shared by casual dining, fine dining, cafes, and the cloud kitchen industry that is not only large, but also has a great potential for growth. As restaurant managers,
do you see yourself as of today in this huge market that I've just described? Do you see yourself as a tiny drop, like a pinpoint? Or do you see yourself as a significant player in this big industry? Wherever you think you are, one of the things that you should begin to think about from today is how can you increase your portion of this large market that I've just described. The restaurant industry itself has changed rapidly in the last 5 to 10 years. From the imposing brick and mortar structure days, where the idea of social entertainment was limited to visiting fast food restaurants, to today, where the customer would rather be in the comfort of his home and just get his food delivered. Pop-up stalls, food trucks, or sometimes you see them as food cars, are becoming a trend in urban and densely populated areas of our country. These are beginning to account for a good portion of the restaurant, of the revenue of this industry. How then do we ensure that as restaurant managers, we also get a significant portion of this growing pie? Our industry is not without its own share of challenges operating in an environment such as ours in Nigeria. These challenges, which cannot be underestimated, range from rising costs, multiple taxation from different tiers of government, poor infrastructure, strong and formidable competition, manpower skills shortage, and to changing consumer preferences. How do we then, as restaurant managers and restaurant owners, sustain our business in the face of these challenges? Again, when we look at the theme, elevating the art of restaurant management through innovation, sustainability, and excellence, the aim of this theme is to ginger our thoughts as restaurant owners or restaurant managers. First, let's look at innovation. There have been changes in the lifestyle of our target audience, as there have been changes in the demographics that we target. The changes in our industry range from the building structure. Like I said, it used to be imposing buildings that we all had, to application of technology, either in the food processing or in consumer engagement methods. And of course, marketing methods have changed dramatically. On a lighter note, while I sat there, Morenica took the picture. She got somebody to take a picture of two of us, and she said content, and I laughed. I don't know if I said it out to her, but you know, we operate in two different generations. My generation would rather hide, but her generation is to put it in the face of everybody, and that was what she wanted. When she said content, that's again a difference that has happened in the environment that we are currently operating in. COVID-19, with the attending lockdowns and movement restrictions, forced many companies, like some of us who haven't invested in technology, to embrace digital innovation to survive. Innovation in restaurant management can be in the area of technology, can be in the area of offering unique products, can be in the area of introducing new processes, and then of course, it can be in the area of enhancing customer experiences through unique customer service methods. Embracing innovation, no doubt, has its own definite benefits. The benefits could range from increased visibility. You can also leverage technology to reach the wider network of your consumers or potential customers through all these mobile devices that you carry around. Innovation can help us in improving our service delivery. We can leverage technology to replace, where possible, all customer-facing activities. There are businesses that don't even have the front of the house activities anymore. They use technology to take the orders and they deliver. Technology is therefore playing a key role in food processing process, how to order, when to order, and how to pay for the order. These apps are also being used to manage customer loyalty. The use of technology itself impacts the need for brick and mortar stores. Like I've said, not only will it impact or has it impacted the size, even the existence of those structures. And of course, the size of the restaurant itself. Who needs a whole building if you can reach your customers through technology? Or if your customers can't reach you through technology? Customer engagement is another area where innovation can be seen in our industry. These engagement methods are geared towards giving the customer unique dining experiences from, for example, arts and restaurants, where your food is cooked right in front of you. It's a unique experience just to cook the customer. And of course, you can use technology to modify your recipes to suit the customer's preferences, unlike where we have fixed recipes that is made to fit a general populace. These emerging changes mean that the restaurant operators, as restaurant operators, we must be ready to also have a mindset shift from the way we used to do things, if we are going to remain contemporary, or if we are going to remain relevant in the industry that we currently operate at. How do we adapt to changing consumer preferences if we do not innovate? Innovation must therefore reflect not only in our marketing methods as the customer profiles and lifestyles are changing. These days, we talk about brand ambassadors, brand influencers, and social media influencers. These never existed 10, 15 years ago, but in present day, they constitute a major chunk of the marketing budget. I go on to sustainability. An organization, much like a living human being, is constantly changing, but it's constantly adapting to it. Sustainability will touch on key decisions that we take from the business model itself to what our capital structure should be if we want that business to survive, and of course to the key business processes that we go through, all with the view of continued survival of the enterprise. In other climes, the care for the environment and the society at large is linked to business sustainability. Implementing global sustainable practices like reducing food waste through repurposing leftovers, using eco-friendly packaging materials, and so on and so forth, can reduce costs while at the same time reducing environmental impact. Of recent, we all know Lagos State bans the use of styrofoam and other single-use plastics. All major supermarkets are no longer using the carry-out bags, traditional carry-out bags that they had before, and customers are now being forced to pay for reusable bags or biodegradable bags. We as an industry must be prepared for the extension and enforcement of sale to our industry. What then will that position be? I keep wondering, are they able to charge for the more expensive bags, or how do we absorb the additional cost in the cost of the meal in the restaurant? How are we focusing locally produced items to replace the imported ones, from raw materials to packaging? How are we managing our inventory systems to reduce waste, which impacts not only the environment, but also increases our cost or reduces our profit? How do we reduce or minimize electricity use? How do we reduce carbon footprint and create a greener future for the planet? How are we supporting ethical labor practices?
Embracing sustainability leads to several advantages, which include profitability, as I mentioned, and profitability, you all know, is a must to the survival of our enterprise. We move on to excellence. Excellence must encapsulate all that we try in the restaurant business. How do we achieve customer service excellence or ensure consistent customer satisfaction? Operational excellence is what sets one apart from competitors. Excellence is what leads to growth and success in the business. Managers, but quite a number of us are managers working for other people. If you are not the policy or decision maker in your organization, then you must pass on whatever the takeaways are from today's conference. You must have a clear understanding of your market, the environment in which you operate, the type of people that you're catering to, and of course, what actually appeals to them. You must have a full picture of your costs and of what determines your profit. It is good to be able to benchmark your performance against industry standards where applicable. You must drive year-on-year growth, both revenue and customer throughput. Because anything that is not growing is dying. The knowledge experts are here today. Let's listen to them attentively. And after their presentations, we can seek clarifications as found necessary. Thank you all for listening. I wish you a successful day.
She has mentioned, she has given us explanation of what FIFA and FIFA is. I don't think
cleaning. Cleaning is very important though. It's not you come to work, you resume work that first day, wear your hairnets, wash your hand, remove your earrings, and that's the end. Training should be continuous. You can have on-the-job training. You can have trainings with external people. You should have a trainer who is already in a restaurant that can train down on those who are upcoming. Okay? So the role of food safety, poor food handling, and risk control can never be taken away from food loss and waste. Remember, food safety failure can make you bleed money. Poor food handling practices will make you lose money. Poor quality control, you are losing money, and that is money and that is profit that should have been generated back into more money. Now, what are the best practices, tools, and techniques in combating this hidden cost that is draining into your profit, which is food waste? Number one, for your purchasing managers and storekeepers, let them check orders for quality when receiving. You know, have a checklist. If it's not documented, it means it is not done. So if there's no checklist and you are not coming to the is food, there's a tendency that there will be a mistake. And once it gets into your kitchen, it may get rejected. Ensure people when storing, donate under-used item, but always track. If you know that you're always having excessive products, you know, you need to keep a track and say, okay, why am I having this product? Is it that it's not moving? People don't like it. So that you don't end up buying a lot of things that you're giving out, because really for restaurants, you're not buying to give out for free. You are buying to make money, to put back into your business. So we're having a lot of product that's every day or every month, getting here out, you're donating it excessively. They need to have a track record and say, do I need to take this off completely or do I need to reduce it? Again, train your staff. Now for chefs and stewards, smart menu planning. You need to plan your menu with ingredients that can make too many food products. So if you're having, say lentils for instance, how many food products or how many menus can lentils do? Start thinking in that way. Start menu planning. Don't just plan it. I have 55 menus. Oh, you one of them in one day. At the end of the day, just 5 food. What with the rest of them? It is waste. That's money that should have been used for any other thing that's going to waste. Okay? Portion control and just portion control. I know as Nigerians, many of us may not like it. But then again, for food business owner, if you do not manage your portion control, you end up having a lot of food waste. Your calibration, your skills, are you calibrating them? So you're calibrating your skills. Why are you calibrating the dry weights? So it's not a function of every morning you carry 5 kg, you put your seed, good. 10 kg, you put on your scale, it's good. Those dry weights, are you calibrating them? Do you have external parties that come to calibrate those skills to show that you're ensuring the right portion? What about using data to track your demand? Again, forecasting, demand forecasting. section where food waste can be gotten, can be from the preface or the post phase, right? Before the customer or after the customer. What you need to do. Start with the food waste audit. We all know that we all have the HACCP team, right? You can also have a food loss team. Everybody should be involved. And it should also start from management. You see, food loss and waste should not be having conversation on the shop floor or in your kitchen. You should be having food loss conversations in the boardrooms where your boss is saying, we're having a lot of waste, what do we need to do? That's the only way you can find change. But if you're talking about food loss and waste in the kitchen, it might not really have that effect you want it to have. So the important thing is to have meetings, with the top management, get them involved, and have a team. Then start with a food waste audit. Every food business is a system to identify where waste is happening, to track reduction and enforce prevention. So we talked about where the waste can happen. Now, I do not know your individual kitchens, so I cannot tell you where your hotspots are. That is the work of everyone here. After this conference, remember that the lady with the glasses said, know where my hotspots are. Go to your kitchen. Managers tie into their KPIs. Let everybody identify where the hotspots are. And then there's a strategy of methodology that we talk about. It's called the TNA. You target, you measure, and you act. But I'd like to expand it a bit. You target, you measure, you use, and you act when you communicate. It's very simple. Have a smart goal. Tell everybody, or you tell yourself, okay, in the next 6 months, I want us to reduce our food waste by 30% in maybe portioning. And because if there is no goal, you'll be too relaxed to want to try. So goals keep you on the edge. Like, okay, I have a goal. What do I need to do? So that is what targeting does. Then you measure, you track. Where my waste coming from? Is it from the preface or from the post phase? You need to know. You need to measure. When you measure, you know whether or not you're reducing or you're not reducing the waste. And then you act. After knowing your hotspots, after measuring, okay, what do I need to do? Do I need to cut down? Do I need to do a smart menu planning? What are the things I need to do? And then you communicate with people. You cannot have all of this and keep it to yourself. You cannot drive change and keep it to yourself. So you must communicate with everyone, and I mean everyone in each department. Let them know that, look, this is serious business, so and we all have a part to play in food waste reduction because we're talking about money here. And lastly, also, another methodology we can use in reducing food loss and waste is the 4 R's. We have the reduce, the reuse, the recycle, and the recover. We cannot say we are fighting food loss and waste. We cannot fight food loss and waste because it's a whole lot. But we can prevent food loss and waste from happening. So that's where the reduce part comes into place. And then you reuse this product. Don't be in the habit of throwing things. Look for ways that you can use food products. Throwing should be your last option. Then you recycle and then you recover. I have a friend who does this technology, right? I don't know how he does it, but he's so smart. And he does Souq aways for businesses. I really don't know how it works, but this Souq away uses food waste and it generates gas for cooking. So you end up not spending so much money on gas and you end up spending less money for waste disposal. Now, like, are you sure this works? But I'm looking for quite a while now, and I know restaurants that have been using it for 2 years, 3 years, and that's one way of them helping the environment and also saving money. You see that you can actually food loss and waste is avoidable. It is avoidable. You just have to do the right thing and put your mind to it. Okay?
deliciousness. We've been in existence since 1909. Did you know that? So for those who don't know, some people just screamed, eh? We are an ancestor brand. initiative of two Japanese persons. One is a scientist who discovered that glutamate was the ideal substance to make meals. And then the other one, an entrepreneur who has the money to start the business. So you see, idea, meeting, capital, and then a business is born. So this is how our Ajinomoto came to be. By the way, it's a Japanese brand, and Japan products are quality products. I re-emphasize, quality products. So we've been in Nigeria since 1991, and what are we doing? We are founded on the aspiration to contribute to well-being of the human being, well-being of the society, well-being of the planet through amino science. Amino science is the technology and the specialty of the Ajinomoto Group. The NAFDAC people here know us, we are registered. The SON people here know us, we have a man cap. So we are very regulated and very compliant. So what is Ajinomoto? My targets are here, the caterers are here, LSCDA, and my other catering group. Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. So these are my targets, and I know restaurant people are here who use it. The people used to say that all those big restaurants today use Ajinomoto, but they hide it. So I want to ask, what do you gain if you don't use Ajinomoto? And what do you gain if you don't use that cook? You still they hide them. Tell people the source of your deliciousness, because you understand that it is safe. It is made from sugar cane. It helps you to reduce salt in your food. People call it magionio, thinking because there may be salt. Not salt. It is a product that has glutamate, and glutamate is an essential amino acid which gives the taste of umami. Umami is not sweet, not bitter, not sour, not salty, but delicious. That is the fifth taste, in case you don't know. We don't have only 4 taste sensations now, we have 5. The taste of tomatoes is not sweet, not sour, not salty. Every speaker has talked about tomatoes now. It's to make almost every meal. And so it is not sweet, not bitter, not sour, not salty, but it gives that umami taste. That's the 5th taste around the world, and it's not different to Nigeria. And that's the taste of our Ajinomoto. Ajinomoto is produced through a fermentation process of sugar-based sugarcane, beets, cassava, maize. So all of these are products through which Ajinomoto is made. And then it is made up of, our MSG is made up of simply sodium, glutamate, and water. This is it. And it contains 1/3 of the amount of sodium in table salt. So if you think your food is not delicious enough, you're just adding salt, you're adding to your hypertension. Yes, so why don't you use Ajinomoto? And it helps you to promote that deliciousness that you want in your meal. That's what we are talking about. So it is used around the world to bring out deliciousness. You are what you eat. All of us agree to that, right? It's consumed that forms you. Some food experts will tell us to avoid this fast food, pastries, cakes. Don't eat this, don't eat that, don't eat. Reason. They tell you some of you it gives cholesterol. They just call a lot of hard names that will scare you. But once in a while, even in the pyramid of food, all these things are there. You take them, but maybe sparingly. And not that you don't take at all. So you are what you eat. And when we eat food, we don't eat to swallow those chunks. What we eat is to get nutrients from the food. Bringing one of that. So look out for it in the market. It is very beautiful for jollof spaghetti. One pack is 25 grams, and then you use it for 1 500-gram spaghetti. Just add 30 cl of water, and then mix it to get the sauce, and voila, deliciousness is all the way. And we love to get questions, we love to have feedbacks. Like the MC has said, a pack like this is going to be given to everyone here, and we hope that you will use it and continue to enjoy deliciousness.
And Grassy Global Foundation, they are presenting this award to the DG of NAFDA, Professor Christiana Adeyemi. And she was one of those ones that bring premium importance of production, the quality aspect of it. And I'm happy that I happened to be one of the first production supervisors that became an athlete manager and we never stop. So, on behalf of the organizer of the maiden edition of Restaurant Managers Conference, we are presenting this award of honor to Mrs. Bosse Ayemi in recognition of her contribution to the growth and development of Nigerian restaurant managers. We have been out today, and we are happy that the state are happy to be here to see this award. Restaurants, cafes, bars, and club association. You can see, I think from what we have had today, you can see that we are blessed to have her. And ever since she has been taking me up and down, this and that, we are having a cocktail meeting. Can you come? We are having this one, can you come? Forget the fact that I say Kodu, they want me to be Rama. But I have to squeeze my time to get there. So, she has been very supportive. We need to get your Taylor, the chairperson and president of RCBC Association, appreciation of your visionary leadership, selfless dedication, tireless effort, and understanding.
Directors, President, Nigerian Guild of Editors, distinguished editors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mr. Chairman, as part of your engagement to engage with various stakeholders, you have met with various groups, and another critical group that you are meeting today are members of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. Of course, you had a meeting with NUG where they selected journalists from states of the Federation, where you share your vision and also seek for their support. It's the same thing we are here today. Editors, before you is the chairman of the ICPC. Before becoming the chairman of ICPC, he was the Commissioner of Justice in Jigawa State. And he has a vision that he intends to unveil, or he wants you to help him so that he achieve this vision. Dr. Musa Ali San is currently pursuing a vigorous restructuring of the ICPC that requires your support, your understanding. And that is why he came to Lagos purposely to meet with you and to seek for that support. Distinguished editors, I present you as one of you. I present you the chairman of ICPC and Dr. Musa Ali San. Mr. Chairman, you are welcome, sir.
The management staff of ICPC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy and delighted to be in the midst of these distinguished Nigerians. And I have to say that we at ICPC, we really cherishes and greatly values the partnership with you all, because we know that you are really great and valuable because of the role which our Grand Norm has given to the media. And there is no doubt that your dedication to exposing corruption and enhancing our efforts has been crucial in fostering a more transparent society. And our decision to come here today is part of our determination to strengthen our partnership. That's why this breakfast meeting is not merely an event, but a reaffirmation of our shared mission to combat corruption and uphold integrity in Nigeria. And your support for the ICPC in delivering its statutory mandate, including its robust activities and initiatives in fighting corrupt practices and other related offenses in Nigeria, is really commendable, because you have been really helpful in enlightening Nigerians about the problem of corruption. And I'm personally filled with gratitude that the media has continued to positively boost the ICPC's anti-corruption public communication efforts. Your investigative reports, analysis, and overall dedication to truth have helped in exposing corrupt practices, because there are a lot of stories that you published which help us in our investigation. And most of these stories, they have led us to discovering some massive challenges that is facing, or that are facing our public sector. And if I may recall, there is one whereby it has to do with our youth. A contract supposed to be executed for the benefit of our youth, but the humongous amount of money was diverted. And it was as a result of one of you we discovered the challenge. So I thank you for the contribution. As we salute your commitment to the crusade against corruption, ICPC under my leadership is really serious to ensure that sustenance and heightening of our collaboration with you. And the media is not merely an observer, you are a frontline partner in the fight. And over the years, ICPC has adopted a strategic communication approach in line with Section 36 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, and Section 27, Sub 4 of the ICPC Act. And these laws ensure the protection of suspects' rights while remaining strict, diligent, and stand in our actions. And ICPC will remain resolute in propagating the rule of law and protecting human dignity. And also, ICPC under my leadership prioritizes the protection of whistleblowers and the integrity of investigations. And transparency is a cornerstone of our work, and we will continue to provide verified information through official channels, which include press releases, newsletters, and our digital platforms. May I quickly review some of our engagement last year? Last year, because I was the Attorney General, and I rallied my former colleagues, we had a meeting in Abuja whereby we look at the challenge of corruption at subnational. We reviewed the problems and also agreed that we need to work together. As a former Attorney General, I know that they are critical because they are the chief law officers of the states. That is why I engaged them, and after the meeting we had in Abuja, we started the zonal engagement. We had one in Kano for the Northwest, where we discussed challenges around corruption within the zone. And also this year we are going to the other geopolitical zones to have similar deliberations. And also in September this year we are going to sit down and review what we have done to see how can we partner. Because I feel the attorneys general are critical. And as chief law officers, they need to work together with us, because by section 15 of the Constitution, all of us are supposed to put hand on deck in order to fight corruption and also to see how can we tackle abuse of office. And also, I had an engagement with Nigerian Institute of the NIPR, the Nigerian Union of Journalists, ICANN, Nigerian Bar Association, and various stakeholders on how can we partner in the fight against corruption. Because no single entity can fight corruption. We need to work together. So that is why I reach out to various stakeholders to ensure that we are on the same page. And last year, we were able to reach out fiscally 1,458,000 individuals through our 579 sensitization exercise conducted under our community engagement programs. And we issued about 188 press releases. And also the Commission experienced increased followership in our social media platforms. And also we introduced what we call ethics pods, a podcast, whereby we are sensitizing Nigerians around the issue of corruption. And also, there is no way we can succeed without having planning. Our strategic action plan 2024 to 2028 was unveiled last year, whereby we gathered stakeholders and discussed it, because that will be our focus on how we can work. And our strategic action plan is in line with the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, which has 5 pillars: corruption prevention, issue of enforcement and punishment, ethical orientation, and also enlisting public support of Nigerians, so that, and also recovery of proceeds of crime and management. And this is the area whereby we have upscaled our activities to see that we trace, recover, and manage the process of crime, and also to remit it back to the Consolidated Revenue Fund, so that we won't allow those allegedly took away what did not belong to them to go away with it. Because if you allow them, once they accumulate the process of crime, no doubt they will use it and also to fight back. And also they will deprive Nigerians with what they are supposed to have in the issue of infrastructure. So that's why we focus seriously in that area of recovery of process of crime. And also ICPC, as you know, that it has laudable programs. And one of the key issues which I focus is that I ensure that I consolidate all what the previous chairman of ICPC have done, from late Justice Mustafa Akambi to Professor Wasoni. I ensure that all their programs are intact, and I'm building up, so that I want to ensure that we maintain that organizational culture of ICPC, and also for me to enhance what they did, most especially to focus on digital transformation. because this is an area whereby we need to use technology in the fight against corruption, most especially in the area of analytics, artificial intelligence, that we'll be able to analyze huge data. And I'm sure you are aware of the constituency and executive project tracking, which ICPC is well known about it. And I know last year we were able to track over 1,500 projects, which has value of over 600 billion naira. And so that at least Nigerians can get good quality projects that is in the budget. And also the Ethic and Integrity Compliance Scorecard, which is an initiative of ICPC, which measure institutions' adherence to ethical standards. We released the results, and I have seen the impact, because most of head of agencies that have not done well, they reach out. Chairman, why? What are our challenges? Can you help us to see that we overcome these problems? Which is really good, because I have never thought that it will have that impact. And why? Because of you here. You have gave it wide publicity. So because of that, most of the head of agencies now, they reach out. Please, how can we do well next year? So I thank you for the assistance. And also our sexual harassment prevention program, which is tackling corruption linked to abuse of power. Last year, I know that we had engagement with the civil society, where the ministers of the Minister of Education, then Professor Tahir Mamman, and the State Minister Yusuf Tonko Sununu, they were there. The former Minister of Women Affairs was there, and also over 20 commissioners of education across the country, they attended, because we discussed the challenge around the problem of sexual harassment, most especially in our tertiary institutions, because our students are victims of this challenge. So that's why ICPC has been doing its greats in that area, so that we ensure that we help our students, we protect them from sexual harassment. And I'm sure that you are aware that currently there is one of the senior academics that is facing trial at Abuja Federal High Court on this issue of sexual harassment. So, and we are determined to ensure that where there is credible evidence, any sexual harassment complaint tabled before us, we will make our efforts to ensure that we investigate it and also take the matter to court where there is evidence. Then there is our anti-corruption and transparency unit, ACT2, that they have been doing well in the various MDAs in order to help in ensuring that there is transparency and accountability in MDAs in this country. Then, when I came in, I tried to bring up my policy, which I call it Care for Impact, to ensure that ICPs as an agency, I consolidate the good culture of that agency, and also an agency which is unaccountable, responsible, and efficient in approaching all issues that are tabled before us. So that one too is something that I unveiled last year, and we have been using it. Now, recently, we are aware of the decision of the Supreme Court about the local government autonomy. So we have looked at the decision, and also we have been having various engagement with civil society to see how can we give our quota, how can we control our quota in ensuring that the local government autonomy operates the way it's supposed to. And also, how can we follow what are happening in the local government councils. And we are trying to bring up what we call, we'll monitor activities at all the 774 local government areas in this country. One problem we notice is that in this era of technology, there are only 7 local government areas in this country that have functional websites. So we feel that is not right. So we will now try to see how can we use technology to force the local government council to make information available to Nigerians so that Nigerians can follow what they are doing. You, also the editors and other media stakeholders, can be able to follow what are they doing so that we will monitor if there are issues, questions can be asked. We too, we can follow because we don't have the enough manpower to go over all the 774 local government areas. But we feel technology can help us. And we know that practically, I don't think there are procurement processes in our local government councils. This is an area where we need to look at. And also we will ensure that there are mechanisms around control of corruption, around the issue of finances of local government councils. So we will team up with the media, with the civil society to ensure that information are available. Nigerians know what is happening so that at least it will reduce the challenge of corruption at local government level. Last 2 weeks, we are in Gombe, myself and Ola, the chairman of the EFCC. And we discussed around the challenges at local government level. So, and we are determined to ensure that we focus there so that Nigerians at the local level can get the dividend of democracy. And even recently, we have been facing challenges around the issue of this local government autonomy because there is even one caretaker local government chairman whom we charged to court because after the decision of the Supreme Court, he continued to spend government money to award contracts despite the fact that the Supreme Court said, look, stop. And also we know how challenging this issue of local autonomy has been since 1999. But ICPs as an agency, we will ensure that by virtue of Section 287 of the Constitution, we have the power to ensure that the decision of the Supreme Court is implemented fully. And also, I'm appealing to those who are making attempts not to comply with the decision of the African Court to please desist. Because Supreme Court is the last court. Once it delivers a judgment, we must comply. That's what is rule of law. Because ICPC will continue to monitor and investigate, because any caretaker local government chairman from 11th of July 2024 who spent public funds, who award contract, that is corruption. Because you don't have the mandate. And also the Apex Court has already spoken, so we must comply. Now, in my 1 year in office, there are a lot of international engagements which ICPC engage in. And in one of the engagements is that last year in September, we had an event in Beijing, China, whereby there is Global Network. Global Network is a coalition of over 200 anti-corruption agencies across the globe from 124 countries. And I had the privilege of leading ICPC delegation and Nigeria, whereby Nigeria participated in an election of steering committee member, and Nigeria was elected as one of the top steering committee member of that global network. And also, one area which I made mention that we have been focusing is the issue of asset recovery. Asset recovery is really area whereby we in Africa, we must focus on it, because we have seen how our own resources have been taken outside the continent, going to the global north. So that was why at the African Union level, if you may recall, in 2015, there is Thabo Mbeki high-level committee, whereby the heads of state of African countries agree that there is need for a forum of asset recovery practitioners in Africa. And the processes of bringing up the forum. It was last year that the forum was established in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, and I was elected as one of the representatives of West Africa, whereby we met in Arusha, Tanzania in November, whereby I was elected as the interim chair of that forum to try to galvanize the 55 African countries and corruption agencies to ensure that we come together to see how can we help Africa to recover and repatriate stolen assets that are kept somewhere else. And we agree that, look, apart from slavery, which is our own human resources that was taken to other continents, there are a lot of stolen assets of Africa outside the shore of Africa. And we know what is happening. Whenever you want to trace and recover, the experts outside Africa will charge you huge amount of money to recover all professional fee to recover those stolen assets. So that was why we say, no, we need to come together as Africans. Let us identify our experts within the continent. If we need somebody to trace, Nigeria doesn't have the expert. It can look for Ghana, Kenya, or any other African country. Do you have the expert? Yes. So that's why we are coming together to see that we trace, recover, and repatriate the stolen assets. Also, we will keep on raising this issue of stolen assets at various fora, because the United Nations Convention Against Corruption has already backed the issue of stolen assets that we need to recover it. So this is an area whereby that I'm chairing now, and we are trying to see how we will make efforts to see that it has seen the light of the day. And distinguished editors, we know that corruption thrives where there is silence or in silence. But your voices are the ones that can shatter that silence. Your role in shaping public perception and holding institutions accountable cannot be overstated. The more Nigerians see what you write, what your opinion about this issue of corruption, the better for us. Because they will be enlightened, they will know what is happening, they will ask questions, and that will put us on our toes. That will minimize the challenge of corruption. Because we at ICPC, we are trying to see how can we use our mission to diminish corrupt practices through our public mobilization, our own doggedness in investigation, and also to ensure that we follow rule of law. We will be patient in investigation. No matter how long it will take, we will do it slowly but surely. We will reach our destination. And also, we at ICPC will ensure that we deepen our own relationship with you, the media. And I'm appealing to you to come to our aid. Try to understand the terrain we are working. It's not easy terrain. Whoever worked within that corruption cycle will know that it is not easy, because it is an area whereby you are fighting those who are already determined to continue to pilfer our resources. It's an area whereby those who engage in corrupt practices are really determined to peddle information that are not correct in order to try to bring controversies so that to divert the attention of the main issue. So fairness, hearing from the other side, is what will help us to discharge our mandate. And ICPC, for the past 25 years, has consistently maintained ensuring that there is fairness and the fair hearing, and also we do not engage in anything that will bring damage to people because of allegation against them. We will continue to ensure that we will be fair. If you ask questions, we will answer. And like I said, we are appealing to you to reason with us because of the terrain we are operating, which I know I don't need to elaborate. So that is why there is no way we will not come close to you. There is no way, because we need you, because Nigerians need to know what is happening. That will project the good image of our country. That will make foreign direct investment to come into our country. That will make our youth to have job. We know what is happening in this country. We know that a lot of youth are roaming on the streets looking for job. And the youth are the future leaders of this country. So, and it is through you, by helping us to propagate our activities and also to bring issues that will project good image of this country. By doing that, we'll make Nigeria great, and also will tackle the challenge of our corruption. And conclusively, I want to emphasize that you mean a lot to us, and that we count on you as dependable partners in ensuring that Nigeria is corrupt-free, and also I'm sure that partnering with you will continue to help ICPC to move forward, and also ICPC will continue to record achievements, and we hope that the aspiration of Section 15 of the Constitution will be realized, where Nigeria will be a country free from corrupt practices and abuse of office. Thank you so much. Money and property last year, and I even know even this year too, we recovered some amount of money and also property. Even currently, we are tracing and marking some assets in one of the states where some people diverted public funds. Even this morning, I know that there is an amount of money which we recovered from the diversion of public funds. So we're talking about both the fixed and movable property. That's if you're talking within Nigeria. Even abroad, it is the same thing. Although during my time, ICPC did not recover any assets from taken outside the shores of Nigeria. But I know that we are collaborating with one of the African countries about money that was brought into Nigeria from that country. We are tracking and to trace the money so that we will see how the money can be taken back to where it was brought in here. So this is what I can say. And some of the issues you raise are part of the problem. Like I said somewhere else, and I kept on saying, I will say it here. My first contact with public office is when I was Attorney General. That was when I now realized that all what I was thinking, when I came into contact with the reality, then I now realize that we Nigerians are part of the problem. One of the issues you raised about societal pressure. I'm not saying that it's a justification for any public officer to engage in corruption. But if you, I'm sure you have had one or two discussions with those who are holding public office. The kind of stress and pressure that public officers are undergoing in this country is too much. Because the family, the friends, associates expect you to give them money. And this one of the factors that is now pushing those in public office to go into that. And I noticed that any public officer who resists, you are considered as awkward, very difficult, and they will keep on pressurizing you that if only people that are strong that can stand that pressure. And also some people too, they are even daring, will tell you, I was a victim when I was Attorney General. And I want to say it here, maybe the person who did it will hear an issue which I say, look, AG, we want you to do this thing. I say, sir, it's not even in public office, it's not even a public officer. I say, sir, I can't do this thing because my conscience will not allow me to do it. After they put pressure from different angles, okay, you are a young man. How? I don't want to destroy your career. And I say, sir, my career is not in your hand. It's in the hand of God, my Creator. And I left. What followed, it wasn't pleasant. I had to battle for more than 1 year of series of blackmail, from one blackmail to another, just because somebody wants to get money, and you can only get that money through me. And I was put under intense pressure to succumb, which I did not. What followed was I was put under serious stress. Now, the second problem is there is this theory. Whenever the corruption, if you look at it, if the benefit is high, the risk is low, people will keep on to engage. If people know that if you engage in corruption, it is really highly risky, you will lose your reputation in public. People will never consider you as somebody who has reputation in the society. People will be careful. If you know that the punishment is going to be very harsh, people will be careful. But if the risk is very low, the benefit is high, so people will continue to engage. So that is why we need to look, how can we strengthen our laws to ensure that those who engage are punished seriously. And also, you, the media, you have the role to play in sensitizing Nigerians that those who are trying, please try to support them. And distinguished aides, I want to tell you that there are good people in this country. Every part of this country, there is no part of this country that I did not come across people that detest corruption, people that are serious, people that help me. I met a lot of people that are trying to see how can we help this thing, how can we fight this corruption, Chairman. But the problem is that the support from the public, sometimes people are not willing to support because they feel, you know, what you are doing is not worth it. And also because of the pressure, so people feel like, okay, let us leave you, go and do what. So this is second problem. And also, we need to see how can we fasten the judicial process. Because it's law. It is not the law that is the problem, but rather some of us within the system, we try to put stumbling block in the judicial processes bring in series of applications, truncate, so that you will see one case will take many years. Even the witness will be frustrated. You call a witness today, the matter is adjourned, and I'm not saying that it is the fault of the judges. No, it is all of us, the lawyers, and also other stakeholders, that we know if your client has an issue, as a lawyer you know, because once you look at the facts and the proof of evidence, you'll be able to know that my client has an issue. Okay, how can we help him to face justice so that all the process of justice, the court and the system should be fair to him? But you will see that that slowing down is also another factor. That you will see somebody engage in corruption. When you take him to court, it will take many years. And before you know it, you will see another corruption case. And also another problem, especially in the public sector, I now notice, is that our public service rules also has a problem, because it has given a leeway that people engaging in corruption, there is no specific provision which provides that, look, once you are engaged in corruption, you should automatically be dismissed. But some, you will find that after ICPC are investigating an issue, it has taken somebody to court, even if you secure conviction, you will not realize that the agencies are not willing to edge out those people. They will leave them to continue working. Because I feel any public officer that is convicted, he is not supposed to continue working in public agency. He should go. If the Constitution will say that conviction of embezzlement and fraud attracts disqualification for a certain period of time, I think there is need. Any convict should not be allowed to work within the public service. It should just be aged out. And that is why now, as chairman of ICPC, we are now going to exploit the Code of Conduct, Bureau and Tribunal. Any public officer with secure conviction and the agency refuses to edge him out, we will send him to Code of Conduct, because they have the power to edge him out. So there is another way, so that we don't allow people to continue. So these and other issues are part of the problem, why the problem of corruption will keep on coming and coming and coming. And also the institutions are really weak, because there are a lot of vulnerabilities where people are exploiting in order to commit corrupt practices. That is why we need to focus on technology. Technology will be able to give you the threat. You will be able to know some of the things that are happening, most especially around procurement. These are areas whereby there is serious problem because of the laxity and the challenge around that. So that's why you will see that almost you will be seeing issues around procurement be raised in public sector. So this is also another factor that is bringing this issue of corruption to keep on going. And also there is international dimension too. Because if those who are taking or stealing the humongous amount of money, they don't have a place to hide it, then it will reduce. But they know that they can wear it somewhere else. And those countries, I keep on saying, when you say that we have challenge of corruption, why are you keeping the process of crime in your country? Why can't you turn them back? This is process of crime. Please take it back to your country, because there is United Nations Convention Against Corruption. And it is a global legal instrument. But you will find out that when they wear the money outside the country, there are a lot of technicalities. MLA, other things that will be frustrated because the legal mechanisms are made in such a way that it's even very, very difficult for you to recover. So if they know that they cannot take it somewhere else, I think the problem might reduce. Okay, the constancy project, like I said, we have been investigating the issue because it's a challenge that has been with us for a long period of time. And from what I notice of why the challenge keep on coming is one of the issues you made mention. Because there was a time when member of National Assembly, he told me, say, Chairman, I have concern. I say, what is your concern? He said, it's about this your executive project tracking. You people are doing well. But I know why this issue will keep on coming. On that day, he was telling me the challenge he was facing. That was burial in his hometown. You need to contribute. He said, look, somebody had domestic accident. He called me. And so he kept on mentioning, he said, I'm not justifying, but the societal pressure on us is too much. That's why only those who are strong will resist. And I don't know whether that is part of the reason why we are having this challenge. And to be frank with you, we have noticed areas whereby some of them did not execute the project. We have noticed whereby some of them, they did shoddy job. We have noticed whereby some of you notice that, like I keep on saying, a well is supposed to be dig in one place and somebody will just take it to his home farmland. We will see whereby street lights, instead of to be installed on the streets, somebody will put in his house. So these are challenges that are keep coming. And I know that there is one of the newspapers last year, they made a front page story that ICPC has failed to tackle this challenge. And I know that we have been doing our best. And we did a lot because we have recovered a lot. And even currently, I know that there is somebody who's facing trial. A child will file a charge against one of the former members of National Assembly. A former member is facing trial because of diversion. And also, we know that we have been going to ensure that if you do not execute the contract, you must go and do it. I know that there is a state whereby an ambulance was diverted. We ensure that it was taken to the hospital. I know where a lot of things. And that's why the strategy is good, in the sense that let us recover the proceeds of crime and put it into use. Because if you keep on filing charges and all these things, you will spend many years in court while the actual project will not be executed. And to be fair to them, if you confront them, you show them the proof. Honorable or distinguished, this is a project you're supposed to execute, you do not. Please direct the contractor to go back to site, or contractor go back to site. They go back. And recently, those who are being used, the contractors, I have been hard on them. If you allow money to be diverted through you, we are going to charge you now. You want to refund that money because you allow yourself to be used as conduit pipe. So we have been doing that and we have recovered a lot. And if I may say that the societal pressure, in my view, is one of the challenges, and also the weakness of the institutions. Because to be frank, some of the heads of agencies, they allow themselves to be used in these challenges of constituency projects. Because if the head of agencies insists, once there is a contract awarded, that contract must be executed to the letter. Or you insist that you are not going to allow anything to be inserted in your budget, which is not out of your mandate. So if we will do that, then this thing will minimize. But if the head of agencies allow themselves to be used, then this thing will keep on happening. And ICPC, all the corruption agencies, we don't have the capacity to follow all the projects. That's why you, as the media, you can expose. The public too, they need to follow their project, all your projects. If there's a project which is supposed to be done in your constituency or in your sector district, it was not done, raise it. And I don't think there is any public officer that you confront him with evidence that this amount of money was appropriated for a particular project and you don't execute, please go back and execute. You will not say, no, I'm not going to do that. I hope I have answered. We are doing it in such a way that we don't disrupt the financial system. So we do it in such a way that we don't allow you to continue with illegality and committing crime, so that we will save the banking system and also the public sector fund. Then on issue of Dubai, like you made mention, in my speech I made mention of pursuit of crime. And I alluded to the fact that the international legal regimes, the various laws of countries are the problem. Because for me, I kept on saying in various fora on corruption that look, if somebody steals our money and take it to your own country and you keep it, why are you telling me that we should come together and fight corruption? Why? Because you know, because your own, there is no your money in my country. So that's why you are saying we should join hands. Why I have traced and point out to you, this is the public funds taken to your own country. Why can't you give us our own? But because of the legal regimes, sometimes it's tedious, it takes a lot of time, and there are a lot of, it's not even law alone, there are politics, there are diplomacy, so it is something which is even outside the realm of anti-corruption agencies alone, because you need a lot of stakeholders. I know recently there are countries that I am the one who have been following that, look, let us sign an MOU with you, because we have noticed our funds are being taken to your own countries. And they agree. There are some 1 or 2 countries that I know that we are about to complete signing an MOU because of what we have noticed.
Also here, as a media owner, I here with my team, we have a radio station and also a television station. I want to commend your efforts. For you to meet with the media shows you are transparent. It shows you are accountable. I don't have any question to ask you because I'm part of the team. It is not cheap to fight corruption. It's very, very expensive. Fighting corruption is also very, very complex. It's not as easy as we used to say it. It is only the person that is wearing the shoe that will know where his pitches is. So I commend your efforts and I pray for more grace that God should call your efforts. Everything is in your favor, the age, the energy, you have the capacity, and you have the right team to help you to drive it. You have the right team to drive it. Finally, you have this advice. You can't do it alone. You need to also rely on the outside team to help you to drive your dreams, your plans, and goals, especially in the area of the media. I suggest maybe you could have something like a strategic media public enlightenment committee. Comprises, of course, the media team as well. stakeholders. You have a committee who also help you spread your good news. Also help you spread your good news either in the public sector, in the private sectors, and all that. Because if you say you want to work with media like you would like to work to, it's very, very expensive. But when you have the committees, selected committee, media team, editors, and also for the private sector and public sector, they will help you to achieve your dreams and goals. So you have our support, and like I said, God will color your efforts. God bless you, sir.
Thank you.
Angry ones and the pastors. Let me just add to your to-do list. I had 2 questions written down, but after Ikechukwu gave his lecture, I decided to calm down. You talked about, before I round up, and thank you for coming, judges advising you to go settle out of court. The biggest problem, one of the biggest problems with corruption in Nigeria are those judges. Recently, I think it was the Chief Justice of Nigeria who said election cases constitute about 70 or 80% of the cases they have in their docket, which suggests that election cases are very lucrative for them. So you have to put your searchlight on the judiciary. Then number 2, your constituency, the legal profession. Please, MBA has, from all accounts, a vibrant lawyer, Afam Osigwe. Engage him, collaborate with him. MBA too has to deliver. Plea bargaining takes place and judges advise you to go settle out of court. It's because the judges too are corrupt. The appointment and promotion mechanism on the bench is also corrupt. Search the NJC. Today, the type of, what's the word now? Corruption in terms of judicial promotion in Abuja is huge and impacts on the quality of judgment delivered. So, Mr. Chairman, the biggest thing you have done is to come here to show transparency. You said corruption thrives when there's. I also say this, I'll add to that corruption thrives when there's darkness, when it's hidden. So you're coming out here suggests that you really want to fight corruption in partnership with my colleagues. And it's a brilliant thing you have done. I know you met some of my colleagues in Abuja, and that's why the Secretary of the Guild and the Deputy President of the Guild are here. You have to continue, because if you want to work with the media, honestly, the way you have shown, the media will work with you, and Nigeria will be better for it. Thank you for coming.
And I will do my best to discharge my duty to the best of my ability, together with the officers of the ICPC. That is why if people are raising the issue of bias, the issue of all this lie, you cannot prevent people from raising those kind of issues. But one thing I know, that if I satisfy my conscience, I'll go to sleep. And like I said, there is somewhere else that we are going to account somewhere. And that is why I try as much as possible to be fair in what I'm doing. And also God knows what I'm doing, and also know my ability, because the anti-corruption is a very complex and difficult thing. Sometimes getting evidence, getting things is difficult. Even if you're investigating issues, somebody will look like you are targeting you are targeting somebody, or you have a motive, or this thing. So on my own part, I will do my best, and also posterity will judge. Because that's the only thing I can say. On the other issue, which like the president said that the lecture you gave us, and some of the things you raised, I quite agree with you that those are the challenges, and we need to work on them. And in my view, that is why the Constitution is structured in such a way that the Chapter 2, it is left in such a way that is you, the leader, that should strive to ensure that Chapter 2 is realizable. You attain that aspiration: education, healthcare, good environment, all other social amenities. You as a leader, you must think outside the box to ensure that you reduce the poverty level, which I agree with you. The level of poverty is really high, and we need to tackle it, because without tackling the poverty, we will continue to face this challenge of corruption that keeps on coming. And also, we are not justifying or depending the public office holders or the politicians, like you said, that we are saying that there is societal pressure. Like you said, it's a fact. We can't deny it. Myself as ICPC chairman, if I show you the number of text messages people are sending to me every day, you'll be shocked. In fact, I am even thinking that some they have even forgotten that I am the ICPC chairman. Maybe they are thinking that I am chairman of one local government or a state governor, because they will keep on sending. So, and also they will keep on calling, because the number of calls are such that they are unbearable. And we are part of the society. Even if we deny, there is such a thing that even if you deny, is a reality. And I agree that poverty is one of the factors. But also we have to keep on telling people that they need to consider public holders. And also, we, the public office holders, also, we need to live a simple life. Because some of us, the way we are living a very larger life, that's why people will keep on pressurizing you. But unfortunately, it is also us, the Nigerians, that are pushing people. Like that member I started an example, he told me that my constituents were telling me that, look at this man. He has finished house order, he has an old car. Up to now. So people are even look at you, there are certain things that even if you exhibit as a public officer, people will look at you that is strange. So why? Because it is the society that are pushing people to adopt a life that will put you in trouble. And once you resist, like I said, they will say you are awkward, you are difficult, all these things. And we are all human beings. And that is why we need that support from you, the media, in your own writings, articles, and opinions, and also the public too. They need to support public officers that are transparent, that try to live within their means and within the ambit of the law. But without that, you will find one or two people that, because of that, they will derail. Because of that pressure. That's why always I will raise this issue of pressure. Last week when I was in Gombe, and I told the chairman, don't allow anybody to put pressure on you to dip your hand in public purse. Let them say whatever they want to say. Because one day you are going to leave. It's better for you to leave, you go home and sleep well, than for you to leave and something to follow up which will not be nice.
Hello and welcome to Souq News Television. We are reaching you live from our studio in Lagos. I am Omobola Sandra. The federal government says it needs about 880 billion naira every year to properly maintain Nigeria's road network, but the money isn't coming in. Minister of State for Works, Mohammed Goroyo, made this known at an investigative hearing at the House of Representatives. He said the actual budget allocations, 76 billion naira in 2023, 103 billion naira in 2024, and 169 billion naira proposed for 2025 fall far short of what's needed. The managing director of the Federal Roads Maintenance Agency, FIRMA, revealed that one of the key funding mechanisms, the 5% road user charge on fuel prices, has never been implemented by the relevant agencies, even though it has been part of Nigerian law since 2007. Lawmakers say this has worsened road conditions and are now investigating the failure to implement the charge. They say the goal is to ensure compliance with the law and stop the roads from getting worse. The federal government has announced it is taking fresh steps to restore public trust in Nigeria's financial inclusion program. Special Advisor to the President on Economic and Financial Inclusion, Nuruddin Zarul, told stakeholders at a forum in Abuja that a new national framework has been developed to address trust issues, consumer protection, and access to financial services for the poor and vulnerable. He said the framework is the result of over a year of stakeholder engagement and could lead to legislation if necessary. The central bank, represented by its Director of Consumer Protection, also said the Apex Bank is working to ensure consumer complaints are resolved and called for more financial education among Nigerians. Now, the federal government has revealed it is stepping up efforts to preserve Nigeria's crop genetic resources as a way to secure the country's food supply in the face of climate change. At a workshop in Abuja, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, Marcus Ogumbi, said conserving seeds and local crop varieties is vital for sustainable farming and improving yields. He noted that Nigeria is already losing genetic diversity due to poor conservation practices and climate-related pressures. To tackle this, the government is upgrading storage facilities, expanding regional seed collections, and partnering with international organizations to align with global best practices. The National Gene Bank, NACGRAB, will continue to lead this initiative to ensure Nigeria's crops can adapt to changing conditions and support long-term food production. The deadline for Bureau de Change operators to meet new capital requirements set by the central bank has expired, raising fears of mass job losses in the sector. Under new rules, Tier 1 Bureau de Change are now required to hold a minimum capital of 2 billion naira, while Tier 2 operators must meet a 500 million naira threshold. This is a major jump from the previous 35 million naira requirement. Only a small fraction of operators, less than 5%, have met the new benchmark, according to the president of the association, Dr. Aminu Gwadabe. He is calling for another deadline extension to prevent the loss of over 3 million jobs. The CBN says the recapitalization is part of broader reforms to strengthen Nigeria's foreign exchange market. But operators say without policy flexibility, many will be forced out of business. Now, Russia has presented a new set of tough conditions for ending the war in Ukraine, following peace talks held in Istanbul. According to a document released by Russian media, Moscow wants Ukraine to give up control of 5 regions, remain neutral by avoiding NATO membership, and limit the size of its military. It also demands official recognition of Russian as a national language and a ban on what it calls Nazi glorification, a claim Kiev strongly rejects. Ukrainian officials say the conditions amount to a call for surrender and non-starters. But both sides did agree to exchange prisoners of war and the remains of over 12,000 fallen soldiers. President Zelensky also revealed Ukraine had asked for the return of 400 abducted children. Russia offered to return just 10. Meanwhile, Ukraine confirmed it launched over 100 drones targeting Russian long-range bombers thousands of kilometers from the front lines. Analysts say the strikes dealt a serious blow to Russia's strategic air fleet and boosted Kiev's morale. The hopes for a full ceasefire remain low. Ukraine has proposed fresh talks before the end of June, emphasizing that only a direct meeting between Zelensky and Putin can resolve key issues. And now also on the international scene, the Trump administration is pressing its trade partners to submit their best offers by Wednesday as it races to wrap up negotiations before a self-imposed deadline next month. According to a draft letter seen by pressmen, the U.S. is requesting key commitments, including tariff cuts, digital trade terms, and economic security pledges from countries currently in talks such as the European Union, Japan, Vietnam, and India. So far, only the UK has reached a framework agreement with the US, with others still in progress. Despite ongoing legal battles over the president's broad use of tariffs, Washington says it will continue the program under different legal grounds if needed. The move is part of Trump's wider push to reshape global trade under his America First economic agenda. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all social media platforms at Souq News Television. Souq Business Landscape comes up after this. I am Omobola Sandra.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekbetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State, on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with the Daily Service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, Souq Enlightenment.
Jim Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career, and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. Being one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He furthered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches if we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI, bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. Zenith Bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur, Jim Ovia has made investments in sectors other than banking. They include oil and gas, telecommunication, real estate, power generation, media, and most recently, education. He is the founder and chancellor, James Hope University, Lekki, Lagos State, which has been approved by the National Universities Commission, NUC, to offer postgraduate degrees in business courses. Jim Ovia is a man who believes in giving back to society. He has engaged in philanthropic works through his foundations, Mankind United to support total education, MUSTE, and Youth Empowerment, ICT Foundation. These foundations award scholarships to indigenous students and promote information and communication technology in Nigeria through various initiatives. Ovia has made donations towards courses and institutions. They include Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Nigerian Internet Group, NIG, Lagos State University, and National Information Technology Advisory Council, just to mention a few. In recognition of his contributions, Jim Ovia is a recipient of many honors and awards. In 2012, the University of Benin awarded him an honorary doctorate degree. Former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2022 conferred him with the national honor of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR. Also in 2022, Jim Ovia was conferred with the National Productivity Order of Merit, NPOM award, by the federal government of Nigeria. Jim Ovia is a proud member of the World Economic Forum, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. He is also a member of several boards and councils.
We can't afford to lose depositors' money. We can't afford to lose money that belongs to stakeholders. So you must structure your industry in such a way that the best and nothing but the best are there.
As chairman of Zenith Bank with more than 9% stake, Jim Ovia in 2015 was estimated by Forbes to have a net worth of $550 million. This net worth obviously has been surpassed since then. Jim Ovia, as a business person, founded 5 companies. They are Zenith Bank PLC, the Quantum Group, Visaphone Communications, Quantum Luxury Properties, Civic Center Towers, and Cyberspace Network. Jim is member, Honorary International Investors Council. Kay Ovia is CEO, Quantum Markets Limited, a firm that offers stock brokerage services. She sits on the board of several organizations and is chairman, board of directors of Cyberspace Limited, a leading software engineering company. Cyberspace Limited is one of the pioneers in provision of internet services in Nigeria, providing network and software services. Kay, being at the head of a tech giant in Nigeria, teamed up with her husband, Jim, to strategically deploy robust IT infrastructure at Zenith Bank, which resulted in the development of digital products and technology-driven banking in Nigeria. Kay is an alumnus of Enugu State University of Technology, Souq, where she holds an MBA in management. She is much given to philanthropy, with several initiatives to transform lives, particularly those of the underprivileged. One of her projects targeted at children and youths, Star Rising Talent Hunt, aims at discovering and projecting hidden talents. Jim is married to businesswoman and philanthropist Kay Ovia. She's also a hotelier, proudly running Starwood Hotels. Jim and Kay Ovia are blessed with 5 children: Isioma, Zephyr, Tito, Tommy, and Jesse. As a family man, Ovia enjoys spending time with his family. He also likes reading and traveling. In order to pass on his vast wealth of knowledge on business and finance to African entrepreneurs, Jim Ovia authored a book titled Africa, Rise and Shine. The book was published in 2018 by Forbes Books. The book was written after he featured in an issue of Forbes, and it became the magazine's best-selling edition in Africa, that it had to be reprinted 4 times. The book, Africa Rise and Shine, paints the picture of his humble beginning from the small town of Agbo in Delta State, and against all odds, pushed through to become a global business icon, while providing insight on how to conquer challenges in African markets, taking advantage of the opportunities. The man, Jim Ovia, is a firm believer of Africa being a continent abundant with natural and human resources. He has constantly pitched the continent as a land filled with investment opportunities in international business forums such as the Harvard Business School Annual Africa Business Conference, Bloomberg Global Business Forum, Commonwealth Business Forum, and the World Economic Forum, where he has been invited to participate and even deliver keynote address. Jim Ovia remains one of the pride of Africa and a great contributor to Nigeria's economy and the financial landscape in Africa.
Nigerian leather industry has a storied history, particularly in the northern parts of the country, where the art of leather farming and crafting has been perfected over centuries. Traditionally, leather was used primarily for functional items like sandals, bags, and saddles, with little emphasis on fashion. However, The narrative has changed drastically in recent years as Nigerian leather has evolved from a utilitarian product to a symbol of luxury and high fashion. Here is a special report by Bayo Olaoye. The turning point for Nigerian leather came as local designers began to recognize its potential beyond traditional uses. They started to experiment with new designs, creating products that appeal to the modern consumer while maintaining the heritage of craftsmanship. The result has been a wave of leather products that are not only functional, but also stylish and desirable on the global stage. One of the key factors driving the revolution is the exceptional quality of Nigerian leather. Known for its durability and unique texture, Nigerian leather, particularly from goats and cattle, has become highly sought after by fashion houses both within and outside Africa. This demand has encouraged local artisans to up their game, focusing on quality control and finishing techniques to meet international standards. Moreover, Nigerian leather products have benefited from the global trend towards sustainable and ethically produced goods. Consumers are increasingly turning away from massively produced items in favor of the handcrafted, sustainable alternatives. Nigerian leather made using traditional methods with minimal environmental impact fits perfectly into this narrative. This has opened up markets for Nigerian leather goods, particularly in Europe and North America, where there is a growing appreciation for products with a story and a conscience. The rise of Nigerian leather on the fashion scene is also closely tied to the country's booming creative industry. Fashion designers, many of whom had gained international recognition, are incorporating leather into their collections and innovative ways. From sleek handbags and bespoke shoes to stylish jackets and accessories, the Nigerian leather is becoming a staple in high fashion. This trend is not only boosting the profile of Nigerian fashion, but also creating new opportunities for economic growth. The leather industry, once dominated by small-scale craftsmen, is now attracting significant investment. Entrepreneurs are setting up modern tannery and workshops, creating jobs and fostering skills development in the process. This industrialization of leather products is helping to formalize what was once an informal sector, leading to better working conditions and high incomes for artisans. However, the success of Nigerian leather market did not emerge without challenges. The industry still faces issues related to infrastructure, access to finance, and competition from imported goods. Additionally, there is the need for more investment in technology and innovation to further enhance the quality of leather products and make them more competitive in the global market. Despite these challenges, the future of Nigerian leather products looks bright. There is a growing recognition of the value of locally produced leather goods, both within Nigeria and globally. This is evident in the increasing number of fashion shows and trade fairs dedicated to promoting Nigerian leather products, as well as the rising demand from international buyers. The evolution of Nigerian leather from a utilitarian material to a symbol of high fashion is a testament to the creativity and resilience of the Nigerian artisans. It reflects the broader trend in the global fashion industry towards sustainability and craftsmanship. As the world continues to embrace African fashion, Nigerian leather is poised to become a major player on the international stage, offering a unique blend of tradition, quality, and style. This is just the beginning of what promises to be an exciting new chapter for Nigerian leather.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome to Souq Business Landscape, your weekly deep dive into the world of business and the evolving economy and the forces shaping the development across industries and nations. Now, each episode we break down the trends, challenges, and innovations that drive the market and move societies forward. I am Olumide Shokoya. Of course, I'm not the only one here. I have two gentlemen beside me. I have Emmanuel. Emmanuel, how are you doing? They call him Dada.
Always a pleasure to be here.
So glad to have you. And of course, I have Chuck John Rogers. Chuck John, how are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you very much. And to everyone out there, it's always a pleasure knowing that you're part of this particular program. You're welcome.
All right, so now let's take a look at the trending stories for today. The first off, Nigeria is importing dairy cattle from Denmark to boost milk production and cuts its $1.5 billion annual dairy aspect of that to Nigeria. Secondly, we have this one. The Lagos State government plans to reinstate the monthly environmental exercise despite its recent cancellation by court order. A lot of experts have said Lagos is dirty and we really need this environmental sanitation to put things in the right order. We have this one also from the United States. The Trump administration is pushing trade partners to submit their best offers by Wednesday to speed up talks before a looming deadline. Is Nigeria involved or not? We'll get to find out. And lastly, Russia and Ukraine's latest peace talks are drawing global attention due to their impact on stability, trade, and reconstruction. What do these moves mean for Nigeria's economy, investors, and everyday citizens? We'll find out after the short break. Stay tuned.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Wale Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of arts. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment.
Welcome back to Souq Business Landscape. I have Emmanuel, I have Chooks, and special appearances from Onyepi.
Special appearance. Good afternoon, gentlemen. It's great to be in your midst.
Glad to have you. All right, so we have the four horsemen complete. Let's kick off. Nigeria is importing dairy cattle from Denmark as part of a plan to double its milk output within 5 years, aiming to reduce $1.5 billion spent annually on dairy products. Now, despite having over 20 million cattle, Nigeria currently produces only 700,000 tons of milk annually, meeting less than half of its 1,600,000 tons consumption demand. Livestock Minister Idi Maha explained that most of Nigeria's cattle are low-yield pastoral breeds, prompting efforts to improve productivity through intensive breeding new pasture species. Nigerian farmers imported more than 200 Danish heifers, and a national genetic resources strategy has been launched with food and agriculture organizations support to build on existing large livestock population, over 20 million cattle, 60 million sheep, and 1,400,000 goats. Let me start with Krumale.
Oh,
it's quite
why me? Okay,
special appearance.
What
is the economic implication for this? We are now
importing cattle.
I used to think, I mean, these days, sometimes you see them roaming the streets, people living, but now to find out that we are now importing cattle.
I think you can look at the country from which we are importing cattle. We're importing from Denmark. And it says something very, very specific. Let's look at the agricultural sector in Denmark. And let's look at the way and manner they breed the cattle. And the way and manner how the breeding of cattle has affected the dairy product industry. And look at the way we are doing ours. You know, we've been talking about ranching over here for a while.
Yes.
And before I really go into some of the issues that we talk about ranching over, look at the way they do ranching over there. They have well-allocated spaces built for that purpose. And when these are built, there are settlements in those areas where people cater to the cattle, that I will call it on animal husbandry and farming, they live there. There's power. There's accommodation.
True.
And they are paid well. And most of these establishments are done by private entities. You don't see government coming in to support them. However, if government is going to come in, probably it's going to come in other forms of businesses where it felt maybe some form of subsidies and all of that. But I don't think they are doing it the way we are currently doing it. And it's not only Nigeria that we're importing from Denmark. Look at the way we treat our cattle. I don't know from where they work. And the distance, you go to Ogun State, you go to Ogun State, you go to the deep forest, there you find them. The cattle have walked quite a distance. You go to Oyo State. In fact, you even go to Delta State. You go to the forest, you see cattle rearers walking, and you see farmers who go to the deep to farm. You see cattle there, rampaging their crops and their farmlands. And sometimes, because I'm not certain about where this pastoralists came with their cattle and the distance of land they covered. And some of these experts, when we heard them advise government and those who are into this business in this perspective, they tell them, look, our cattle can't give us as much as we expect because their health must have deteriorated because of the large spans of land they must have covered. And I don't think they'll be able to give us the kind of milk or the dairy product that we are looking at for its purpose and to even serve the industrial purpose and industrial needs. The way we even harness beef here in Nigeria, I would even say it's more of a crude way. It's more of a crude way. And all this starts from the process of rearing the animal. I don't think we are doing it properly. And I'm not surprised that we are importing from Denmark.
Emmanuel, I'm looking at the competitiveness. How would the importation of Danish cattle affect the competitiveness of local dairy farmers?
Apparently, there's already a shortfall. And you have to make the shortfall is even too much. When you're doing 700 tons, 700,000 tons, and then your consumption alone is 1.6, that's already 900,000 tons. You're not even meeting local demand. So competitiveness for you, if you begin to import these ones, it will help your local breed to be better. I understand when Komale was talking about how these combinations might look like, oh, we're not doing enough because of the way we breed them from the beginning. But now this helps you to speed up the process. In the sense that because they will do interbreeding, you now get different variations. We already have some of them. Our common ones that, like you said, that we see roaming the streets, funny enough, they are mainly for milk production. Those white ones you see, that's white Fulani one.
Yes.
But I remember then in secondary school, they teach us the different breeds like Sokoto to Gudali,
or
those ones were designed mainly for the meat. Because those ones grow fatter, they can give you butter.
Brown
but once we're talking about milk, we now begin to look at the ones that we have. And because of the kind of pressure that we put them through, they have to walk long distances. We can't even do ranching like we do because to get the feed is expensive. So they have to move around. So having these foreign variations coming, like this one now we're expecting from Denmark, right? It will help local production, right? The farmers will now have to stress themselves less. And over time, they will now see, oh, they have alternatives to the white. We have. It's just that it's not meeting local demand. Because eventually, for you to now make money, is when you now have enough surplus to now export. Eventually. So what we have is, they give this 5 years timeline. The way cattle breed and then interbreeding, you now get variations that will first of all give you the sturdy ones that can wait. And our climate, so Denmark and us is even different. The ones that can stay with our climate, do the long distance if you like, but at the same time, I'll still give you better yield in milk production.
Coming to you, Chooks, I'm looking at the environmental concerns. What if these imported breeds do not adapt to our environment? Nigeria is a peculiar country.
What if? There's a whole lot of what if here. Denmark happened to be the 10th largest producer of dairy products. And if we go by size, 42 point something kilometers square mass land size. Niger State alone is bigger than Denmark, almost times 2. And that speaks to when you take farming to another level. And you say, okay, we are going to take farming serious. That is what they do there. They are intentional about what they want to do. So this is the question we need to ask ourselves. Do we have cows here? Yes. Are we intentional about farming? No. We still hold on to the old tradition of pastoral farming. Yes. A cattle rearer and whoever owns is sending them all the way from Sokoto during the rainy season, and by the dry season they are in Akwa Ibom. How do you expect the cow to produce quality milk?
It's not just to produce milk, quality milk.
Even the meat itself, the meat has turned to kanda before it gets to Akwa Ibom. So this is where intentionality come to play. Yeah. Now let's look at numbers. Yes, we have the numbers, but we are not intentional about competing in the market. We are focused on meat. We've not been able to satisfy the protein need of Nigeria. Let's talk about Nigeria before we start talking about West Africa. Also, remember that we also have cows coming into Nigeria from other West African countries. Doing the same thing, trekking from Niger, Senegal, all the way to Akwa Ibom. Then during the rainy season, they now start trekking back. That is not the way it should be. Remember, there's still conflict between land farmers, crop farmers. But now let's look at the question you asked. This is my own question mark. Have we considered what we are going to do to the gene pool over time? The cows we have here, they've adapted to our climate. If we start this crossbreeding, how are they going to fare with time, knowing fully well that the diseases that affect those ones there don't affect ours here? Ours are more resilient to the diseases that we get to see there. We get to, you watch the news, you hear all kind of mad cow disease, you hear this, you hear that, but it doesn't happen this way. But now when we start this kind of breeding, are we going to localize them? And for those farmers that say, okay, good, we are bringing this majorly for milk, keep them in those farms majorly for milk. If you're breeding, let your breed stay in that farm. And we don't have a case whereby we see movement of this particular breed coming in, mixing with our local breeds, and we are not sure. I'm talking about for the scientists, right? We are not very sure what is going to affect the gene pool in our own climate over time. Do we need the milk? Definitely yes. Also, where they went to Denmark, I wanted to ask, why didn't they go to India? Why? Because India is also as hot as Nigeria, even hotter than Nigeria, and they are the highest producer of dairy products. So I'm looking at, okay, why not India? If we're looking at climate, we have similar climate, unlike Denmark. Denmark is cold, very cold, and the cow too will be thinking in that coldness.
Okay, so I was thinking from his perspective when he was talking, so I was thinking about scientifically, I think they can study the way they crossbreed, yes, and we still preserve the one that can give us the kind of nutritious milk that we want to have. So I will leave that for the scientists to figure out. However, I have seen, and I will mention the market. It is that Kara market when you are going to
Lagos Express.
Lagos Ibadan. Yes, I have seen where those locals breed them, walking around with those cows. Yeah. I've seen them with injection. What's that? What do you call that? Syringe. I don't know what they were injecting. That guy that they was injecting to, because I was in the vehicle and I was looking at him, and so I was asking myself, what knowledge does he have about the chemical substance in that syringe? What's the outcome of injecting that cow? Probably because I was not working, because I would have gone to ask some questions. He was doing that, probably to put away pests, probably to, what's the name of this thing that they call, during COVID-19, they say people must be vaccinated. Maybe it was giving vaccine to the animal. I don't know, but it was injecting. So my question is, do you possess the required knowledge? Are you a vet?
We have a whole lot of very good veterinary centers, doctors.
Yes, but are you, because you are moving around with these cows, why?
He must have been taught.
You must have been taught,
Yeah,
maybe, but I'm just inquisitive. Maybe my job got a hold of me and I was just asking myself questions. And I come to the point that, okay, just because of that, I think I stopped taking meat for 2 months.
Because of what you saw?
I did.
Okay.
I did.
Okay.
Because I was asking myself, and I'm like, okay, why? And you know, so it will be good whilst we are importing this, most especially if the government is going to get involved. Of course, we know government will get involved with this to train the locals on how to care for these animals and to care for their breed, so we don't endanger them and we don't endanger the health of those who will feast on the products that are coming from these cows.
Good question. You know that this is going to be driven majorly by private farming. This is where we need to really hammer on. You were talking about we not having designated areas where we have these animals kept, ranches, call it whatever government decides to call a name. No, this is private business. And let us tell the government that rearing of cattle, whatever form, is private business, not a national treasure, not a national business.
But we have a Ministry of Livestock.
So that way, we will hold responsible anybody that is rearing and getting into another person's business, because that is what it is. If you come to me and say, okay, now let's negotiate, I want a land in your state, it is me negotiating with you, not me negotiating with the government. No. It makes it easy. Now, what the government can do is now, okay, can you give us a piece of land? Let's negotiate based on private business, on behalf of a people, on behalf of an entity. If these cows are coming in from whatever country they decide to come in, it's private business. And we'll make sure that they do well. If it's for milk, good. The private business is going to generate this amount of milk over this amount of period of time from this farm in this place. Private business. But when we start turning private business into government concern and government-driven businesses, we'll start having issues.
Now, over to you, Emmanuel. Add this to what you're about to say. We've had series of farmer-header clash and all that, and now we're bringing imported livestock. Don't you think it's time we really enforce this cattle ranching?
Yeah, because I was going to say, when stories like this come, it sounds very, very interesting. Oh, everybody loves it. It looks very positive, because first off, it's going to reduce your wage bill, the import, the dependency and all that. Then because your dairy needs, you get to meet it, even if it's daily or weekly or monthly, whichever it is. But everybody looks at the positives. Let's look at the negative first, including this one he just mentioned. Do we have the infrastructure first? Because when you mentioned the weather that we have, and you're bringing something from Denmark, which we don't have similar climate, you know you have a problem. Do we have the infrastructure here? Because we didn't hear of any plans that they did before these things started coming. The news just came now that, oh, we're going to bring in these cows. But we didn't hear any plan to say, okay, well, when these cows come in, this is what is already...
This is where they are going to.
Yeah, this is what you have already. This is the training that the farmers need to get. Because just like we're talking about the injection, who will now train these people? You see that when you bring the cows, you now start to train people. It's like you're putting the cart before the horse. Right? And then you talk about infrastructure first. That one involves the whole ranching. Or I think there was another one, the Osibajo tried to push up the last time. I can't even remember the name. And then that one is first. You now look at the style that the farmers already use, that their cows are familiar with. You understand? They now have to now relearn. You know, it's very difficult to teach people new things.
If it's a private business, they will do it. I don't know if you understand.
Who are they teaching?
Of course, yes. Am I going to tell Dangote how to distill or refine his oil?
He probably did all that before he got his...
So since it's a private business, they should have that responsibility and have gone ahead to make plans to this effect and not work like a government kind of establishment where you are pushing paper here and carrying file there.
Okay, but to put I think the former administration, the former administration of Kano State, who is the current national chairman of the ruling party, Abdullahi Ganduje, We remember how when things were really going back and forth between the North and the South, and they're asking for land for cattle ranching and cattle rearing purposes. And most of the Southern governors, shrugged it off. I'm like, no, you can't demand it in such way. He was telling the cattle rearers, come back to the North, come to Kano State. I'm going to give you land to do this. I'm going to give you land to do that. And that agenda has been pushed to an extent. And probably maybe Bala Mohammed of Bauchi State as well. I saw him, playing around with such policies that we are going to make lands available for those who are going into cattle ranching, because I think then it was the stories about cattle, straying into people's farms, eating up the crops, were really generating some form of heat between the northern governors and the southern governors. So I think some of the northern governors, have already started work on this. However, these are some of the responsibilities of government at the head of society. Local government are charged with the responsibility. In fact, your dog, if your dog must not stray. If it strays and mistakenly bites someone, the local government can take that, arrest the dog. Take it into, yes, I intentionally use that word. Arrest that dog, take it into custody,
we have to
then
be
take you to
where
court.
we are arresting the dog.
No, take you to court. Now, I'm using the word dog because it's a beast, it's an animal, and the same thing applies to farms, for cattle too. So this is the incident that happened. Because I did diploma in local government studies, I was aware of all these practices before going to the BSc, and I just got out from university. My head was burning with fire.
You were looking for dogs to arrest?
No, that's not the case. I came out, then I was walking at Jegule, Bandri, going to Alaba. I was walking and I saw cattle on the road. They were walking. I'm like, what is this? I walked into the police station and I told the police officers, it is your responsibility to arrest these cows on the road. They were looking at me like, did he drank something? Is it in his right senses? And I was talking so confidently, I wasn't even speaking the normal pidgin. I was speaking. So they were looking, where is it from? Is he okay? So one of them now took out the time, let me answer him. Because all other colleagues felt like, they have come again. Who is this person? So they now felt like, okay. This is what he said. He said, okay, if it's in Lekki, in VI, we can do that. He said, but here in Ajegule, we cannot do that. And I said, why? He said, because these cows are owned by some of the chiefs that lives in this street.
Very sure. Private business.
If you arrest them, they come out for you with these boys that does one or two things for them that you normally know. You know these boys we are talking about. It could be the Agberos and all of that. We don't want to stand such heat. So we cannot do anything. And there is no pasture, no grass anywhere if you are going from Bandri, going to Alaba, Suru, Alaba. So where are the cows? What are they feasting on? They are going to trash bins to eat leftover oranges and all of that. So they were they could cause traffic, because while a car is trying to avoid them, it veers off into the crowd and all of that. So government must play its role, down up from the federal to the local government at the head of society.
All right, thank you very much. We still have a whole lot more coming up. Lagos is planning to bring back the environmental sanitation. We'll take that after this short break. Stay tuned.
Traffic regulations are practices put in place in both developed and underdeveloped countries. They are designed to ensure the safety of all road users, reduce accidents, and promote orderly movement. Either you are a driver or a passenger, every road user is required to understand and follow these laws. Under obligations, drivers must possess a valid driver's license issued by the authorized body. In Nigeria, this is the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC.
Individual
like I've just said, most Nigerians, as we know, celebrate their date of birth. And as such, when you obtain a driver's license, say for 3 years or 5 years, you already know if you do it today, in the next 5 years, when you'll be celebrating your birthday, you are already aware that your license is due for renewal. You don't have to even wait until that date. By law, a month to that date, you should start processing the renewal of the driver's license.
While other countries have their respective designated authorities, vehicles must also be properly registered and insured, with up-to-date documentation readily available when requested by law enforcement officers. Mandatory rules include observing speed limits, which vary depending on the road type. In cities, the limit is 50 km per hour, increasing to 80 km per hour on highways and 100 km per hour on expressways. Before hitting the road, seat belts are mandatory for both drivers and front seat passengers. Also, all traffic signs, signals, and road markings must be obeyed. Drivers must remember that using a mobile phone while driving is a punishable offense unless assisted by a hands-free device. Drunk driving is illegal, with penalties ranging from fines and license suspension to imprisonment. For passengers, wearing seatbelts is essential, and distracting the driver should be avoided at all costs. In public transport, any reckless driving should be reported to the authorities, and pedestrians, on the other hand, must also cross at designated pedestrian crossings, zebra crossings, or pedestrian bridges where available. They should follow pedestrian traffic lights and only cross when the signal indicates it is safe. Looking left, right, and left again before stepping onto the road is crucial and should avoid running while crossing. Making eye contact with approaching vehicles ensures they see you before you proceed. By following traffic regulations, road users can prevent accidents, protect lives, and contribute to smoother transportation for everyone. Grace Komolafe, Souq News Television.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrosely University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Honor of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Welcome back to Souq Business Landscape. Let's take the next story. The Lagos State government has expressed its resolve and determination to reintroduce the monthly environmental exercise, recently abolished by court order. Now, the Commissioner for the Environment and Water Resources, Tokunbo Wahab, disclosed this after an inspection tour of Idiaraba, Orile-Igomu, and Alabarago. Wahab added that a formal date for the commencement of the exercise would be soon made known to the public. The Commissioner reiterated the importance of good sanitation practices among all residents to ensure clean, flood-free, safe and sustainable environment across the state. Wahab spoke strongly on the issue of an abandoned dump site in Idiaraba, which was being operated illegally by cat pushers enabled by a syndicate group. He also complained about the Alabarago market, where traders have turned the median into a dumping ground for blocking all the median systems and alignment. Priya, let me start off with you. Now, in 2015, the Lagos State Court of Appeal ruled against the monthly exercise, deeming it illegal and ordering the state government, not to restrict movement on that day. And the court stated that the government cannot restrict anyone's movement. That was why, at any time, that was why it was abolished. But the Lagos State now is saying they are planning to bring it back.
Okay, so for me, if the Lagos State government were to work in line with the court order and that ruling, is that okay? No problem. Because those sanitation officers, what do they normally do? When they come during the last Saturday of the month,
yes,
they come to your vicinity. If it is not clean, in fact, they will bill you. In fact, not even the last Saturday of the month, because then you are supposed to be doing your environmental exercise. During the week, they'll come for inspection. If it is dirty, in fact, this one, they don't even look at the surrounding of your house. They go into the compound. Okay, yeah, that's where I'm coming from. they go into the compound. They check in fact, they go to the sanitary area.
The gutters.
They check everything. If it is blocked, it is obvious to them that you didn't do the exercise during the lab. They are going to fine you. They are going to penalize that very house. And it is the local government that carry out all this exercise, and you will pay. Probably after that, and they stopped this, the Lagos State government can go back to it.
But
you don't want us to restrain movement.
Yes.
You don't want us.
They were actually picking up people.
No problem. Yes, we know that, and they used to pick up people. And when I'm leaving the house, I leave by as early as 5 a.m. to avoid that pickup. So the thing is, no problem. Move around.
Okay.
This is environmental sanitation. No problem. Move around. But there must be. If there is no exercise, enforce it. Build houses to pay. Set a day, just the way they set on Thursday for the big markets, Mile 12 International Market and other big markets. Every Thursday, or yes, I think it's every Thursday, yes, because of the peculiarity of the markets. They have to carry out the environmental exercise. And when they don't do that, they even have association within the market that could give, in fact, you dare not. You adhere. As long as you own a shop in that place, you're involved in the exercise. And not just that, when you're done doing that, you don't leave the trash by the roadside, because you can still be fined by the association, and you will pay. And the association is not giving government, because you know that the association have the right to shut up your store. So they comply. For those in the residents, because it was stopped, and it doesn't mean that we should stop doing environmental exercise. But now at least the government has barred the Lagos State government, or the courts have barred the Lagos State government, that there will be no wandering. I mean, leave people, they have the right to move around by way of the fundamental human rights. However, your vicinity must be kept clean. If we say it's the last Saturday of the month, do it. If you do not do it, they come for a check and you are found wanting. Of course, you should pay. You'll be billed. By the time you are billed a few times, maybe we are going to abide by that law. Even though we are not going to be restricted by moving around, but we are going to make sure we keep our environment clean. Because it can make diseases lurking at the corner, and these things will breed disease.
Emmanuel, I have been a witness of this. On Saturday, I passed through Mushin. There's a place, a dump site. It's not even a dump site. A big dump stuff was provided for them to dump, and you could see scavengers on it. And it's actually in front of a market. Take that away, just that, in the middle of the road, the pavement on the road, they dump things there along Mushi. Every day you pass that place. So do you think that this environmental exercise would actually put people, because this is humans It's not the government anymore. People actually go in the middle of the night and dump things. So do you think this environmental exercise would actually bring back that healthy culture among Nigerians?
Absolutely, it will. So when this whole campaign started about Lagos is smelling, I'll call it a campaign because it looked like it was targeted. Yeah, I heard the arguments, and I would agree that Lagos is smelling, right? But it didn't just start to smell. It took efforts, concerted efforts of people before it got to that point. We used to say this slang in the hood. If you want your pee to foam, you have to target it in one particular place. It will start to foam. When you put one trash in one spot, the next person comes, okay, maybe this place is like a public place to drop trash, and then it becomes a hazard. It doesn't just start out as a trash can, right? I remember it was 2016 that the Ambode administration enforced this cancellation of environmental. I remember then he brought in Visionscape. And it looks like a better way to handle trash. In fact, in bus stops and corners, the kind of trash we used to have there then had colors for plastics, papers, and nylons. But you see, it's like we were doing foreign ideas, but the people did not change. The culture to get us better needed to now come from the people.
From within.
They created trash cans, very fantastic ones, beautiful, look like basketball rims when they just attach it to the walls in strategic places, and they come and put nylon. Over time, we took those things and put it in our houses. People, it was weird. So it's like when the government comes with a policy, right? If the people are not even willing, they will just resist whatever it is you want to do. Agreeable. If you bring back the sanitation using what Kwemale said, don't do anything that would affect people's rights to move and all those kind. No problem. Because if you can go and send, for example, NEPA bill, we call it then, and you can go house to house, it's a simple thing. When you go, take evidence, take a picture of the environment, send them there. Is that what they are doing now with vehicles? When it's not that
strategic places, camera.
Get the picture. When the person comes, you want to argue with this is the evidence. That way, even without even being told, oh, today is environmental, you clean your house.
True.
Because eventually, just like you said, it's no longer just making the environment cleaner, it's making even your health better. So we need it back. Because everybody is saying, oh, the government needs to do something. And I asked that very question. If they bring back environmental, would you agree? Right? Because it's not enough to say, oh, the state is dead. Now we are making efforts to make it better. One of the ideas is to bring back sanitation. Maybe with a bit of variations to what we used to have before. Like, we would allow you to move around. But if your vicinity is there that will not penalize you, would you agree? And this penalty now is no longer coming with fine. Maybe when we come around, we'll seal your compound. If you put those kind of laws, yeah, environmental is back, but we're doing it differently now. We're not arresting anybody, we just seal your compound. Obviously, everybody will sit up.
Souq, over to you. What's your thoughts?
My thought on sitting up or... Okay. Now, this was a bit mooted. It was very quiet. There was a spike in the case of meningitis in the last 6 months among infants here in Lagos. We had the same thing. That was an epidemic, cholera.
Yes, cholera.
Sometime last year.
Yes.
Lagos Island bore a high brunt of it, and we lost a lot of people. We had Lassa fever. All this is stemming from dirty environment. Not to talk about typhoid. That is like a normal staple. They just say typhoid and malaria. This is coming from a culture of dirtiness. Now, you can't be clean in your own environment, but by the time you leave and you get hungry and you have to eat on Lagos Island, your children might be very clean, your house is very clean, but they go to school. And next is another child that's coming from another environment that is carrying one form of communicable disease or the other, and the child will bring it home. So these are things that we all need to look and consider. If we say that the environmental sanitation that used to be there, thanks to the military regime, is not helping issues, then what measures are we going to put down to make sure that we keep Lagos clean? Because Lagos needs to be clean. There are over 8 million people in this small space. If we are not clean, we are only praying for a disaster. My issue now is some of these policies, how are they going to follow through? Just last year, we were told that single plastics was going to be phased out.
Yeah. Yes.
As we speak, we have more single plastics. So how are we really going to dialogue with the people? Because it's not just the environmental sanitation now. We need an orientation change. The people need to change.
The people.
And most times, this change is not going to be palatable. It's not sweet. But the people must change.
You know, sorry to pass it. You remember some of these things that we see and then we just take it as normal, right? When we say the environment is not clean, it's not just trash. We are still having open defecation in 2025.
Must you embarrass us openly like this?
No,
it's something to talk about.
This is a conversation on its own. In 2025, we are still having open defecation.
We are, as we speak right now, we are in the world, the indices. Nigeria is somewhere up there when it comes to open defecation.
And it's normal. You will just see somebody come and they just do his natural business.
Especially traveling on our roads.
In commercial city.
We are talking about not far from us here. That bridge not far from us here. That is very close to the market here.
So
why?
What
happened to the Kai?
So those ones only arrest
the
market people who are
or
trading.
traffic offense, people who cross also.
So but as much as the government is making the efforts, the government is making the efforts to make this place cleaner, and that was why from the Fashola regime to Ambode, well, I didn't see so much of it in this community. But
Fashola had the cleanest Lagos.
But they were doing this planting of tree planting, because naturally by agri, plants give you oxygen, they take it makes the air fresher. But like I said, I didn't know the Souq. I'm sure they did so much with the planting, but I knew it was a thing in those last two administrations. But while the government is making their own efforts, easily, once you say, oh, this place is dirty, the next place everybody complains, what is the government doing? But the government is doing something, right? You are saying it. But the people, the humans that we are, like, sometimes I actually wonder, like, is it that we as, let me say Lagosians, because this is where we are, we as Lagosians, some of us shouldn't even be here. Like, we should just be in our villages. That's the best place for us to see.
It's a case of crime and punishment.
Okay. So this is one thing. I know we are going to say the government is doing this. What are there are some gray areas. Some very. Let's have this conversation. Because I remember when the Lagos-Ibadan Express was being fixed, and it was being fixed down. It's coming straight to Joduberja, and they are moving in. You see, when they finished that particular spot, you see how nice those places were.
Yes.
When you are crossing the road, if you do not use the pedestrian bridge, when you are crossing, there's this open pavement in between where you have to move from one part to the other. Oh no, you don't want to take a look at that stretch, right from Opik, or from down straight to Joduberja, and even getting straight down to the secretariat. Those two, you don't want to take. It's not good. I don't want to say it on air. Talking about open defecation, it's not a good sight.
Okay.
And that's not. Government has done its part by building that road nicely. And some other times they fix the lights. And we also know what happens, because the next day you come and you see 1 is not working, 2 is not working, 3 is not working.
They have not removed the bulb.
Great. In fact, that. So, okay, fine. The people, when the people do this, I know when I say this, maybe you guys will jump on my head. Maybe doctor will jump on my head when we are done with the program.
Don't worry, your head is not that strong.
So the thing is this: when people do this, when you speak to people and they tell you, some experts will tell you, people don't just behave that way. There's a reason why they behave that way. Okay, you as a psychologist, why people behave that way? So not only psychologists, by way of your interaction with these people, is that people silently protest against the government.
People silently protest against.
Like they just want to do things obvious, like away from what
wrong. They just want to do things wrong. that is just my way of protesting against the government, because I think because you are not
civil disobedience
by defecating.
By going to
remove these are not areas
on bridge railways.
That's it's wrong. We must not. Please understand me. It is wrong.
Solar lights.
Yes, it is wrong. It is a criminal offense.
What he's saying is it's not normal.
It's abnormal for people to just engage in that act.
Okay.
Why do they do it?
Okay.
Let me give an example. Is that justified? No.
Do you know why they do it?
Why?
Crime and punishment.
Explain. You know, you mentioned that thing before. I need you to explain.
Now,
because I've explained why they do it.
Yeah.
Some years back, when the government was fixing a lot of transmission lines,
yes,
and they were getting stolen, there was an order: shoot at sight.
That's extreme.
That was an hold on. That was an order. Shoot at sight. If you see anyone with NEPA cables or any of those armored cables that are not brand new or not registered for sale from a company, shoot at sight. Don't even bring to the police station. What happened?
So we should enforce that.
No, I'm just giving an example.
Yeah.
I don't even, just an example. What happened? That particular trade died a natural death because you know that somebody that is just passing, all he needs to do is just to see you.
Oh, Buhari said the same thing. Shoot at sight if you see anybody who is not an officer. You can make AK-47. Banditry has not died.
No.
Terrorism has not died.
These are two different things.
Great.
Now look at it. What is the enforcement for this? Because these are crime. Somebody is supposed to be caught, or somebody knows who is doing it, or people know the market where these things are sold at the end of the day. What is the enforcement level? That is where we are right now. So when we have the Nigerian police, or the civil defense, or any other enforcement agency that will go all out and do their duty and not just wait in a police station for people to report, these things will change. We have people going for open defecation. Even as we speak, I can bet you money that if you cross that area where he's talking about now,
somebody's there.
Like now, send a drone there now.
That's not even there. I saw someone close by today when I was coming to the office.
So imagine if we have a set of, even if it's community people,
so we can actually do that. We can actually do that.
You.
You know the interest is
that's jungle.
That's not jungle.
Okay, so don't shoot at sight, please.
Can I ask you a question?
Because the words of the president cannot overrule the law. I can say except someone has been caught. Yes, I know.
Now let me ask us this question. We all come from one particular community or the other.
Yes.
So for those of us that are still privileged to have a village and still standing, can you go and defecate in your village stream?
No, not in the street.
No.
Not in the street.
Even close
the
to
market square, you can't even do that.
Even in the farm, where I come from, the youth will catch you and flog you. I don't know if you understand. Even if you are passing the community, you know, okay, they'll show you where to go and do it. So if we have this kind of things that will follow them in the villages where we come from, why should we now come here and do it?
Consequences. So it's
lack of consequences. Punishment.
Yeah. So I think I was going to come from the angle when we're talking about psychology and sociology of human mind. A lot of us need to be evaluated. Now the government.
Arrow is not that big.
But it doesn't have enough space. If you talk about the drug menace already, that place is full. That place is full already. So, but the government can actually see an opportunity here to not just do this environmental sanitation, but create jobs. I know we have this LNSDC,
Lagos State Neighborhood Security Watch.
Lagos Neighborhood Watch, right? Now, it was a way to get more like community policing. But you can also do targeted ones. We know there are so many of these security arms. Kai is there. The one I mentioned, what they call man no war guys, many of them are. Many uniforms have the colors are looking like rainbow. Many of them are there.
War against indiscipline.
You know that one I hold and I told that to Kai. But the thing is, you can actually use this as a way of creating jobs. Have people who move around places in communities to ensure that whatever policy that you put in place is finally, it's a way. That is it. If you look at something, you can see how you can make money out of it. Rather than shoot on sight or shoot at sight, or English what you want to use, have them pay big fines. Okay. Right? That they will regret ever doing.
Someone goes on to Lagos Ibadan right now, and that transmission line that is feeding the entire Western distance and starts cutting it to go and sell.
So no.
They should have a way of doing what?
No, so where I was restrict us to environment things.
Come again.
The government can.
They shouldn't shoot aside. They should shoot him up there. Not.
Please don't shoot.
Create avenues where you have more public toilets.
More public toilets. Exactly.
Now, by creating more public toilets, you are also creating jobs for cleaners. Okay. I'm just giving you a ripple effect that one thing can actually achieve.
And paid.
Of course, they will be paid.
Okay.
But not much. There are some of the bridges that you pass. You see these people that are not handicapped and they are sweeping those bridges.
Yeah.
Okay. You see them regularly. Okay. Many of them are not necessarily from government.
No,
you understand? They're just voluntary, and people just pay them for some of those things. These are avenues to create jobs. They just need to see it. So if we say, okay, bring back environmental sanitation, don't limit yourself to Saturday. Also 3 hours or whatever. Expand the thought. Create more avenues where people can make money off this policy that you want to bring back.
Okay.
You understand? And I think that one is going to make the state our idea is like basically the biggest in the entire country anyway.
Yes.
And you can see it more.
All right, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll dive deeper into the program. Stay tuned.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Seoul Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
Welcome back to Souq Business Landscape. Moving on to the foreign scene, the Trump administration is demanding that countries involved in active trade negotiations submit their best offers by Wednesday as it seeks to speed up multi-trade talks ahead of its self-imposed deadline just 5 weeks away. Now, according to a draft letter from the Office of the United States Trade Representative, the administration is requesting detailed proposal covering tariffs and quota offers for American industrial and agricultural goods, solutions for non-tariff barriers, and commitments on digital trade and economic security. Now, the letter signed by Wilt signals a sharp push to wrap up negotiations that began on April 9, when President Donald Trump temporarily suspended his Liberation Day tariffs following market turmoil triggered by sweeping levy announcement. Now, this letter also warns that ongoing court cases challenging the legal basis of Trump's tariff under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act will not affect the administration's trade agenda. It states that the president plans to continue the tariff program using alternative legal authority if necessary. So far, the United States has only reached one partial agreement with Britain, which serves more as a framework for further discussions than a final deal. Talks are still ongoing with countries including the European Union, Japan, Vietnam, and India. U.S. officials insist the pace of negotiations is increasing with the goal of securing agreements that both reduce trade barriers for American businesses and provide revenue to support Trump's broader economic strategy. Let me start with Priya. How do you think the key trade partners, I wish Nigeria was among, but another story for another day. How would the key trade partners, how do you think they will react to this ultimatum?
That's what is suspending it. Well, I think if you look at Trump's body language, from the onset when he came into office and he was dishing out those executive orders and the trade, the tariffs to countries and all of that, he allowed it to go on for a while. It's like he's testing the waters. I like his body language. Whilst he's testing he wasn't actually testing the waters, he was actually doing the deal. And you will read the body language of different countries. So far, it's only China. That has withstood the United States and said, no, please, you need to treat us with some form of respect when you do some things like this. You can see the European Union, he's still with them, say, you guys are taxing, you tax United States-based companies a lot. And he kept on. Then later on, he said he's going to give 3 months respite break for countries that were not retaliating. Give them 3 months break. And Nigeria and some other African countries fall into that, including Singapore. Then later, again, he's coming with this. I think he has a destination point. What did he say? He said it's not going to affect the United States trade agenda. So what I personally want to look at is the United States trade agenda and what it hopes to achieve. And we all know that is to make America first. And I think he's going to hit that goal. If he fails in any mark, he's going to hit it. Because it's a critical part of his agenda of coming into office. Look at the stocks, the way it went down when he came into office, including some of the industries that he was talking about. Okay, let me just say, even the pharmaceuticals, they suffered a heavy blow. Their stocks, there was some form of plummeting. And in tech was shooting up to an extent. So I think that agenda is going to be met by him.
Emmanuel, what do you think? What's the whole end game for
Trump? I can understand. The first question I ask is, what's the rush? You're putting yourself 5 weeks deadline. When you came, you wanted to make it look like I know what I'm doing. Right? So why is the rush? Because now you're forcing your trade partners to make quick decisions. And now all of them are scampering in their places like, should we go ahead with this thing? Because look, while Trump was busy doing his, I know what I'm doing, I want to make America first. Other trading partners are now making deals with other people. China is now becoming one of the toughest business people you want to. Almost everybody in Africa wants to do business with China. Although some of our breakout from ECOWAS wanted to go to Russia anyway, but that's a conversion. I don't know why. Maybe Russia has.
They're still together.
Yeah, and France. We're not breaking away from France. But when I'm sure that was why they put this deadline, because they know if they don't get this thing done, a lot of trade deficits, it's going to skyrocket. It means they're going to have more taxes, which they didn't want to increase before for the US people. He wanted to say I could bring down taxes for the common man. But as it is, when there's a trade deficit, obviously it affects your pockets. That means you have to bring more money for the government to run. And then when you now see that your partners are not necessarily willing to be partners anymore, what else are you left with? Because almost everybody you are fighting with. Imagine when you come and then you say all the old countries are putting tariff on their goods, or do different prices for different people. You already know you are not going to have any friends. And everybody will be looking like, okay, what alternatives do we have? The Trump had already seen it, that they have heavy desire that, oh yeah, we want to make America first. But all our friends and allies are looking for other allies. Like your best friend, you are claiming, oh, this is my best friend. Well, your best friend now has another best friend. You will not be comfortable anymore. Because ordinarily, you are my best friend. Automatically, you mean your best friend is me. But now I'm not saying that your best friend is somebody else. My alliance with you will probably tinker. So I feel the rush now is they're already seeing the big picture. If they don't get these deals done as soon as possible, they didn't get themselves 5 weeks. In another 2-3 months, China will take them as the biggest economy.
Moving over to you, Souq, this pressure tactics, how would it affect, the willingness of trade partners to negotiate in good faith?
What the question should have been, is Trump negotiating in good faith? That's where we are right now. For those that are in the States right now, it's a two-way traffic. The world, as we speak now, has gone beyond the global village. Every company needs a partner. Every company. Boeing, you say they are making planes. They are in the States. But over 30-40% of the components are coming from different places. So in the real sense of it, they might only be assembling, but you can't call them an assembly plant.
Yeah.
Same thing with your electronics giant, Apple. Apart from them having a plant, they also have a plant in China. But this is a US company. So this revolves around a whole lot of products that have been made globally, not just those in the States. But as we speak right now, Trump is protecting his own American businesses. That is his watchword. And it comes first to him. So this is where I am looking forward to seeing my own president. He might not toe directly the same line, but at least let me see him also go the same route. He has put, say, Nigeria first, good. But now let's start saying, yes, you can.
I did.
Let's now start seeing that advantage coming to Nigerian businesses first before any other company. Now, definitely, American businesses, we need partners. That is why they want this signature and everything that needs to be apex. So there's good. Our companies are still going to be in the works. First, not just being in the works, but they are still going to be very profitable. Jobs are not leaving. That's what he's trying to canvass. Jobs that have left, let's try and see how we can bring them back. And for those that we can't bring back, those products that are coming from outside, we have to put a tariff on it. So it can't just, let's face some good facts. You can't help it.
But a good trust from.
Let's put a tariff on it. But that is them. But I'm looking at it from our own side. We in Nigeria now, if we say let's toll that route, we are importing way more than we produce. So that might not work for us. But for the things that we consume on a daily and we can't try make them here, let's start looking for how to make them here. And for the things that we import a whole lot that we might not be able to make here, let's make those companies bring those plants here and establish them here.
So you're literally mirroring what Trump is wanting to do America for Nigeria.
We are not directly mirroring, but we can also put Nigeria first.
But we are not there yet, because they are a superpower. We are not. We are largely dependent.
Question number one. We drive a whole lot of cars here. We might not be able to afford brand new cars that much, but we still have car plants here. Now, within our climb, we have a few car manufacturing plants that we see their brands every day on our street.
Sure.
What stops the president of saying, hey, we're not going to import from you again. If we import from you, we'll put 200% tariff on it. Or come and establish that plant here.
You want the Nigeria economy to do that?
Yes, we can.
We won't survive it.
No,
yes,
let him wait till 2027
yes,
after
we will.
the election.
Yes, no, hold on. Yes, we will.
No, we will.
No. Look, I'm not talking about essential commodities. I'm looking at luxury items. Those brand new cars are luxury items. The mass transit that we are buying are luxury items. Well, it took just one policy for Anamco to come back. Don't forget.
Yeah.
Anamco was dead. It took one policy, Anamco came back. It took one policy, the Dangote truck plant came back.
I would agree. If you restrict it to luxury items, I would agree. Because if you say general trade, we that we are largely dependent on our friends, no, we won't survive it.
So one of the things that even when the president and this administration was talking about the new tax reform bills, one of the items that some of the items rather that were highlighted to be very taxed is the luxury items.
Yes.
Those who own yachts, those who own private jets, and those who own very luxurious cars.
How many people own private jets?
They are going to be taxed, no matter how few they are.
I don't know if you understand. Let's look at those particular products that are consumed by millions or used by millions.
So they are going to be taxed. But the thing is this. The United States, first of all, Trump left the country recently, right? He went to the Gulf region, right? I don't think they are going down. The relationship that you think it's going sour is mending it. He went to the Gulf region to go and, mend some things. Yes. And by the time he left, we all knew about billions of dollars of projects ranging from AI, from chips to exchange chips with South Korea. Semiconductors, rather. They're already... He has told Mr. Narendra Modi, look, as it is now, your energy consumption has gone up to about 5 million barrels per day of crude, or of, is it crude or premium motor spirit? You would need to, we have a market for because when Trump was coming in, he said, we're going to do drill, baby, drill. Yeah. So he has opened that trade with India. So as he's having friction with other countries, he's opening other spaces, new markets for the United States to thrive. Now let me try to respond to a few things that Souq said about our country. As we speak to you, when this whole issue about Trump imposing tariff started, we saw how the UK, Mr. Stemmer, went there to have a conversation. Even Madame van der Leyen, who is the EU Commission, went there. And some other countries, the president, even from Africa. I didn't know that South Africa was even going to build a card. That Cyril Ramaphosa went to see him. And even though their conversation didn't go out very well, but I think there's progress and something on the pipeline. And their commissions, their consulate, and their embassy, both political appointees, they were there, doing the damage control and to make sure that there are other frontiers for business and strategic alignment with the United States of America. For Nigeria, we are not. Because since 2024, October, September 2024, 2023, we recalled our ambassadors, about 109 missions abroad, back into the country. And since from that time till now, we've been talking, Mr. President, when we talk about conversation on the global climate, strategic leadership, alignment with other countries, and for Nigeria to be, perpetually be seen, playing at that level at the global arena, we are losing it. 109 missions you have recalled, you have not replaced. What is happening? Mr. Yusuf Tuga, who is the Minister of Foreign Affairs, came and told us that, look, running 109 embassies outside this country is financially very, very demanding. And some people are saying, excuse me, the status of Nigeria in the global arena, it is too clumsy, too... it's not excusable for us to say because of financial difficulty we cannot run our embassies, so you called back the political appointees and you left the embassy staff who are like the civil servants in that place, but they do not have the capacity to influence and make strategic decisions that the government can stand by because they are not appointing or they were not appointed by the government. So we begin to look at this because currently, as it is now, globally, global politicking, we're in the disadvantage. So that level you're even thinking or talking about, it's even too high for our government to think now because
it's not
the
too
primary
high.
thing that we are supposed to do now, we are not even doing.
I would agree with you. Let's break it. All the African free trade and stuff.
Yes,
but want to take us to the globe with this kind of arrangement? No, we will suffer.
Let's break it down. It's not too high. It's not too high. Let's break it down to the common market. Typical example, my two market. What happens? You bring yam from the north. By the time that yam gets in, the yam does not get into the market. Yes or no?
Of course, it goes.
It doesn't matter who owns the yam. There are gatekeepers you pass the yam through. Yes or no? It's the same thing. There are no importation gets into this country aside what comes in illegally. That doesn't go through ports. That government is not aware. Even before it leaves the port of dispatch to port of arrival, that government is not aware. So if there are government policies that say, okay, this particular luxury items is what we are targeting. If we are not putting a tariff on it, then let them be produced here. It's doable. It doesn't have to do with the country.
But it's possible that they are not produced here. So what do you
business people?
But this we must look at the body language of this government we are talking about. This government is headed by an individual who, when he was the governor of a state, was able to increase the IGR of that state astronomically.
Which means
intellectually. But he can't. Why is he not doing it?
But there are different ways to do it. You don't have to create enemies in your
I don't even think our country at the moment now can afford it. Did you even reciprocate?
We can afford it.
Did you even reciprocate during the Trump? Did you reciprocate? We didn't even make any speech.
What are you reciprocating? Sorry. What are we reciprocating with? I don't even understand. What are we reciprocating with?
Okay,
what are you giving them that they want to
I would have agreed. Sorry, I would have agreed with Chooks if you said, okay, the government should place a tax on
luxury items.
No, not only luxury items, even for the common manufactured items that we have import substitution for.
Yeah, locally.
But locally, we have to call brands. But if we're not going to impose tax, I don't want our government to be imposing tax on machines that we need
for production.
Hold on.
And this constitutes the major list of the things that we are of this that we are importing into this country because we have foreigners coming to build factories and local manufacturing.
That doesn't constitute.
Those are one of the things I will look at.
Yes. Let's quickly take the last story. All right. So the last story here. The latest peace overtures between Russia and Ukraine are drawing attentions beyond the battlefield with wide-reaching implications for regional stability, trade, and long-term reconstruction investment. Following discussions in Istanbul, Russia tabled stringent demands, including Ukraine's withdrawal from 5 contested regions, neutrality from NATO, reduced military capability, and constitutional recognition of the Russian language. Ukraine firmly rejected the proposal, calling them unrealistic and equivalent to surrender. Despite political deadlock, limited agreements were reached, such as the exchange of prisoners of war and the remains of the over 12,000 soldiers. While the humanitarian cost remains heavy, the economic stakes are rising. Global markets are watching closely as sustained conflict threatens grain export, energy corridors, and investor confidence in Eastern Europe. Ukraine's drone strikes on Russian bombers have intensified tensions, yet Kyiv is pushing for direct talks before the end of June. Talks that could reshape not just political boundaries, but future economic partnerships, reconstruction projects, and global supply chain. Krumale, this war, is it the longest war?
What audacity. Look at, if someone wants peace, if someone wants peace and wants to create, at least you'll be reasonable in the demands now. Constitutional recognition of the Russian language in another country as a base, as a condition for peace. Come on now.
But we all know that's not why.
Uncle Putin. no. Yes, now. At least just be reasonable. But for the fact that if we say it, we we're making progress. I doubt, because recently, even the Russian bombings in Ukraine equally intensified a little bit. And I've only heard of a few retaliating drone bombs from Ukraine to Russia. Well, maybe the ones I've seen. Maybe the ones I've seen. Okay. Maybe the ones I've seen.
You know, everybody has biases, so
maybe, it's not informed by my biases, but I thought the negotiation was supposed to be going on.
Oh.
Yes. And the way Russia is going with this bombing, at this time where we are talking about negotiation, if Ukraine does not respond, it will look weak. And it is never will a sovereign state, even if by way of military capacity, it cannot match its opponent. It's more like an unwritten law. You cannot be weak. You cannot be weak at all. So Ukraine has responded. However, Mr. Trump, who is now the policeman in this case,
intermediary,
should come in, because I think he is to a specific level. If you look at his body language in regards to this matter, he's somewhat impatient when he feels that he's speaking to the Russian side and he's speaking to the Ukrainian side and he's meeting resistance from both parts. You can withdraw. And you know one thing, it is the disadvantage that both sides will share, or the disadvantage that will be meted out to Russia, that I just want to point out in this case. Putin might be looking at the body language of the President of the United States, because he has said he's going to quell this conflict.
Yes.
But if Putin is not giving in, Ukraine is not giving in, if he pulls back, what is going to happen? What is going to happen is that the United States will continue sponsoring Ukraine. So sorry, Donald Trump, this was not your expectation, but that's what I think, that they are going to continue to give aid and to give those military assistance.
Yes.
And that equally means that they are going to equally be taking strong position to consolidate their position in the management of NATO. Russia will be dealing with Ukraine and with NATO, not under Joe Biden, but under a Trump who is equally, what I call fearsome as an Uncle Putin. So that is the dilemma that Russia will face. Because what he's trying to avoid, he may just not get that result. Because, Ukraine will fall back to the laps of NATO and fall back to the laps of the United States President.
Chucks, what's your thoughts?
Okay, who are those calling for a ceasefire and negotiation?
I think your question is rhetorical.
I don't know.
Are you there always?
The same people calling for ceasefire and calling for places to go negotiate are the same people funding Ukraine. If you were to be Russia, what will you ask? So what he's asking for is not too much.
It's not too much?
No. Now see.
That's just part of them.
See,
though.
on the basis of let's negotiate, what he's asking for is not too much. Because we have to meet somewhere. So he has tabled something. So it's now left for you, because you are the one funding the war in the first place. Are they not?
No, Chuks,
No, I don't know if you understand.
4 areas, 4 regions. You have to leave. Ukraine will leave 4 regions.
That is not going to happen. We know.
Okay.
This is just what he's asking for. Okay. But now let's ask why do you think he's asking for that? You that is coming to the table and say, okay, I'm bringing the table, you people should come and talk. You are the same person funding the war.
Yeah, exactly. So on this one, I will probably decide.
I don't know if you understand. I don't know if you understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
So good. So he has. I'm even surprised that he didn't even say, let's analyze the country as the only means of talking it through. So right now, the day they will say we'll stop funding this war will stop.
It's that simple.
For Donald Trump.
Ukraine on its own cannot fight Russia.
Left for
its own fact.
Now, left for Donald Trump, this war wouldn't have started in the first place. But there's one thing we've come to see about American policy. It doesn't matter who's president or what party you belong to. If that is the direction they are going, that is the direction you go.
But it's also determined by the ideology of the political party that is on the saddle.
Hold on, until you get to a point where you now try and stop and change the policy, which is what Trump is trying to do. But right now, they have to find peace.
Conversation is...
Emmanuel, let's have your final thoughts.
I'm sorry, I don't know. Growing up, I used to know about the USSR.
Yes.
Right? Many of us knew how USSR. And then, just like Europe shared Africa, and they started colonizing parts of it. They started breaking USSR into Slovenia, Slovakia. They just started coming out different like that. And then little known, Ukraine came up. And all of a sudden, we started hearing of Ukraine. I had to now go ask myself, we never even knew this country existed before. But one of the carvings that came out of Russia. And then Russia is saying, look, if we wanted to be bossy as it were, you see these 4 places that I told you, we will not even ask you, we will just take it. Right? But we are on the table now and are saying, okay, we've been here for a while. We've got assets here. We would have left it for you to manage. But you want to now go to NATO in a place where other people will now control these assets that we have shared agreements with.
And these places speak, the territories that speak Russian?
Because Russia know that if they let these places go and have foreigners control it, I mean, as it is, it's already obvious that Ukraine can't even do anything on its own. Right?
Well, Ukraine can do stuff on their own. But let's ask this question. At the period when there was a missile crisis in Cuba, why did it not work?
No.
No. Let's ask Mr. Priye, why did the Cuba crisis, why did it even turn to a crisis in the first place? Yeah. So if you don't want somebody putting that kind of thing in your backyard, why do you want to put it in someone else's backyard?
Because Russia
sovereign state. Okay.
Because no, Ukraine right now is not even looking like it's sovereign. Because even if Russia pulls out, they are looking like NATO is now literally controlling you people, and every other player is now feasting on something that naturally was ours before. Because these 4 territories we are talking about, that is one of the standing point of what Russia is saying. No, is our annexation. Okay, it's like telling UK and US, all those islands that people have around, that you're naming them as part of your territories, let them go.
The body language of Putin has stated that, look, in spite of this, even if we are going to finish the negotiation now,
yes,
Ukraine is not going to be part of NATO.
But that
we've seen that stand.
That was the stand right from day one.
We've gone past that level now. No, we have. From day one, yes. But at the moment now, it seems as if Ukraine is not going to be, for peace to reign, Ukraine is not going to be part of that.
And Ukraine have said we won't be part of NATO.
I think Ukraine has got to a position or a place whereby they are beginning to look at it that, yes, we are not going to be part of NATO. However, from whatever that is going to come out from this negotiation table, there must be an equivalent agreement that should be signed in the fact that, look, security-wise, the people of Ukraine will be safe. They will not be run over by the Russian forces. But he has said it before that there had been agreements before. No. He has said that there had been this agreement before with Russia, and Russia broke that agreement not once, not twice. So you cannot just expect this man to just go say, okay, this territory take it so that it will work. No. It will not, because he is being informed. Because this is one of the reasons why we went into the same argument with Mr. J.D. Vance and in the overall
of Ukraine.
So we must put his demands
of Ukraine cannot be negotiated. That is for sure. But now Russia can't guarantee that. It is other parties that will guarantee that. If the United States come down and sign today that we will guarantee your security, this is another point that this war is about to end.
Gentlemen,
we have
really got to go. This has been an impactful and robust conversation. If you enjoyed us, why not like us? Drop a comment on our social media, all our social media platforms at Souq News Television. Until tomorrow, I am Olumide Shokoya.
And I'm Oyin Priye Kromale. Many thanks for watching.
Emmanuel Amolo here. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks. We'll do this again next time.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, Souq Enlightenment.
Well, Supporters Club had been there for 66 years when it was founded officially, but those who funded it were just doing it for the fun. We just come to the field, drum, sing and go. Nobody gave them any recognition. But I joined them in the year 1977. Well, I paid 2 naira to join. And how did I join? It was because of an incident that happened at the National Stadium. The Shooting Stars of Ibadan and the Bendel Insurance of Benin were playing the semi-final of the FA competition that year. And I had to go to enter the stadium. I paid 4 naira to watch the game. But while entering the stadium, the whole place was filled. And when I got inside, there was no place for me to sit down. So many of us were standing out there, people outside the gate of the stadium. There were more than the people right inside. So as at a point in time, while standing, some people just took me off ground and threw me into the crowd. And I started rolling until I landed on the culvert, concrete. Concrete slab. Before I knew it, over 50 people were on my top. And I could no longer breathe. So to me that day, it appeared I was going to die. But through the grace of God, I was able to wriggle out myself of that position. And the man directly on top of me had to leave, because what I did was by biting him. And I had to struggle to go under the concrete slab. And I was right there For the first half of the game, 45 minutes, I was right there under the concrete slab. I couldn't watch the game. It was the breeze that was coming from the outer part of the stadium that saved the situation. After the first half, you know, people will get up to go to the toilets, to go and buy drinks and meet their friends. I had the opportunity of coming out, and a good Samaritan gave me a small place to sit. Even at that, I was very unconscious. I was not comfortable. But the game ended. It was a drawn game. When the game ended, everybody left the stadium, but because I wasn't very comfortable, I had to wait in the stadium for like an hour and a half before I left. So when I left and I got home, 9 p.m. network news, breaking news, 32 people died in the stadium that day. And that, the thought came to me, I probably could have been one of them, but I thank God. That was what informed my decision to say, I will not go to the stadium again until I have the best way to go into the stadium without being killed, maimed, or injured. And I decided to move with those people, and I joined them. But then we were just doing it. Maybe 20 of us, 15, 30 of us, we meet under the trees of the National Stadium, and we go home. And since that period, immediately I became a member, I introduced what they call flag bearing. When from 1977 to 1990, every Nigerian team that came out of the tunnel or goes out there outside Nigeria to play, you will see the Nigerian green, white, green flag being carried by one person. It's me. I did that flag bearing for 13 whole years. Whenever the team is played, I will be there with them, whether it's the Super Eagles, the under 20, the under 23, the Falcons, and the rest, all our national teams. Even our club sides going out to play Continental, when you see the green, white, green of Nigeria, I used to be the one carrying that flag. So I was with them, and I rose within the ranks from being an assistant secretary to becoming the national secretary and also the chairman of the disciplinary panel of the Nigerian Football Supporters Club. And by 1990, I was voted to be the chairman. That was when the thoughts of registering the club came. So when you hear that the Nigerian Football Supporters Club founder, officially because of its registration, I did the registration. Registering the club, I moved it from Lagos to Ibadan, Oyo State. I'm an Ibadan man. Charity begins at home, they say. So I went to Ibadan. From Ibadan, I moved to Bauchi. I moved to Abuja, Kano, Port Harcourt, all the states of the Federation. By 1992, I went to Cote d'Ivoire, in Abidjan precisely, to launch the Supporters Club. I went there physically, bringing the Nigerians together, those living in Abidjan. I formed the Supporters Club and launched it officially. I left that place, I went to Ghana. I launched it in Ghana. Leaving Ghana, I went to Gambia. I went to Burkina Faso. I went to Mali. I went to Republic of Benin. I went to Togo. I went to all the countries of Africa, putting the Supporters Club in place in those countries. By 1995, I moved to the United States of America. I launched the supporters club at the Giants Sports Stadium in New Jersey in 1995. After that, I went to France in 1997 to launch the supporters club in France in 1997 because we were already thinking of going to France to play in the World Cup. And if the Super Eagles will not have enough supporters there, what will happen to them? Don't forget that I led the supporters club to the United States of America for the very first time we played in the World Cup in 1994. I was at the Copa America in 1995. That was when I had the opportunity of launching the supporters club in America. In 1996, I led the supporters club to Atlanta 96. And the winning of the trophy, the gold in football event, made possible by the supporters club, support of the supporters club. Because when you listen, when that match, you remember that we played a match with Brazil in the preliminary stage, and we lost 1-0. But we had the opportunity again to meet them during the semi-final. And during the semi-final, Brazil had given us 3 goals. We were trailing 1-3 at the interval. And when the second half came up, we were given a penalty, I think 25 minutes to the end of the game. One of our players, I don't want to mention the name, but he knows, he lost that penalty kick. That was when God told me, sing this song. It's a miracle working God. It's a miracle working God. He's the Alpha and Omega. He's a miracle working God. Of course, my members chorused. Indeed, miracle came. We scored the second goal. And the then Minister of Sports, Chief Jim Nwobodo, came to our stand and said, Ladipo, I heard you guys singing, it's a miracle working God. It's like God is going to make a miracle to happen today. I said, yes. And we continued. I changed the song. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. Who never fails. Who never fails. Forevermore. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Forevermore. We scored the third goal. Then another song came. Boya chukuna gaza. Boya chukuna gaza mere. Messiah yobiuma. Boya chukuna gaza. The match ended and there was to be the extra time. And that time it was a sudden death rule. Immediately I sang that song, my people chorused. And the ball was coming to Kanu Nwankwo. He was backing the goalkeeper. Chested the ball, raised it up, turned around and tapped it to the net. And that was the 4 goals the Nigerian team scored against Brazil. And they started crying. And I decided to form another song. When Nigeria beat Brazil, when Nigeria beat Brazil, oh, Bebeto start to cry when Nigeria beat Brazil. Why Bebeto? Because they pulled him out. They were thinking they were reserving him because they thought they would meet Argentina in the final. Unknowingly to them, that they will be beaten, they don't know. So I did that song, and we sailed into the final, meeting Argentina in the final. And that again happened. Argentina was leading us 2-1, but we came from 1-2 to beat them 3-2. Yeah, to answer your question, I did that to tell you what the supporters club is to the team. And what this man felt by registering the club is that I have that belief, and it is general, everybody must have it, that this is Nigeria, it's our country. We have to do something by giving it a positive image, whether in Nigeria or outside. You do know that all of us cannot be Mr. President of Nigeria. All of us cannot be governors, and not all of us will be members of the National Assembly. But all of us as Nigerians have special roles to play in giving our country a befitting and positive image. That is the reason why this man has been following football supportership all the time to date. Well, I want to tell you, like I said earlier on, the grace of God has been the secret. The other secret is that my members, I get them reoriented to believe in my vision. All of them supports what I was doing. They all love this country. They want to contribute their own to the good name of Nigeria. That has been the secret. And don't forget, any member of the supporters club should be referred to as a patriot par excellence, because they are not paid. They are not given any allowance. They use their time, their money, even at the risk of their lives, to support the cause of Nigeria through supportership. Well, majorly, it is funding. The challenges is funding, because if you have to support the team, yes, they are playing in Lagos, you may not spend much money. But when they are playing in Enugu, they are playing in Uyo, they are playing in Abuja, you need money, no matter how. But come to think of you traveling with 100, 200, 300, 600 supporters outside Nigeria. They will not go by road. They will go by air. It's a lot of money that we need in running the supporters club. So our main challenges has been that of funding. But I can assure you that God has been good to us. We have had some philanthropists, some organizations who have come to assist us by way of supporting us, giving us a lot of money. And if you will not mind, I will have to put it on record that the very first company that supported Supporters Club was Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola did it for 2 years. They could no longer do it. Then, for 1 year, MTN did it. They could no longer sustain it. Well, later we got Globacom. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. has been the brain, the backbone, the sponsor, and the financier of the Supporters Club for several years, doling out millions from 50 to 60 to 100 million of naira, and even in dollars. So that has been the way, that has been how we have been able to surmount it. We have some philanthropists. We have Taiwo Afolabi, who has always supported us whenever we are going out. I remember Alhaji Aliko Dangote in 1996. He supported us, and some other Nigerians too. Esther Ajayi, when we were going to Russia, 2018, I went to this woman and I told her our problems. The second day, she was able to give us 20 million. I went to meet the then governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Governor Ambody. He gave me 10 million. The club, not me per se, he gave the club. And when we were going to Brazil in 2014, that was the very first time any government supported us. We went to Brazil. Before going, I visited the then president, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. After decorating him as our patron, he pronounced a 50 million naira grant for us to go to Brazil. Actually, we were going to request from him a whole plane to take us there because we were going for a national assignment. Supporters Club is a selfless service. But the president gave us 50 million. I mean, Goodluck Jonathan. But we ended up spending 189 million. The difference of that was raised by me going to Dr. Mike Adenuga, Taiwo Afolabi, Esther Ajayi, Ambode, and the rest. That's how we've been running the club. We've been running the club, meeting people who lost the game of football, who lost Nigeria, and they have been helping us. Well, very, very unfortunate. It's a story I hate to be talking about all the time because I've said many things about it more than 100 times. Supporters Club had been there for several years. And Dr. Rafiu Ladipo was the national chairman for just 10 years, from 1990 to 2000. I left that position in 2000. And then somebody else became the national chairman. And that was Alhaji Waidi Anderile Yusuf, who was the chairman for 8 good years. After him, there was Otumba Olatunde Bashorun. He was there for 4 years. And there came a time when one Mr. Vincent Okumagba acted in that capacity for 3.5 years. And there was one little mistake, misunderstanding, because people will not want to wait for their time. And all I told them is, please, go through an election. Anybody who would not want to go through an election is not supposed to be on that chair of the national chairman. That's what came up. And the then NFF believed that there could be 20 arms of supporters clubs in Nigeria. It could even run to 100 units. But this is unhealthy. You cannot have a situation where your team is playing right on the field and you have different corners where you have the Nigerian supporters scattered all over the field, singing in different voices. It's not good. But look, I've been able to manage it because God has told me that supporters must not die. Supporters Club will not die. I have to be patient to let them see reasons why the Supporters Club should go and support the teams with unity. As a unit, go and support the team. But if you have funded your own, maybe you have registered your own, you have your own office, you can stay in your office. Manage your office the way you want to manage it. But when it becomes a national assignment, you are going out to represent Nigeria. All of us as supporters must come together to support Nigeria as a group supporting one team. Not when you have some people in angle 90, some people in angle 180, some people in angle 360, some people in angle 60, supporting one team. It does not augur well. There's nothing you are going to achieve from this. I remember when we were in Russia, and my members have gone in. I normally wait for all of them to go in before I will finally go in. So when I was going in as the last person, I entered the stadium and I saw them, some people up there, I saw some people on the left, I saw some people on the right. And when I was going to meet the band boys, some of their security men came to me, I'm in Russia, and asked me where I was going. I said I was going to meet my people. They said I should bring their ticket, my ticket. And when they saw the ticket, no, you can't go there, go there. That place is not yours. Your seat is downstairs there. How do I coordinate the activities of my members? This is what we've been telling them. Supporters Club must be united. They must come together, sing together, cheer the team together, and let us have a befitting result. When the referee or the match officials see a group of people, even if you are 200 or 300, converging in one special place together, in your uniforms, in your green and white, and you are singing, they know you have come to support your team. So it takes them every reason to want to do the game better. Well, you are not there. In a capacity crowd of 90,000, we had 5 supporters here, 2 there, 7 there. When the Argentines were about 87,000 in the field, singing for their team. So I believe that the Supporters Club must be together. I've been able to manage it now, up to now. The national chairman of the Supporters Club as we speak is Reverend Samuel Ikpea. He coordinates the activities of the Supporters Club in Nigeria. While worldwide, I'm the President General because we are Supporters Club in all the other countries of the world. And when we come together, there must be one person. There must be the head. We have the president of the Supporters Club in Côte d'Ivoire. We have the chairman of the Supporters Club in UK. In all Francophone countries, the head of the Supporters Club is called president. In Anglophone countries, the head of Supporters Club is addressed as Mr. Chairman. So the President General is not just what we just came out with. It's because there's a need for it. That's why the President General worldwide comes up. Well, I have told you a lot of people don't want to wait for their time. And when you don't wait for your time, what do you lose? You lose much. There was going to be an election. And I called all of them, go and pick your nomination papers for the election. But some of them will not want to because they want appointments. And I don't believe in appointments because we have a constitution in the Supporters Club that says everybody and anybody who wants to be an officer must contest for election. I insisted that there must be an election. Some people would not want an election because they know, probably they believe they cannot win. They decided to say, oh, let's go our way because we don't want election. That's it. Before now, up to about 8 years, 10 years ago, the Super Eagles were really super. But in the last 8 years, we have not been there. We have not been doing well. Don't forget that in 1994, Nigeria's team, the Super Eagles, were judged to be the 5th best in the world. What is our ranking now? 37th in the world. Even in Africa, what is our ranking? So the Eagles of the last 8, 9 years ago, no, they have not done well at all. I want anybody to tell me, what did we win in the last 8, 9 years? Don't forget that in 1980, we won the Cup of Nations right here at the National Stadium. In 1994, we were in Tunisia. We won it. In 2013, we were in South Africa. We won the Cup of Nations. In 1996, we won the Atlanta Olympics. Since then, what can we point to that we have won. So the Eagles of the last 8-9 years, no. They did their best, but their best was not good enough for Nigeria. And that's why we didn't win nothing. But I want to believe that the present crop of Eagles being put together now, going for the Cup of Nations, we want to write their names in gold. And if that is so, it means they have to put in their best to see that going to Côte d'Ivoire 2024 will not just be going there to make a number. We're going there to give a very good account of ourselves. Who says it is not possible for Nigeria to win the Cup of Nations again? It is possible, but it takes a determined group of people as players who wants to write their names in gold to do that. When you are rating the coach, a coach is as good as his last match. Pasero was employed, he was given a target, and the NFF has the power to either sack or renew his contract. I think according to them, maybe he has performed according to what they want. But for me, as a Nigerian, I want Pasero to go to Côte d'Ivoire and show us that he is serious and show us that the Super Eagles can still fly and make us get minimally play in the semi-final of the Cup of Nations. Anything short of that, no. Well, I want to believe that our Nigerian coaches are good. There have been 2 or 3 foreign coaches that have done well. Westhoff, Bonfrejo, and this which doctor, what's his name again? I'll remember his name. This guy qualified us to play in the World Cup with a match to go. The witch doctor. Well, the witch coach, we call him, we remember it's now it will come back. So, since then, there's no foreign coach that has done better. I was one of the people that went to London to recruit this man I'm talking about. When we recruited him, he came to Nigeria, and he made us to qualify for the World Cup with a match still to go. Philippe Trouzet. I was there in England where we interviewed him. Well, since then, it has been one coach coming to take our money, not giving a very good account of us, of himself. But the Nigerian coaches, let's also praise some of them. Some of them. The late Shuaibu Ahmadu qualified us to play in the World Cup, even though he did not take us there. The late Stephen Keshi also made us to win the Cup of Nations of 2013 in South Africa. So if that happens, who says the Nigerian coaches are not good? Some Nigerian coaches have proved themselves, but they still need to do more. But these 2 coaches, exceptional. That is the real reason, the real controversy we're having between the NFF and the coaches. You don't hire a coach if you know you cannot pay his wages. You must be ready to pay his salary as at when due. There's no coach who will labor and labor, and after which he would have trained your players, and you are owing him salaries of 5 months, 7 months. Which coach will take that? Where is that happening across the world? Nobody will accept that. So that has to be looked into. And that is why the NFF has got to look for serious sponsors serious sponsors and raise funds for them to be self-sufficient, to be able to take all these challenges of paying the coaches wages. That is a big problem. And I think the present NFF board, led by Ibrahim Guzo, will look into that, look for sponsors, serious sponsors who are interested, not just interested, but who are genuinely interested in the Nigerian game and in the Nigerian nation. You may be interested in the Nigerian game, but if you are not interested in the Nigerian game, Nigerian nation, you may not give what it takes to do. You must have the love of this country at heart, and then love the game also. In the last 15, 10, 8 years, our boxing went down. In the last 5 years to today, our boxing has come up. I am the president of the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control, and I confirm to you that every week now, we have a boxing championship. We had one last week. Tomorrow, we will have one in Abuja. When I come back the following week, there's another one. We have promoters now promoting our boxing events. And our boxers are now earning big money, other than what they were earning before. In those days, they were earning 20,000, 30,000. They go on the ring, they hit them, they shed blood, and they sweat. What do they earn? But since the last 3, 4 years, our boxers have been earning big money, some of them earning millions, some of them traveling abroad to earn $5,000, $10,000. And that is made possible because we have a group of people in the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control who respects each other, who respect the boxers, who respects the coaches, and who respects the promoters. Take, for instance, I'm sorry to mention, GoTV. GoTV night every day, they've had about 29 GoTV sessions. You know what that means? GoTV for every boxing fight. They don't spend less than 20 million. They even spend more. And our boxing now is being watched all over the world, if not just Africa. A lot of things have been said about this. We have sent memos, we have sent advice, we have met with the people in charge severally. I've had to write to put the Minister of Sports, the National Assembly, and the rest. How can we develop our sports? It's very important. Without grassroots development, you won't be there. As a matter of fact, Kanu Nwankwo happens to be a product of the Nigerian League. J.J. Okocha, product of Nigerian League. Finidi George, Emmanuel Amunike, and all of them played in the Nigerian League. How many of our Super Eagles players, those that are playing for us now, do you see what developed here? Maybe you have 2 or 3 home-based players playing. But the real product for our football development, they are here in Nigeria. We have to go back to those things we were doing that time when we got the likes of the Segun Odegbami, Henry Nwosu, Christian Chukwu, down to Stephen Keshi, Okocha, and the rest. We have to go back. We don't have to rely on those players who have been serving us in the last 12, 15 years, believing that they will continue to serve us the same way. No matter what you do, players will get weak. They will age. And when they are aging, that's when they start referring to them as tiring legs. You need replacements for them. How do you get that? You can only get them from the local scenes. We have various clubs in Nigeria playing the leagues, the Premiership, the National League, and the rest. 20 teams in one. Do you know how many of our boys out there that can play football if we harness them, bring them together, and give them the right training? Of course, let me ask you, how many of our club sites have feeder teams? Feeder teams, they are very important to the development of the game. When you have a junior player playing the feeder team and is maturing, bring him to replace a tiring leg. In the senior team, how many of those teams that we have can boast of feeder teams? How many of them can boast of their own fields? Perhaps we have about 3 clubs that are privately owned. But others are owned by governments, state governments. And state governments, what do they use them for? For political gains. And if it is political gains, well, it's off it. Let's do football like it is done elsewhere. Football is big business. People are making billions of dollars in football. Nigeria can do same. If we do same, we will take off all this nonsense. The boys going about doing a lot of violence, going to do yahoo, going to do kidnapping and the rest. You will have all of them looking forward to becoming millionaires and billionaires in future, and of course becoming employers of labor apart from fending for their families. Above 50 football, yeah, it's above 50. I'm the chairman worldwide for that. And my president is Ambassador Edward Olutoke, who has given his support, his finances to be able to do this game. The thing is this, if you have played football, you have played up to the level that you are about 40, and you are no longer playing, you are no longer doing what you know how best to do, you now go and sit down, not doing nothing. Boredom sets in. And within that period, rather than getting fit, you are aging. Some of them developing sickness, various sicknesses that they ought not to have. But because they were no longer doing what they know how best to do, they sit down. So the concept is bringing them back. Not just the footballers, but anybody above 50 could play football, keeping fit, and above all, living a standard life, making money. There's a way, we have one thing we are developing with the above 50 concept for you to make money. Anybody who is above 50 and has no car of ease or no house of ease or a home has not been living standard. So above 50 concept is not just to play football alone, but to help you to keep fit, to keep you healthy, and make you to live standard life and make money. That is what we are doing. And as I speak with you, Brazil has embraced it. Mexico has written to us that they will want to play with us. The last competition we had 8 clubs. Ajegule, Surulere, Redeem, Itiraikate, Abeokuta, all of them, they came to play at the National Stadium. And the prize, the winner's prize was 5 million, which was paid instantly. The second place was 2 million, while the top place was 1 million. And we put a lot of money in organizing that. We are going to start the second edition very soon. We are now having clubs from Benin, Edo, where people from Abuja, people from Kwara registering to be part of the above 50 football. How much do they put into sports? What you have in sports is noise. How much money do they put into sports? They need more money to run sports, particularly the development of the sports, not just taking part in competitions. Because if you have to develop sports, it takes a lot of money. And all those successful countries doing sports, it's because they have put money into its development. So government has got to put more money into the development of sports. Fantastic women. They've done us proud severally, having been champions of Africa for 9 times. I don't think any country in Africa can boast of that. But beyond that, we should also realize that these ladies, they are getting old. Some of them are 40, 38, 36, down the ladder. You need replacements for them. That's why we're asking that we should put more money. We should put more focus in the development of sports, both male and female. I think with what the female national team has done for Nigeria, we owe it a duty to put more money into the development of female football. I'm not thinking about that. If I want to, I would have been in politics, party politics. I would have been there, and by now I think I would have been something else. But no, I chose to be part of giving an image to Nigeria, a good image, positive one. Take, for instance, if you go out of the country, you get to the entry point of any country, and you speak of our sports, they give you a wide latitude for you to go in. Well, you say when you get there, you speak sports. They ask you, where's Kano? Where's Okocha? Where's Finidi? Where's Amokachi? That means they recognize Nigeria sports. In fact, that's the only thing we can be proud of right now. Every other thing we talk in diversities. But when it comes to sports, every one of us were together. If the Nigerian team is playing and a Christian has to pray, and he say, I pray that the Super Eagles wins today's match, in Jesus' name I pray. Even the Muslim will say amen. So together in sports, where in this country, football and sports is a lifeline, particularly football. Football unites not just the states, it unites the country, it unites the countries of the world. So I believe we can do much more in promoting and supporting our sports so that we get the best benefits, as we say. First and foremost, I want to use this opportunity once again to congratulate him on his appointment. I've met him twice now, and I'm going to meet him soon again. And why am I going to meet him is to advise him on what I think from my own views and from what I've seen to improve sports. First, we have talked about it. The development of sports is key, not just the taking part in competitions. Because if you are not developing sports, you are only taking in competition. If you don't win, what happens? But if you develop sports, 1, you are helping the youth. 2, you are helping the nation. 3, you are growing the economy. And thirdly, you are removing restiveness and restlessness of the youth in the society. I want us to advise the minister to key into the development of sports from the grassroots. Let's go back to the schools. Let's go back to the rural areas. Football is played everywhere. Go under the bridges, you see people playing football. Let the minister put in place, through the NFF, a consortium of coaches that will go to these schools, that will go to these corners. Everywhere in Nigeria, you have talents that can be helped, sponsored, and nurtured to stardom. Once we do that, our sports will improve. And let the minister put his feet there on ground and say, every club that is playing in the Premiership and the National League must have their feeder teams, must have their own fields and other infrastructures to make them develop sports. Thank you very much. I want to pray for this organization to continue to thrive, to continue to blossom in making money, because without money, this kind of things that I hear cannot be sustained. So God will grow you the more, and your business will continue to flourish.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannah, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative, ACI, must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi, reporting for Souq News.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. to better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board, CMB, was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the board's abolition in 1986. This resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, herders' attacks on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain, improving their living standards, enabling them to provide education for their children, cover medical expenses, and build better homes. Concerning the future of cocoa farming in Nigeria, there are mixed opinions among farmers. Some are hopeful that government reinvestment and addressing current challenges can revive the sector's past success. Others are pessimistic due to persistent issues and the trend of farmers shifting to other crops. Regardless, hope remains for the sector. Solutions like improving land-labor relations, infrastructure, and financial support could revitalize cocoa production, reduce out migration, stabilize prices, and enhance value chain development, ultimately securing a brighter future for Nigerian cocoa farming and its stakeholders. Ojai Michael, reporting for Souq News.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copperbelt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copperbelt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges, hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Given copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, Souq News.
The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodu Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowopopo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodu Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the Eko greeting tradition. The Three Wise Men, Arometa, Souq Enlightenment.
Hello and welcome to the World News on Souq News Television, where we bring you developmental news stories from Nigeria and across the world. I am Grace Komolaf and we are reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. First, the headlines. Federal government back course reflective electricity tariffs. Nigeria targets Europe with $25 billion gas pipeline. UN warns killings at Gaza food aid sites may be war crimes. U.S. demands Vietnam court reliance on Chinese goods. Thank you for joining us, and now we go to the news in full. The federal government's plan to introduce cost-reflective electricity tariffs has gained support from state government following resolutions reached at the 6th National Council of Power meeting in Maiduguri, Borno State. Stakeholders from across the electricity value chain agreed that electricity must be paid for at its true cost to ensure financial stability, while subsidized for vulnerable Nigerians must be well targeted, transparent, and sustainable. The Council also approved measures to address sector-wide challenges, including market liabilities, skill development, and investment in renewed energy. It mandated the National Power Training Institute to advance research funding, a national apprenticeship program, and gender inclusion strategies. Infrastructural upgrades, such as new transmission lines for the Northeast and solar mini-grids for rural Borno, were also approved. The federal government has announced a strategic plan reviving Nigeria's cocoa industry and enhance the entire agricultural value chain. Vice President Kashim Shettima made this known during a meeting with the World Cocoa Foundation delegation led by its president, Chris Vincent, at the Presidential Villa in Abuja. Shettima said the Federal Executive Council has approved the creation of a National Cocoa Management Board to promote sustainable cocoa farming, processing, and forest preservation. He stressed the need for value addition, noting that processed cocoa could generate significantly higher revenue than raw exports. Shettima said the government is determined to reposition Nigeria as a global cocoa processor, leveraging its youthful population and fertile land. He revealed plans to secure 10,000 hectares in Taraba State for cocoa development and disclosed that he is personally setting up a cocoa farm in inspired nationwide participation. The World Cocoa Foundation expressed readiness to partner with Nigeria, highlighting the current global cocoa shortage and rising prices as a major opportunity for growth in the sector. Still under government, the federal government and Nestle Nigeria has launched a dairy training initiative to equip Nigerian farmers with practical skills in milk production, processing, and hygiene. Announced on Wednesday, World Milk Day 2025, the partnership was sealed through a letter signed by Nestle Nigeria and the Ministry of Livestock Development. The project includes establishing a dairy training center in Paiko, Kore, Gwagwalada to strengthen mid-level manpower and modernize dairy practices. Livestock Minister Mukhtar Maha said the move aligns with the National Livestock Growth Acceleration Strategy, targeting productivity and feed improvement. Nestle's Managing Director, Wasim Al-Husseini, revealed that since 2019, the firm has set up 83 dairy cooperatives, trained over 2,000 farmers, and aggregated over 1 million liters of milk. With milk rejection rates now down to 5% and monthly farmer income rising to 250,000 naira. The program is expected to create jobs and hence livelihood. Moving on, Nigeria is pushing forward with a $25 billion undersea gas pipeline to supply natural gas to Europe as part of the Nigeria-Morocco gas pipeline project. This was revealed during a meeting between Vice President Kashim Shettima and executives of global energy trading company Vito Group at the Presidential Villa in Abuja. The pipeline will run along the West African coastline to Morocco and onward to Europe, positioning Nigeria as a major energy supplier to the continent. Vice President Kashim Shettima highlighted President Bola Tinubu's economic reforms, including fuel subsidy removal, exchange rate unification, and tax reforms, as key factors attracting global investors. He urged Vito to support the project with its technical expertise and international influence, stating that Nigeria's gas sector offers stability and transparency. Also reaffirmed its long-term commitment to Nigeria's energy growth and capital development. Egypt's non-oil private sector shows signs of stabilizing in May. Let's take a short break, and when we return, we'll bring you more business stories. Please stay with us.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Thank you for joining us, and you are still watching the World News on Souq News Television. Activity in Egypt's non-oil private sector showed signs of stabilizing in May, according to a recent report by S&P Global. The sector's key activity index rose slightly to 49.5, indicating a slower pace of decline compared to April. New business and output still fell, but all at a reduced rate, signaling cautious optimism. However, companies continue to cut costs by reducing purchases and jobs for the fourth month in the row. Rising prices for materials also pushed businesses to raise selling prices. And in the Middle East, Alera, the $30 billion climate fund launched by the United Arab Emirates, has made a $50 million investment in Italian renewable energy firm Absolute Energy. The deal is a third direct investment, will support the development of 1.4 gigawatts in solar and battery storage projects across Italy. Ultera, which was created during the COP28 Climate Summit, aimed to mobilize $250 billion globally by 2030 to fast-track clean energy solutions. The latest investment is expected to cut carbon emissions by up to 380,000 tons each year, with more deals in the pipeline across renewable energy and climate tech. Moving ahead, the United Nations says blocking access to food and aid in Gaza could amount to a war crime. This follows the death of at least 27 Palestinians who were shot near a food distribution site in Rafah, southern Gaza. Today, it's the third deadly incident at an aid center in many days. And we'll be moving to the next story. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll be bringing you more stories.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Thank you for staying with us. Germany's Chancellor Friedrich Merz says his government will continue turning back undocumented migrants despite a court ruling that called recent expulsions unlawful. A Berlin court ruled that 3 Somali asylum seekers were wrongly deported to Poland, stating Germany should have processed their claims under EU law. Merz acknowledged the ruling could limit his migration policy, but insists there is still legal room to act, adding that border controls will continue in line with European law. The decision comes after Merz's administration ordered stricter border rejections in May, a move that's drawn sharp criticism from rights groups and triggered fresh political debate. Moving ahead, the United States has presented tough new demands to Vietnam in ongoing trade negotiations. Washington wants Vietnam to reduce its dependence on Chinese industrial goods, aiming to control production and supply chains more closely. This demand comes as the U.S. seeks to prevent the use of Vietnam as a transit point for Chinese products, avoiding American tariffs. Vietnam's manufacturing sector, which relies heavily on Chinese components, could face serious challenges if these demands are met. Vietnam has quickly grown its trade with the U.S. since 2018, but imports from China have also surged, making the situation complex. How Hanoi will respond to these strict questions remains unclear. The outcome of these talks could reshape trade patterns in the region and affect global supply chain. Moving ahead, trade talks between the United States and India are making strong progress, with a deal expected soon, according to U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. Speaking at a Washington summit, Lutnick said both countries have found common ground and a deal could be finalized before the July deadline. The U.S. is pushing for lower tariffs on agricultural goods, better access for American companies, and increased defense purchases from India. In return, India may get expanded access for its exports. Officials from both countries are set to continue negotiations this week, aiming to strengthen economic ties and reduce the U.S. trade deficit with India. Still on the international scene, international experts claim U.S. tariffs imposed by President Donald Trump could cause economic growth and is expected to be slow this year. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, cut its worldwide growth forecast to 2.9%, down from 3.1%. citing rising trade tensions and economic uncertainty. The economic impact is being felt in the U.S. as well. The OECD lowered its 2025 growth outlook for the U.S. from 2.2% to 1.6% and warned that the slowdown is likely to continue into 2026. The United States President Trump defended his economic policy online, claiming the U.S. economy is thriving because of the tariffs. Government data, however, tells a different story as the U.S. economy shrank at an annual rate of 0.2% in the first quarter of 2025, marking the first contraction in 3 years, according to reports. The report also added to growing concerns that Trump's tariff-heavy trade strategy is creating more global instability than growth. And now we move to sports. The British government has warned it is ready to take Russian businessman Roman Abramovich to court over £2.5 billion from the sale of Chelsea Football Club, which remains frozen in a UK bank account. Abramovich sold the club in 2022 after being sanctioned by Britain over Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The Russian billionaire stated he intends for the money to help victims of the war. The UK government, however, insists the funds must be used specifically for humanitarian and aid in Ukraine. The sale of Chelsea to a group led by US investor Todd Boehly and Clark Capital was approved in May 2025. However, the funds have remained frozen and cannot be used without approval from the UK's Office of Financial Sanctions Implementation. The 2025 US Women Open in making history with the largest prize purse in women's golf history. This year's winner at Erin Hills will earn a record-breaking $2.4 million. Big names like Nelly Korda, Geno Titiku, Runin Yun, and Charlie Hall are among the top contenders. Every golfer who makes the cut after Friday is guaranteed $10,000. This major top the women's tour in prize money, outpacing the Chevron Championship, which offered $8 million. The US PGA Championship with $10.4 million, and the British Open, which offers $9.5 million. And that's the World News on Souq News Television. We say many thanks for watching. Do not forget to always follow us on all our social media platforms for more information. I am Grace Komolafe. Do have a great afternoon.
Well, you already know my name is Steve Omojafor, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street in Obalende. And in fact, we didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse, Mama Nurse, that's what we, So I was born in that little place and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidele. My parents probably said, well, we have had you here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off at St. Matthias Catholic Primary School on Louis Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960 when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We did that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. And from Holy Cross, for 1 year, I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with scholars bus, which was virtually provided for free. When scholars bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalende, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well. And so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they would send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends, okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and, do a battle with you that I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were brothers keepers. School was fun. Teachers were all there just to teach you. There was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line, So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balinde to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokunbo, Okekpopo, So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji. Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth, and we were proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay? So those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them. We still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. We help out. Because, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school. Some couldn't make it. But we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers, and a lot of the time I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down, 2-3 paragraphs letter to the editor to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published, and I liked it. Okay, you open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Omojafo, or some will call me Bamidele Omojafo. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, they'll just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what occurred to me. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you're not doing medicine, you want to go and become a newspaper boy. I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University and studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing, and I was writing under the name of Akinbodilon. Now, Akinbodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group. Because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at J.K. Randall Hall, So one of the roles I played was Akinbodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akinbodilon. So I did the program, and I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happened during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Golabo Ogusawo, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing, So I left University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do, but I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with the Lagos Weekend, went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew and grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Linters advertising. When I walked into Linters, and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. Then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing now? I said, I'm a sub-editor. at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Linters. And I remember Alhaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, "Look, Steve, where are you going?" I said, "I'm going to Linters." I said, "Well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, you know." So I said, "Okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Linters." And Linters and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, "Sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times." So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times, you know. So that was my life. From Linters, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, was formed by 3 partners, you know, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us, and Akodusi left Admark, another advertising company. So 3 of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies, because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Linters, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Souq, and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann. Got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking, and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, no, STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, "My name is ABC, blah, blah, blah." And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, "Look, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that." He said, "No, he just wants to talk to you." So I picked up, he picked up the line and said, "My name is this. I said, "My name is this." He said, "Can we meet?" So I said, "She, no problem." He said, "No." So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, "I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics." He said, "No. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that." That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board, and I learned a lot. You know, I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, was just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, you know, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks. It is very small scale. And All I did was follow the banking trend. You know, there weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time, but I followed through, and that was it. I got onto the board, and somewhere along the line, there was the policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN, and they approached me and said, "You are going to become, at the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board." I said, "Me?" And they said, "Yes. I've met a lot of people here, so why me?" Anyway, to cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenith Bank. And I was there, I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank and returned full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to impact it on the younger ones, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago. But I'm still keeping pace with what is going on around me. Yeah, I mean, the society itself is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back to during my own time in the newspaper world, and I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then. Okay, Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other. We knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged, I mean, if you had a news that was breaking, you want to call up colleagues from other papers, we all go there as a team, right? Because stories will be written from different angles, no matter what you do, So, newspaper was great. And it was so good. In the morning, your byline was there, and people were trying to reach you, about the quality. Quality was good. Quality was good. And there wasn't too much of freelancing in those days, the newspaper world. So you were either fully employed or you didn't belong. Same thing for radio. I mean, for instance, television I didn't do much about. While in journalism and in newspaper world, I was writing for radio, okay? Interesting stories. I had, there was a name to this program, the Oddities, Odd World. So you were picking up things that were odd. People that didn't imagine what they were. It's not something that was very common. So we went on doing that. So newspapers were growing. Radio was growing, television was growing, and out-of-home media was also growing. And talk about the dynamism of the system. Suddenly, people were now going out of buying a newspaper every day to sit down and hold it in front of you, trying to read from beginning, from cover to cover. Other forms of communication came on. With the advent of mobile phones, things began to change. In our own time, it was the phone you put on the desk and you were dialing it, a lot of the time you could never get across, okay? Suddenly, mobile phone came onto the scene. And news coverage was transformed completely from what it used to be. Okay? So now people on their phone could reach out, you could touch Germany, touch America, touch all parts of Europe, just sitting down in your office to gather information, gather news, what is new, And then, of course, we now had more television stations, no longer NTA alone, okay? Now, with the news stations, things were just expanding. Things were broadening up, and news gathering became something new altogether, and everybody was heading for a new phenomenon altogether. So today, you don't have to be a big guy to be able to tell your stories. Little children tell their stories, females tell their stories, So really we have moved from the days of waiting to read your newspaper to gather your news. Now, with your phone on your palm, you could do wonders all over. But of course, standard also, in some areas, standard will improve. In some areas, standards will go down. Because the multiplicity of media sources create problems. The kind of quality control we used to have in those days was disappearing. And people can build up stories without even being there to know if it is factual or not. So of course, the turmoil that we are going through in the media space now is better imagined. But I still believe that for those who have structures like the one you are building up now, will enable people to know that you've got to check, you've got to cross-check, okay? We have laws that control what we say, what you do, what you publish. Of course, they are not as rigid as they should be, So in terms of content these days, you have to ensure that you check your facts before you can believe, what they are saying or make any sense out of them. So really it has become all commerce affair. And this is not going to be the end. The explosion is going to continue. Maybe in a few years to come, we're going to have a stronger media control than what we have now. People are building content. You go on YouTube, you go on all kinds of media, and you are getting all kinds. What you hear from your WhatsApp is different from what you're going to get in your YouTube. You go to Instagram. People are selling themselves with all kinds of stories. So really, for me, we've gone through the era of sanity. Yeah, and I hate to say, we've gone into the era where anything you can think of, say it, write it, do it. And for the consumers, it's like you either take it or you leave it. But it's good that we can now reach out much, much widely. Thanks to our mobile news. You talk to people in any village in Nigeria, and suddenly one thing that didn't grab us so early was you open up your Google map, and you don't have to stop people on the street anymore. Show me where I'm going. Just go to the app, and it leads you to the front of the house you are going to. So we have a lot of improvements, and I think it's going to be improving some more. All we just need to watch is to ensure that we remain truthful and we remain factual, so that we don't mislead people on the street, particularly people in the rural areas. One day you just see everybody running helter-skelter because somebody posted a news that is not correct. So we need to watch that and put some more control. But I like the growth in the media space. When I got into the banking sector, I saw myself more as a customer than a board member. Having been a journalist, which I still am, I wrote so much about what consumers or customers were going through in the banks. It was the period of tally number, Remember this commercial, where somebody carried a mat. I said, what are you carrying a mat in the bag? And I want to lay down here because I know before I get my money, I will have slept once or twice and woken up, So I was very consumer oriented. When I got into the banking system, a couple of times my board members will ask me, are you on the board or you are still a customer? I said, first and foremost, I want to remain a customer of the bank who will come into the bank and get properly served, who will come into the bank and feel like human, who will come into the bank feeling important, because it's your money in the bank. Even if it's only 1,000 naira, it's your money. You need to be treated with some dignity and respect. And that was my mentality that I took into the board of the bank. I said, listen, I am not too happy the way customers are treated. It is their money, no matter how small. Treat them with respect, treat them with dignity. So they started listening to me after some time. And I said, look, customer service is extremely important. In those good old days, you will hardly hear about customer service in any of the major banks. It wasn't there. But gradually, people started being important. It was more of retail. You can deal with the big corporate organizations, but at the same time, it is these poor students, poor market women, people who are out there on the street laboring hard to bring their money. So that was one area I was extremely happy that we developed that area of retail banking and being able to make the consumer the king. Okay? So that was part of it. Then, of course, I said to the bank, I said to them, fine, it is very good to make huge profits, okay? But at the same time, the customers that come in here and from their money we make our profits, let us also consider the kind of interest they get from their deposits. Today, when the banks take your money to deposit, okay? No. When you go to the bank and say, I need assistance, I need a loan, tell them, give them all the facts and figures. Okay. They will tell you, you are going to pay interest of 20%, 23%, blah, 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 blah. When they take your money to put in the bank, they give you an interest of 2%, 3%, 4%. And I just couldn't live with it. I mean, if you are giving me a loan, you're charging me so high. When I put my money there, it's also a loan to you. Why will you leave me with 2 or 3%? And I thought the system wasn't quite right. It was too skewed towards the bank than the customer. So I met a lot of pushbacks, in that area. And I must just say, it's an area I think government should still be interested in. I mean, in the civilized world, interest rate hovers between 3%, 5%. In Nigeria, it goes as far as. I mean, maybe in Africa, not just Nigeria. I know we are developing, but at the same time, let's develop together. For both those that we are taking in their money and for those we are giving money to. So there'll be some level of balance. So I really worked hard in that area. I may not have fully succeeded. Then I think finally, one other thing that I think I was able to do at the bank is our staff also requires some upliftment. And suddenly, banks started, employing senior people. They started moving people up. They look more at the system now than just ownership. So generally, of course, more banks have come into the scene. A lot of new banks. So people can spread out and salaries started going up for bankers and all that. But of course, requirements were also extremely high. So generally, I think today we have a much stronger banking system and we are still growing. Now, the bank for a long time have been let loose to do whatever they want to do at the disadvantage of customers, like I started off with. Now, our leaders, and when I say leaders, let me point on just our presidents. The system was such that our presidents could do anything they like with the banks. It was almost an extension of the State House. You just pick up your bell and you ring and the governor of Central Bank will come shaking because you had the power to bring him in and fire him. So he had to respect everything that the president wants. And it's wrong. This time around, I can say, even in some parts of Africa, you couldn't run the central bank the way we run it here. All the CBN governors wanted to do, please the president, and you are free to do whatever you want to do, and it's wrong. It's wrong. I mean, take even Britain here. Have you ever heard this kind of relationship between the Prime Minister of England and the CBN? No. Everybody has his mandate. In places, in climes like that, the president doesn't call up the central bank governor. go and do this, go and do that. Exchange rate should be done. Change your policy to be done. I mean, that's part of the problem we've had in this country. So the last government and their CBN just ran this country to their whims and caprices. You leave your monetary policy. In fact, you were running both monetary and fiscal at the same time. You took the Minister for Finance, for instance, and you have no dealings with him or her. You ran their own programs for them, and you did things that they should do, but they couldn't query you because the president, had your back. So a lot of things went wrong. And the result is now here for all of us to see. So look at the changing of redesign, what they call redesigning of the currency. Now we know there are so many ways you should have done it, but we put politics and added it into our financial and monetary policies. We wanted to do it specifically to change the course of history. And it is wrong. So today, we now know what's happening at the central bank. In fact, if the true story of what went on in the last 8 years was told, I don't know what will be left of this country. You had this little thing in the Constitution that said the government can borrow from the CBN within certain limits. They call it ways and means. But no. And there was a percentage tied to it. You can't do more than 5%. And by the time you're asking for the new one, you should have paid up. We went on piling up. It's like just go and print the money. What Idi Amin used to do in Uganda in those days. That's the kind of situation we found ourselves. Very regrettable. But I believe some sanity will now come into this space. The new central bank has at least outlined its policies. It has also said, let me keep to my monetary policy, which is my area, and leave the paperwork and how they want to run it. People who deal with the fiscal area. So we want to change. We think things should change. Now, before now, we borrowed and borrowed without thinking about how are we going to pay? Who are we leaving this debt for? Now we know it's for you and me to still do our work, put in as much money as we can, no matter how little, into the bank, and revive the banking industry. Okay? So the CBN has its own role, and my prayer and my wish is that they will keep their own part of the bargain, leave other people. The Minister for Finance has said it that much. We should. We all know, simple economics. You don't borrow money to pay your debt. You borrow money for production. You borrow money to fix things like your oil maintenance and all that. Where our money should be coming from. That's what you borrow money for. You don't borrow money for wastages. You don't borrow money to satisfy your whims and caprices. You don't borrow money to just go out there and waste it. Now, you borrow money to pay back your debt. At the end of the day, we are back lower than where we started off from. So really, my appeal to both the president and his cabinet, particularly those that do with finance, give them some room. You put them there because you think they know what they're supposed to do. Give them the space. If it goes breathing down their neck, at some point, it will just be, president said so, president said, even things that the president did not say, president said so, and it's got to be done. And we are running a country, even when you run your home, you are able to sit down with your little income and plan. Every day we are being told, if you earn this much, use this little bit, keep the rest in the bank, because you never know about tomorrow. So that's where we found ourselves, and I believe that if everything goes right, we should see massive changes from what it was, the last 8 years. We need drastic changes in the system. My mom in Abalinde used to say to me, when I want to be lazy, he will make sure you do what she wants you to do. And he will remind you that hard work doesn't kill. It is laziness that turns you into an inconsequential human being with no sense of direction. We grew up learning hard work, both in school and out of school. I, for instance, hawked on the streets of Lagos with my mom. You leave St. Gregory's College, now not primary school, St. Gregory's College. You come back. My mother was a textile seller. Got it, probably went to Balogun, pick up. When I come back from school after my lunch, get a basket full of cloth, which I put on my head, and we go from street to street. My mother's carrying her tape rule and another measurement stick, and we'll go around Obalende, Goshere, Bangoshe, Oshoji, and we were selling. From there, she graduated to owning a shop in Balogun. When I leave school, I was her accountant, so to say, bookkeeper. All the things they sold, I make, keep the records and everything. I helped her take the money to the bank. It was Barclays Bank, what was it called then? Yeah, Barclays Bank, before it became Union Bank in Balogun. So I've learned how to trade. I've learned how to make money. I've learned how to deal with customers. Plus that, I was also a bread seller. Somewhere along Strachan Street, off Igboshire, there was a big bakery owned by the Lawson family. To be able to get enough bread, you got to get there between 5 and 6 in the morning. Okay? So let me cut it short. We learned to work hard. And that working hard continued with us up till where we are today. We also were very straight-minded in terms of what we wanted to be. We played pranks, so we went out to play football, we went out to, to play with the girls and everything. But at the end of the day, you returned home. And our parents didn't spare the rod. They didn't. You came back later than expected to. They would lie you on the floor and dealt with you. So the combination of the kind of upbringing and the kind of training we went through home probably kept us where we are. And like I said to you before we started the interview, you knew that if you finish your primary school, secondary school is the next thing. If you finish secondary school, you don't know what you were going reading for. Not until probably when you got to the university did it occur to you, okay, I'm going to choose a profession. But all along, we just did it because that was what the system and environment asked for. So, secret of success, hard work, hard work, hard work. No. I had a father who was very finicky about appearance. When I lived on Igboshere Road, our church was on Louis Street, so to say, walking distance. He taught me how to wear full agbada right from primary school, secondary school. I mean, today, you just wear Buban Shokoto, you go to church. Never was that happening. It's got to be full. Right. Then from there, by the time you got into, I mean, my father died while I was in university. Before then, he was always having this very thin bow tie, not this bigger one, bigger sizes now. Thin, you know, even when his dress is khaki and khaki, he still had it on. So I admired him, but initially I was on my long time, up till a point, and I look back at some photographs we took when we were in the secondary school, and I thought, no, let me go back to those old days. Some people tell me it makes you look old. I said, I don't mind, you know, but these days I have just acquired that fashion taste, you know, which has suddenly become my, what do you call it? Become what I'm known with, and I enjoy it. And I encourage people, once in a while, put on your bow tie. It makes you look good, makes you look impressionable, it makes you look a serious person, and it makes people take a second look at you. I think, number one, parents started sparing the rod. Call it civilization, call it growing up and all that. Parents started sparing the rod because they always whipped us to shape. You knew what was expected of you, and you did it. Because if you didn't do it, your punishment is waiting for you. But as we grew up, I mean, you probably will ask me today, do I use the rod for my children, for instance? And the answer is no. And why it is no is that these days the children look up to you. They are more exposed than what we were. More exposed. They know what daddy does. If you show them a bad example, they will repeat that bad example. If they know that when daddy wakes up in the morning, before he goes anywhere, he needs time to say his prayers. They too, unconsciously, will copy you. If they know that when dad goes out, he comes back certain time. He doesn't come in at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Subconsciously, they too will know there's something that this old man sees that doesn't make him go out all night. So they copy from us. But then Like people say, I don't know how correct it is, that these days people are so busy looking for money. They all over the place. They abandon the home to nannies and housemates and all that, and the children a lot of the time are on their own. But people like you and I, for instance, probably had housemates in the house. You see, but the work that the housemaid does, we were also made to do it. Right? Washing our plates, staying in the kitchen to see how things are prepared. They took us through it, even if you didn't have to do it yourself. And that's why you and I are what we are today. But for the modern, young families, most if there's some money to back it up, no, the children don't touch a lot of housework in the homes. They can go out anytime they like. They can wear, you know, I mean, you see some little young girls and what they wear. In fact, even to the church, you want to ask yourself, where did their parents go to see what the children are wearing? Primarily the female. Even the guys wearing what they, things they don't use the belt, the trouser would just be somewhere on their hips and all that. Yeah, I mean, we want them to express themselves, but within control. So, wrapping up on that, I'm going to say, yes, we grew up under stronger control. Today's parents are so much in love with their children. They don't want to make them unhappy. You don't want to, pick up a stick and hit them. But I don't quarrel with that. But please be there for them when they need you. And don't be scared to talk to your parents. To talk to your children. No, we should never be scared to talk to them. Because they are not going to take us over. They are our children. So what you don't want them to do, communication, extremely important. Talk to them. Let them, because peer pressure is extremely strong out there. They're mixing with so many guys from much even richer homes who have more to spoil their children with. Now you are a moderate family, your moderate children have to mix and relate and go out with guys with stronger economic background. There is, there is some disconnect there. Let's bring our children closer. Let's talk to them. A lot of parents don't talk to their children, and it's not right. Because the more you talk to them, the more they have that empathy for you. They know you care for them. They know, because you have been moderately successful, for instance, they too want to be successful like you are, and all you are saying to them, follow my footsteps and you may not go wrong. And don't make wealth, money, the thing that should govern your homes. Don't spoil the children. Give them adequately what we all need to survive, and they will survive. In those days, while all you needed to take to school was 1 shilling. Okay, you still see children from rich homes who came with £1 and stuff like that. But let's be contented. Let's teach the children to be contented with what we have. Families are growing, society is expanding, and we can reach out to any part of the world. Now, we need to bring them closer to the home. At least up till the time that they are leaving you to go and start up there. But as long as they're still within your influence, it's very important that children and their families come much, much stronger together. I'm going to start with sports. I was an avid squash player. Okay, back in school, a bit of football, a bit of tennis, and all that. But when I started growing up seriously, I loved squash. And I played squash until I was over 50. Okay, and the doctor said, slow down on squash. So today, I do my swimming. Okay, I still do my swimming 2-3 times a week. Okay, and then of course I work. There's this thing that keeps on saying, I mean, if all you can do is work for 30-40 minutes a day, okay, and then of course I'm an avid fan of football up to today. I wish we could develop a local league so that I could slow down on my European Premier League sessions. So I love football and I love lawn tennis up to now. Now, favorite color, subdued. Okay. Hot colors frighten me. Okay. And if you have to do it, just make it minimal. When I pick my dress, for instance, you got to know you want the kind of shirt you want to wear to match the color of the tie you want to use, to match the color of your suit, so it doesn't run riot. So it's extremely important. And I said to my friend, just Google it. What color matches this and what color matches that? So you don't become like a Christmas tree on the road. That was the third one, food. I grew up enjoying my eba and amala. Growing up from Obalinde, okay? So I do my eba, I do my amala. Rice occasionally. But then these days, from age 70 upwards, the doctors are screaming, watch what you eat, what the quantity you eat. So my wife draws up a weekly timetable. Monday is this, Tuesday is that, Wednesday is that, and she manages to mix up a slightly heavy one and a slightly lighter one so that you have a good mix. With age, you cut down on a lot of things. Cut down on your booze, cut down on your champagne, you cut down on your wine, you cut down on your salt. In fact, it's like they're punishing us. But then they say that is the way to go, to be able to at least live longer and enjoy more of life.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from Rivers State, from Opobo in Rivers State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married, and I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in university, and we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, no. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but we kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king. And he gave me a hug and he gave me a pick. And they were like, whoa, the upper Benin won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all, I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. When they studied, came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they taught them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them. For us, Absolutely, upbringing and my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, of course, get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you say. If you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? Do you understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point carrying all the air and chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Seven is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I want them to make for me. I didn't have tailors, but when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. You know, my parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. You know. So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Lever Brothers. And for 5 years, but you know, I the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then, was going on having the 3rd one. So it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linkers, the advertising agency used to be here. All the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC, we're all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we are hosting. And with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family, and I decided to go back, and I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation, so I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids say, oh, they're having something in school, I'm there, okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was the normal encouragement. You make more money doing your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gifts. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. And which corporate body do you want to give as end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking inwards. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like Ashok and Adira. I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So when, even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags. And we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags. And that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year activities. So that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull. Like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah, this is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, would do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could say that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, look around like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her. And I modeled the clothes, actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week. You know, I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel. Please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will invite me, the top fashion designers there. When the Alfadi does this thing once every 4 years. Alfadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and Ashok, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my two boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing is not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years. I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of mouth goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that, you know. When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that is spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, you know. What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? Then those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is, wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well. They love you. They want to take care of you. But nature calls. They part ways. Some marry other women. Some leave. Some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can. Financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. You know, a man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy. It makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is number one killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving. You have to be forgiving. You understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decide whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious. When you offend them once, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest and the chest will be expanding and they won't sleep well and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately or because I will tell you the truth no matter who asks is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times, I'm the last girl in the house. So maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I don't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow you, your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of, I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And you know, when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. You know, some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know? It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of. The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite I won't even say it. On the street, one of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come out. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people, and I believe in education a lot. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay and they do very well. Some of them I train from a distance and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have the levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love, an act of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria, to almost throwing in the towel, then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November, 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Center Force Limited. The company focused on finance, investment, and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing the connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain, him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. he ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, a petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibaofon, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Stalin House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004, was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is Chief Executive and President of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investments in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum's share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced the move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had 2 options, commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, and United Bank for Africa, Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance. And in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Geregu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in the share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year-on-year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercuria Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil PLC and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Geregu Power PLC. Geregu Power PLC became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Geregu Power, sold down a Geregu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank PLC. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors, effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zeno was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Ekpe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.